Hey there, Space Cats. Welcome back to the stream and welcome back to the cyberpunk dystopia. Finally, it's finally time. It's finally Morgan time again. Episode 2 is just released today, and I can't wait to freaking dig into it. So, let's get going. This might take a second to load. I did open it earlier to make sure that it was going to show up on the stream correctly, and it did take a second for the game to load. You had to reinstall. Okay, well, maybe I'll consider doing that before the next stream or something. I don't know. But it might take a sec, like I said. Anyways, if you haven't been here before, Of the Devil is a visual novel taking inspiration from games like Ace Attorney, and is kind of a cyberpunk noir courtroom thriller situation where we play as Morgan, a defense attorney in some kind of futuristic cyberpunk dystopia. She's I mean, I kind of just have to say it because it's part of the concept of the game, but she is a serial killer. And the way that interplays with the rest of the story is very fascinating and interesting. Episode 1 was a really, really, really good time, as well as episode 0, of course. Boy, this is taking a sec to load. Wow. I wonder why it's having this trouble loading. A cereal box with Morgan on it. Yeah, that would be cute. This really is taking a bit to load. What is going on? It feels abnormal. Man, should I reinstall it? Like, why would it be struggling this much? Wait, hang on. Are we good? Are we good, game? Are we good? Okay, well, in the game itself, I can see the custom cursor for the game. So, like, there's that. Wait. There we go. Yay! It loaded. Hooray! We made this one up. Okay, so just never close it. I think I'm gonna try reinstalling when we finish tonight, probably. Loading times of the devil, yeah. What's up with that? Hopefully it doesn't do that, like, in the middle of gameplay. Her casual fit is so fucking awesome. She looks so good. Morgan. Well, we could sit here admiring her, or I could click on this and we can start. At least now we have a loading animation. Uh-oh. Oh, come on. Okay. Okay. This is scary. It's fine. Alright. I might need to bump this down slightly. Hang on 1 sec. That feels good. Yep. I will, of course, be playing in high roller mode as normal. An exclusive high roller phone charm, which can't be earned any other way. High roller mode is, of course, it's intended to encourage risk-taking and discourage save scumming. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty cool that they do this for you. They try to include some kind of difficulty for, like, the visual novel that is like, don't save scum. I think that's awesome. Welcome to the High Roller Tables. Enjoy the thrill. I'll leave the tutorials on just in case there's anything new mechanically. First question's an easy one. Who's your senator? Nothing's. Piece of shit's still trying to lie to our faces. Nothing's is our senator, man. What, still? Shit, hey, wake up! From the top, I guess. What is your name? Icaria. What year is it? 2086. What did he say last time? 2027? Maybe this stuff's finally working. What do you mean? 2027? Dog does know how to shake. You can go. Again in the head. One thing I said, one thing I asked, anywhere but the head. Not my fault he's got a punchable face. To be calibrated yet or what? No. But we're as close as we're gonna get with this equipment this old. You wanna get to the real questions, or does it need more softening up? I just said, I won't soften him up in the head. I've just noticed that these question marks have, like, different amounts of question marks. Do you think it's the actual amount of characters in each of their names? Interesting. How about it? You still with us, Hound? You're gonna feel a migraine hit you like a tram in a few seconds. Do me a favor and hold on to the pain. Let go and the barbitocene will drop you like an anchor. Don't want you a vegetable, right? Yeah, that's the spirit. Knew you were a fighter. Question 1. Do you know why you're here? Because you were too spooked to do this over a line? I'm always the right amount of spooked, Red. When I tell you there's heat, I mean it. I know, and I always listen. See? Breathable layers! Her outfit's so good. God. We love her breathable layers. God damn it. You laughed. Doesn't mean I conceded the point. You're lighter. Huh? You memorized the map? You kept it pretty vague, but yeah, I see. I think I got the gist of it. You that worried about a paper trail? Proactive Analytics just won a state contract for new trolling algorithms that can DNon an entire city block's crumbs in less than an hour. We do know about this already. Oh, by the way, here's here's Bunny Girl Reyes from getting the high roller finish on the previous episode. Yeah, I forgot a little about having that set too. Also, I did see in the patch notes they added like new effects to the acrylic on the charms. It looks really good. Wait, why is my phone white? My phone's supposed to be red. Anyways, if anybody forgot, we're talking about the Internet of Things, that being network data sharing that goes on between all countless electronics that we monitor ourselves with, such as phones, computers, security systems, biofeedback devices, body modifications, and prosthetics, and of course, automated dependents. All comprise small but vital parts of this network. The IoT's ability to collect, process, and share information. Massive opportunity cost build up as individuals, governments, and private businesses miss out on the valuable insight that data has to offer. One of the coolest ways that IoT improves our lives is through the usage of crumbs, small packets of data containing your own unique identifying information. Throughout your day, as your own IoT devices say hi to other devices, they'll leave behind crumbs as a parting gift. Crumbs allow for paperless identification and payment, and help the government manage human and vehicular traffic. Crumbs let you see where you've been so that you can see where you should go. Want to start leaving crumbs right away? Don't worry, crumbs are enabled by default. Wow, the future is now. It's true. So this is like cookies, but even more evil, basically. I gotta make the phone red again. It says I'm on red. What the fuck? Okay, weird. Welcome to this game's world building, yes. There are also new phone charms that I think I could actually just buy all of these right now if I so desired. You're the same issue phone color. Interesting. Considering I do still have 99 store credit and this is just 80. So, you know, why not? There's London. There's Reyes. She's looking angry. 80. Really awesome. Oh my god. She's got her coat like hooked into the chain on this one. This one's kind of awesome. I might go with this one. And Diamante, this new guy. Very cool. Big smile with the big glass. Let me go with 80 for now. Sarah on the clock for episode 2, huh? Very interesting. And Necromorg seems to be available to those of us who didn't play the demo before episode 1 came out now. So I guess I'll look out for this cat to pet. Very kind of them, yes. Sad that I still can't click on the charm to make it physics about. No profiles. Wow, weird. Okay, I'll just wait then. Didn't you read the financial section today? I'm more of a Sudoku gal. We can't all be as well read as Reinhard Diamani. I'm sending you the links. Read them. And the rest of the news too. Proposition 492 is gonna be on the ballot this year. You shouldn't vote on it blindly. This guy cares about politics. For a guy that makes the majority of his living operating outside the law, you sure take your civic duties seriously. Information brokering isn't illegal. What people choose to do with my advice. Do you declare the income for it on your taxes? Sorry. I promise to take a look at what you sent over. Alright, let's take a look. Public Works construction headed to ballots. With elections coming up, a number of measures related to infrastructure, public works, and funding for city programs will be on the ballot soon. Read on to get an overview of some of the most hotly anticipated issues you'll be able to vote on in the coming months. Proposition 436.2D. Petition for City Council to commission cost analysis on public schooling. Sponsored by RN Houston Myers. I don't think we know any of these names yet. This guy may commit some form of tax evasion, yes. For the last several decades, all education has been handled through private institutions. Typically associated with one or more corporate benefactors. While this has eased the expense of childcare and pre-university education for many families, some citizens regularly voice concern over children being treated as customers first and students second. There are several schools throughout the city that accept students at no cost to their parents, but these are reliant on government subsidies, introducing the potential for waste and corruption, and are generally seen as subpar environments for learning. If enough voters say aye to this petition, City Council will commission a study to evaluate the cost and feasibility of reintroducing direct public schooling to the city. Wow! Sounds like an interesting one. 4921A. This is the one that he was talking about, right? I think. Sponsored by Chopin, How Industries, and Wickham. Interesting. Voting aye on this measure will direct City Council to fund the renovation and reinforcement of multiple Atlas pillars around the local wards, paid for by a % increase in sales tax within city limits. Atlas pillars act as stabilizing points for the city's canopy super infrastructure and house all of the largest public transit elevators that allow foot traffic to seamlessly flow between the canopy and street level. The measure is generally viewed favorably by representatives from the lower wards who acknowledge that the necessary construction will be disruptive, but point to language in the proposition that guarantees easing of zoning restrictions around the pillars is vital to reducing unemployment in the target regions. Previous comparable proposals that renovated city pillars north of the park have been touted as successful examples, and studies have shown that poverty is down and citizen satisfaction is up in the surrounding areas. I wonder what that actually means, though. Like, does that just mean that, like, people are getting chased out of where they lived by these? Some number of city council members representing uptown districts have voiced skepticism about these economic benefits, but none have argued against the architectural reality of the canopy's need for additional structural reinforcement. Which exactly of the city's older Atlas pillars will be targeted for this rejuvenation is yet to be disclosed, so they're only going to fix one of them. Past experience has shown that due to the nature of vertically integrated real estate, property values in the lower wards can either skyrocket or even drop into the negative based on which pillars are rejuvenated, and the city is wary of disrupting the real estate market in the lower wards with rampant outsider-funded speculation. Interesting. 4931A, renaming Atlas pillars to honor local community figures. I see. sponsored by Danford, Johnson, Sung-Ho, Wickham. Nicknamed the Pillars of the Community Project in the headlines, Prop 493 seeks to rename the Atlas Pillars around the city after local leaders and national figures. Oh boy! Replacing the current system where pillars are giving alphanumeric designations based on the streets they're built on top of. Few members of city council have spoken explicitly for or against the measure, but polls show general support among the citizenry, with some questions about how new names will be chosen. Atlas was originally an internal name for super infrastructure constructs, but leaked blueprints and contractor word of mouth spread the moniker, and it has become rooted itself in the culture in the years since, despite having what the mayor at the time reportedly described in private as an ominous ring to it. Well, the naming thing seems harmless. Depends on who they decide to, like, give the names to, right? Because that can also just be used as, like, propaganda for people as well. Commission on report on victims of acid snow. Sponsored by Hernandez Lang Mohammed. The acid snow incident sits prominently at the forefront of the public conscience following the Greyfall documentary that premiered earlier this year. Previously underreported on, while the industrial accident did not create snow and did not in fact add acid to the atmosphere, the film's eyewitness accounts of the scarring children received that early morning nearly 2 decades ago as they played in what they thought was unseasonable snowfall has spurred public outcry. If this proposition receives enough eyes at the ballot box, the city will commission a full investigation into victims of the incident, including assessment of damages for what could one day be a public fund for medical treatment. Critics of the proposition argue that after 20 years, few of the victims will still be residents of the city, assuming they can be found at all. Others point to the state lawsuit Gendu Chemicals settled 15 years ago as sufficient compensation for the victims, though as one of the conditions of that settlement, Gendu did not admit any fault or wrongdoing on the part of corporate leadership. Of course, awesome. Alright. Which one was it that he was talking about? It was 49 something. I don't remember if it was 2 or 3. Let me see the log. Backlog, there we go. It was 492. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Also, do we have... No, we don't have profiles. Okay. I was just wondering if I had got his profile since his name came up. How can you be this calm? A chance like this doesn't come around, well, ever. Frankly, I'm surprised they were willing to put up the funds it took to commission this thing. What do you think changed? Nothing ever changes in the lower wards. Is what I would say if I was feeling dramatic. Heartbreak made organized crime look like a bunch of cowards hiding under rocks. Is what I would say if I was feeling comedic. Don't joke about heartbreak before sending a woman off into the lower wards by herself. Cause you're such a delicate flower in need of protection. If you get the Morgan profile. Date of birth December 26th is coming up. It's coming up. What are you gonna get Morgan for her birthday, everybody? Occupation criminal, defense attorney. Likes power washers, lamb chops, and prime numbers. Dislikes lectures, felt, the violin. Interesting. I think we've seen that she plays blackjack, Texas Hold'em, CeeLo, Mahjong, and E-card before. I feel like that's come up. Favorite flower, the funny looking red ones. Lycris radiata. I'm not familiar. Hang on. I have to look this up now. Okay, everybody. Oh, I know these. Yeah. They've got the, it's the spider lily, if you're familiar. Hang on, let me put this on the screen for you all, so you all know what we're talking about. It's this. Huh, why does she like those one? And she likes her eggs fried and runny. How about you start feeling analytic and give me your real answer? Fine. In my humble opinion, the Rust made the first move. Demand for their products has gone up, so they set to work with their syringes and cleavers and vans. Mobile chop shops hunting for product to fill the supply gap. Supply gap? You can't spit without it landing on a Vitruvian clinic. How's got the biggest it's ever been? What mods aren't being printed to demand? We do know about mods, but it's body modification, cybernetic prosthetics, artificial implants, neural enhancements, etc. Been seen throughout history and across a wide range of cultures. The modern body mod movement is differentiated by a shift from intrinsic factors, expression or identity, to extrinsic motivators, job opportunities, technological benefits, improvement in physical or mental ability. Historically, mods have been classified based on which section of the user's spinal cord the interfacing occurs at. Thoracic, lumbar, or cervical, but the system does not account for mods which interact directly with the human brain. The increased prevalence of so-called above-the-neck modding in recent years has led to several corporations and medical organizations proposing their own new classification systems, but so far, none have gained much traction. Users also frequently search for, can you return mods? Can you undo mod surgery? Best reviewed neural implants 2086. Just to give you an idea of how people are feeling about the whole mod situation. It's replacement parts, not the mods at the Rust Harvest. Vitruvian, How, and all the others aren't interested in helping you fix a faulty pump. They just want to sell you a whole new model. The Rust might not always be pretty to look at, but even law-abiding citizens will gladly swallow their distaste for a discount that's steep. A lot of modders are veterans, not easy prey. Correct. Hence, the Rust stockpiling weapons, and in response, the blue bloods sensing escalation. But that's just my hypothesis. I ever get pulled into an alley and wake up missing a kidney, we'll call it a formal theory. Ah, yes, okay, I was wondering about the Rust. This one's new. It's a criminal organization. The domestic criminal organization known as the Rust is more accurately described as a loose collection of smaller gangs, sects, and racketeering operations that formed out of necessity rather than any particular shared value. Broad powers granted to the state and law enforcement to address civil unrest during the 60s meant that small to medium-sized criminal organizations could not survive on their own, as virtually all of their members could be detained indefinitely if one or more members was suspected of racketeering under new laws that classify gang activity as terrorism. Cripes. While the Rust has evolved since its chaotic initial formation, the spirit of it lives on in the highly diverse culture of the Rust component cells, or pods. Law enforcement officials disagree on whether the Rust meets the definition of a criminal organization. This game sure does it with world building. Yeah, it does. Many argue that the gangs that make it up are capable of operating completely independent of one another. Some hypothesize that the Rust serves merely as a shadow on the cave wall, intended to make smaller gangs' patterns of violence seem like well-organized planning. As it stands, the Rust is known for its black market operations in illegal and illicitly sourced mods, offering military-grade or foreign-produced mods to civilians. They are particularly known for regularly assaulting and ripping mods out of their victims for resale. Whoa, okay. Historically, the Rust has been associated with elevated levels of gang violence, earning themselves a fearsome reputation that has, fortunately, limited their ability to assimilate themselves onto other segments of society. Welcome, Yoshi Mallow. Thank you for watching 5 whole streams. However, in People vs. Harmonique systems, the state alleged that Harmonique had, on numerous occasions, employed the Rust as a kind of extra-legal mercenary force when pursuing aggressive market negotiations with their competitors. I would believe that, yeah. The case was ultimately settled out of court for an undisclosed penalty amount, but misinformation has persisted ever since, claiming that the Rust has endured despite its violent tendencies due to being sheltered from consequences by corporations who contract the Rust as deniable mercenaries. Interesting. It's a good thing none of this would ever happen in real life. Yeah, that's the sentiment that I always have when I read the world building in Of the Devil. It's a good thing that nothing like this ever happens in real life. It's a good thing that this is some kind of crazy fictional world that has no resemblance to anything happening today. It's not like we're talking about a weapon of mass destruction. What makes the Blues think they can win a gang war with it? Maybe they found the right soldier to wield it. The idea lingers in the air for a moment as I gaze out the window. Windows and neon and advertisements galore float up past us like bubbles of air as we make our descent down into our beautiful city's scenic lower wards. This game is so apolitical because it isn't about the real modern world. That's true. Yeah, exactly. How's this part go again? Through me, the way to the city of woe. Through me, the way to eternal dole. Through me, the way among the lost. From Dante's Inferno. Welcome to the underworld, Dante. Sometimes hot, sometimes misty, sometimes choking with poison. Always dark. That the official forecast? More accurate than whatever's on your phone. Between the skyscrapers, the generators, the turbines, and the canopy, every city block's got its own climate down here. 9 circles of fresh hell. If you get the reference, say something. Don't make me feel crazy for 5 minutes so you can feel smart for 5 seconds. Oh, Morgan. The smog of the lower wards lingers on your skin long after you make the climb back out. This place clings to you. Unwanted, cloying attachment. Yeah, Diamant's fun. There's an honesty to all human interaction down here that makes it trivial for me to navigate. And it's got a nightlife rife with opportunities for someone with my particular interests. Sorry I couldn't get you anything else to work with. It was short notice. I know better than to bet against you by now, Red. But still. It's sweet of you to worry. But this is a surefire thing. Spoken like a true addict. I mean it. I'm here for business, not pleasure. I don't plan on leaving anything to chance. Loading. I wonder if the Undercity is at all like the Midgar slums. I mean, the idea of like a city on top of a city is very like Midgar, right? I mean, did they also have that kind of thing going on in Blade Runner? I can't remember. It's been a while since I watched Blade Runner. So what was with all the Devil May Cry references? This is a bit. I have read Divine Comedy. Oh, good. Oh, it is taking a bit on the loading for me. What's up with that? Like, it always kind of, like, lingered a bit on loading before, but I feel like this is longer than it was in the previous version. Okay, it's fine. Avoid the populated streets. Turn away from brightly lit spots. Follow the trail of graffiti and broken cameras, past the food stands and steam vents, down the rabbit hole. It sounds more complicated than it actually is in practice. It's easy to end up on the wrong side of town as long as you're trying to. Reinhardt's map narrowed the search a lot more than I expected, but I'll be on my own from here on out. It's gotta be one of these 3 buildings, so let's go over what I know. I'm looking for a base of operations for a mid-tier kind of pod. Rougher than a storefront, not as fortified as a headquarters. A location that makes customers feel safe, not trapped. Of course, if I just start knocking on doors, they'll probably find me, with weapons drawn. So if I want to be smart about this, I better use all my senses. Okay. Let's see. I wonder if maybe I should, like, reboot my computer before next time. There's just a lot going on here. All this 3D shit. This looks really nice. This color palette here is so good. The soft blue lavenders, the red, some of the pinks in there. It's really nice. It's really, really good. I had to launch the game about 5 times to alleviate the long load times. Whoa, huh? It's kind of that's weird. Well, it's fine. We can live with it for now, anyways. A bit cleaner than the other buildings around here. Could be somebody spending money on upkeep. Maybe this one's just been torn down and rebuilt the least. There are a couple bodies lingering around outside it. They don't exactly have that organized criminal associate edge. Orca, comma, gang. Organized criminal associate is the label most widely used within law enforcement for individuals who are members of criminal organizations, supplanting terminology used during the first half of the 21st century in accordance with changes to the organization of, recruitment for, and internal culture within organized crime. Frequently abbreviated with some artistic liberty as orcs or the more common orcas, law enforcement professionals often use related nomenclature when discussing organized criminal activity in informal settings. For example, an orca may also be referred to as a killer whale, kale, or KW. A group of orcas may be called a pod, while a known gathering place may be labeled a den. I do not have such a thing. Why don't I have the Diamante profile? I want to know more about him. He's a new face. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. A lot of pods will pay civilians good money just to keep their eyes open. It's certainly dark. There's a camera up front, and it's not broken. Overall, it's probably just a mechanic garage that shuts down the power to save money at night. Okay. Let's give... I just noticed this says scope out and this is examine. That's funny. Give this one a look. Well, this place looks like shit. Looks more like a haunt, just dry enough for the users to pass out in than anything else. It's plenty inconspicuous, but a dealer at the level I'm looking for would be considered a made man, respectable. I doubt they'd be willing to have to step over trash constantly just to keep a low profile. The windows are all dark like no one's home, but they're all shut too, so it could be that they're just tinted. Alley's clear. Fire escape's still there for the most part. Could pass for an alternate exit if need be. And that door looks sturdy enough to bounce a bullet off. Someone's been renovating. Okay, might as well pull the trigger. Dingy, but not a shithole. Some secure features, but the paint's not too shiny. Goldilocks takes it. This is my best bet. Yeah. Why? Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Yeah? Whoa. What am I looking at? A child? Hey. Kid? Question mark? Great acting. You supposed to be the lookout? Red Hood. What'd you say? People come down here to be anonymous, the closest thing to it in the modern day. It's considered poor etiquette to stare at anyone for more than a moment. It's a faux pas to make an effort to remember someone. Commenting on another's dress isn't a slap to the face, but it is odd. Go away? The 3 question marks go away. At least they can take direction. Whatever, a lookout being around just confirms that I picked the right building. The eyes are kind of like, it's true. Time to try the door. What'll make him open up? Ooh. When she says call, does she mean, like, phone or, like, call out? Let me dip my save in here. I'm not gonna reload if I get it wrong, but I might as well save since I came to a choice anyways. Imagine it's call out. They're not gonna know that I have money from behind a door, so this doesn't make sense. If it was like call on the phone, I think that would make the most sense to me. But I mean, it could just be normal. It could just be normal to knock. I doubt it though. That feels too conspicuous. They probably don't want, they don't want noise. I feel like, By the way, this is also what happens when I play this game, is that I spend like at least 10 minutes hovering over like one inconsequential choice. I feel like, man, if it, looking forward to Fire Mountain, agonizing over it. Okay. I'm gonna go with call. I'm going to take the gamble that this is phone call. Like, she will take out her phone and call the number of the contact that she's looking for, and that will be their cue to open the door, because that makes the most sense to me. Okay, it wasn't. Awesome. I'm so smart. Hey, you open? Oh yeah, crumbs issues, you're right. That actually makes way more sense than what I was thinking. I guess knocking would be more discreet than that. Maybe not for me. No answer? Should I have tried knocking in a pattern? Shave and a haircut. No, that would be silly. Alright, it's money. I have money! Actually, I have a dark card. Yeah? I should have provoked a reaction. A grunt, footsteps, something. I place my hand against the door absentmindedly, ready to move to plan B, and I feel movement. Locks being checked, perhaps a doorknob palmed. Anxiety and curiosity pit against one another by an onlooking greed. How do you enter a closed room? First you try pushing. When that doesn't work, naturally you forget it. I'll find some other... No need for master keys or any other trickery. If you know what you're doing, doors will open for you. That's true, she needed a map to find the place, so she probably didn't actually have contact with them already. I'm stupid. It's okay. I understand. I was not being smart. It's okay. It's fine. Like magic. No evidence yet. Oh, it's fading in. Door's not the only thing that's been reinforced around here. This apartment building? Motel? Whatever it used to be. Someone's made a lot of effort to file it down. Hallways blocked off with chicken wire and stripped furniture, access panels ripped out, doors welded shut. They took a maze and ground it down into a one-way street. Or maybe a shooting gallery. Blaring musical accompaniment. Don't get any ideas. Got no vacancy. And here I thought I'd found my dream home, Mr. Call me Trey. Too bad, we're closed this month. So I got profile for this person, but not for Diamani? Date of birth April 2nd? What the? Huh? What? That's very close to mine. Strange. Sungmin Trey Trench. Freelancer. Likes vending machines, skate parks, and ice chips. Okay, I'm immediately getting a picture of this person. Dislikes rich kids, fried food, and cops. Of course. Loitering, 3 arrests, 0 convictions. Larceny, 2 arrests, 1 conviction. Truancy, no incidents on record. How nice. Wait, you're serious? You rent these out? Of course we do. This is a business. Right, and you, see a lot of demand? This is the lower wards, bitch. He sighs the word without emphasis, like a subconscious honorific. Sorry, I put emphasis on it. This is the lower wards, bitch. I'm not honored, but I can't find it in myself to be offended either. Tons of stray ducks will pay top for sight to lay low for a night or two. I can see why. This is the hallway. The rooms are clean. Sure. Look, the doors are heavy, the locks are all physical, and it's quiet. So this is a safe house for rent. Safe rooms for rent. But like I said, we're not open for business right now. Curious. Come on up the stairs already. No mask when we get up there. And curiouser. A good mask is like a good pair of boots in lower wards. Keeps you clean, keeps you moving, makes your journey a dozen times more comfortable. And if you leave the house barefoot, you can expect to bring back something unsavory attached to you. It's not odd for him to be barefaced, but demanding that I not wear mine is... Seriously, stuff it in your pocket, now. I do want to deflect. Man, I want to see how she deflects, but I feel like probably the smart thing to do is to agree, because probably otherwise Morgan can't even do what she's here to do, right? I can't believe this random punk is an anti-masker. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about too. It does feel like the smart thing to do is to agree. But I think the Morgan thing to do would be to deflect. So, what if I get a little silly with it and I deflect a bit? Forgot I was wearing it. Why so nervous though? We're not. I mean, I ain't nervous. Nothing to worry about then. Yeah, but you need to lose those gloves too. Really? The gloves? You want her fingerprints? What's going on? So that's their game? This isn't a power move, it's insurance. If this place ever gets busted, evidence of my visit will be all over the place. They're giving their customers extra incentive to make sure the shithole remains a hidden gem. A reasonable idea on their part, but it doesn't change my answer. That's not happening. Bitch! Whatever, have fun explaining to the boss why you can't follow basic instructions. That does sound fun. Watch it, you're a guest here. A guest? I'm a paying customer. And if you try to get me to remove any more articles of clothing, I'm leaving a scathing review. You haven't paid yet. Come on. Oh, I like that fade out. With Trey's, like, theme colors on it. Very nice. Right behind you. Maybe that was also just visible because, like, it's, like, 2 layers of image. And 1 layer was fading out, so you saw some of the lower layer. But, you know, it still looks good. It's cool. This game's so smart. That like triple refuse after deflecting, that was awesome. Boy, the loading really is taking a while. Here we go. Through here? Yeah, hey, I'll get the door. Alright. Huh? Howdy. Where the hell did you find her? Must have fallen out of the canopy with ripe as shit fruit. Cause she didn't fall out of the damn sky. That'd mean Trey opened the door for her. Right, Trey? Thanks, come on, Anchor Tanks Tan. He's a handyman. Wonderful. Likes parkour, spray paint, stainless steel. Dislikes beer cans, water stains, cops. Unsurprising. Are all of them gonna have cops in their dislikes? I feel like that goes without saying, right? Assault, 2 arrests, no charges pressed. Grand theft, 3 arrests, 2 convictions. Incarceration, 18 months. Juvenile correctional campus. So are these guys all teens? Yeah, I mean, it's like in everybody's dislikes. How hard is it to not open a goddamn door? Well, she has... Shut up. The others aren't fazed by his volume. This is normal. The big guy's always like this. But his outburst is giving me a moment to take in the scenic view. Brings a tear to the eye. You. Me? Who else? Hit that. A cigarette? It's laced with drugs. The Devilman reference? The Devilman reference? Oh, this? It's laced with drugs. Classic. Or don't. I'd love an excuse to kick your ass back down those stairs. They think I'm a cop? They think I'm a cop and cops can't use drugs when undercover? I could quote them the exact law that invalidates this legal defense, but I gather that wouldn't assuage their concerns. Well, what's it gonna be? There's a lot of choices at the beginning of this one. Is Morgan cool? No, she isn't. like straight up, she's not. But I don't know. I think the smart thing to do at this point would be accept, right? Don't mind if I do. I love free shit. Hey! Damn, bitch, breathe! But you offered. Trey, who the hell is this red bitch? You trying to drink us? She's a customer. I know she's a customer. We get customers every other day of the goddamn year. She doesn't know how to smoke. She smokes like regular cigarettes. Why'd you have to bring her in here tonight? There we go. This is it. I found the place. Well, Creek, she's got... Look at me! Don't talk to Creek, talk to me! She's got a dark card. I ran the cereal downstairs. Skinner got hot like a hand warmer trying to crunch it, so... It's legit, right? Dark card, huh? Alright, who's this guy? Lakers Creek Kristoff. His name is Lakers? Oh, pronouns any. How nice. Occupation entrepreneur. Likes making money, making friends. Dislikes doctors. Interesting. No cops in the dislikes. Interesting. This person is bodies of water. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Water of water. Character from Frozen. Yeah. Grand theft. Case dismissed due to lack of evidence. Extortion. Case dismissed due to witness recanting. Very interesting. Very interesting. The lake becomes the creek, becomes frozen. Yeah, maybe. Dark card, huh? I nod. Hard not to start playing a little more conservatively once you know the stakes. But are the specifics of their leadership structure? They're all looking for this creek right now. But I don't know his rhythm yet, so I can't exactly match it. For the moment, silence is golden. Yeah, but tonight, Creek, with all the other shit we're expected to shovel. Hey, you shouldn't make talk like that in front of the customer. Customer, you'd think the word was old toothpaste the way you spat it out. Translation, outsider. Thanks, yeah, Miller, I know. Heaven Smile is like from Killer 7? Okay. Awesome. Yeah, they're pretty funny so far. Heaven Smiles. I can't believe it. They're piling the references on. They do that. Tradesman likes horror films, bubblegum, terrariums, dislikes bookies, gin, cops, of course. How is your nickname so mundane compared to your real name? Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Like, were they actually named after the Lakers? Vandalisms, 4 arrests, 4 convictions. Extortion, 2 arrests, 0 convictions. Littering, no incidents on records. Oh, they don't litter. That's so nice. All the more reason we should tell this bitch to get slagged. Look, she's here now, so why not take her money? You know what? I got a better idea. Applied directly to the forehead. A fucking head-on reference? Is that a fucking head-on reference? They're piling this shit on this time. They're fucking going for it. The loud one. Tanks is pressing a barrel directly into my forehead. Why not take her for all she's got? The metal feels cool on my skin. Reminds me of a stethoscope. Breathe in. And try not to sigh at the theatrics. Instead, I make eye contact with Creek. Hey now. You can put that away. He reholstered his firearm without so much as a click of the tongue. Mid-tiers, like I thought. They got something approaching discipline. Mind the safety. Get screwed! So, we good? We're good. We are good, right, Creek? Threading a thin needle, lady. A lot of moving parts beneath the surface here. Give me a minute to clear my schedule for you. Make yourself at home in the meantime. Just don't hover, yeah? Of course. You won't even notice I'm here. Alright, what do we got? Oh, this is like a much wider set than we've had previously. Hester. Check. Talk. Remark. Observe. Let's start from here. You doing inventory over here? Ouch. Must have caught you on the worst night of the quarter. Quarter? This ain't a Meg operation, lady. We take our inventory daily. If you don't know, Meg is derogatory and hateful slang for mega corporations or their employees. Tired of having to read anti-industrial sentiment on the net? Check out our auto-censor tools that replace harmful words like Meg with family-friendly alternatives like job creator or patriot. We've read all that before. Torture? You gonna suggest we put it all down on a spreadsheet? Get everyone to sign off every hour? Yeah, the idea that it was originally short for Megan is very funny. I like that, like, none of the suggestions they give for where the term Meg came from are mega corporation. Yeah, that's a special name for anything with more than one signature on it. A cricket case. Crico. Combating Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Criminal Organizations Act. The Combating Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Criminal Organizations Act provides for increased law enforcement powers and impunity when investigating and prosecuting organized criminal charges. The CRICO Act allows for prosecutors to link multiple individual charges of racketeering, contraband, smuggling, or other smaller infractions into criminal conspiracy charges against the entirety of a criminal organization. I see, okay. They were kind of talking about this in some of the previous stuff related to this. Though much of the law is built off of previous legislature designed to assist prosecutors in fighting organized crime, the CRICO Act is distinct in that it makes clear the distinction between criminal organizations and corporations that may be operating in violation of the law, considered necessary to adapt to the changes in the drug trafficking, gambling, and sex work industries. I see. So this law exists to not have mega corporations be considered racketeering organizations and gangs. That's awesome. Before the CRICO Act, prosecutors would at times seek to designate corporations engaging in aggressive market or cartel-like behavior as criminal organizations, arguing that their structure does not significantly differ from what might be called a mafia. Okay, yeah, exactly what I was just saying. Post-CRICO, corporations with legal business charters registered with the state are effectively immune to criminal conspiracy charges and are instead prosecuted through the trade courts. Some of the more liberal-leaning members of the judicial system, oh, the liberals, huh? Have argued that this emboldens certain aggressive corporate behaviors and complicates attempts to prosecute criminal organizations who make some amount of their profits through legally registered and operating businesses. Others point to the relatively higher penalties in trade courts as sufficient deterrent for criminal activity on the behalf of either corporate or mafia parties. In criminal courts, sentences for individuals can be as severe as life in prison, but in trade courts, guilty verdicts can result in entire companies being deregistered and all of their assets being acquired by the state. Yeah, that's... Yeah, so... absent from that is, any kind of sentencing for individuals, though. Interesting. Users also frequently search for how to avoid CRICO charges easy 2086. Prisoner's dilemma explained. Is it illegal to gather with people? This one, you've seen the post from somebody that's like really high. Who is like, is it like illegal to be in a group? I just worry. Yeah. Classic post. He's corrupting the CRICO acronym a lot, but his risk assessment isn't misguided. Paperwork brings down more criminal organizations than guns ever will. Give a half-decent accountant one thread to pull on and they can rip apart the mafia in less than a business day. Hey, what did Creek say? Don't hover. It's only hovering if I'm bothering you. Am I bothering you? If you were bothering me, you'd know it. How fun. Remark. Did I interrupt a game? What's your poison? 5 card? Full blind? Monaco rules? Are those games? We just screw around with whatever we got to kill time, lady. You know your stuff. You ever play around here? Now and then. The hell? You go slumming for card games? Now and then. Have I seen it again before? Maybe up by the 30s? I don't know why, but like, the more I look at Creek, the more I'm like, I want to give you a southern accent. I really don't know why, but like, I feel like the voice is going to travel in that direction. Sorry, must have been some other redhead. Damn, thought I'd finally gotten my second chance at getting that beauty's contacts. You practice that one a lot? Practice it a little. How's it working? Keep practicing. They've got Alabama fuckboy energy. I don't know about Alabama specifically, but yeah, I think those are the vibes I'm getting, maybe. You good, buddy? Looking a little sweaty. Oh, well, that's just because I was exercising before you showed up. Uh-huh. Bitch, you don't believe me? How do you think we defend what's ours down here? I assume the gun I was acquainted with just now played a role. Think we could afford to break the bank on bullets? It's easy to buy a gun. Pulling the triggers, also easy. Like kissing it goodbye. It'll rat you out first chance it gets. An aversion to firearms would explain the relatively low fatalities for gang-related violence. The big names can afford to buy a new gun every week, but for everyone beneath them, it comes down to crowbars, clubs, knives, and mods. Well, I'm sure you all do very well in your fistfights. Fistfight is juvie. Sounds like recess shit. Sorry. Fisticuffs? Laugh it up. The first time you hear the sound a steel arm makes caving a skull in, you'll get exactly how we operate. Right, sorry. The door's nearly as sturdy as the one out front, but a lot more slapped together. What was it originally? That a walk-in freezer or something? What? No, we had an agreement about hovering, yeah. Yeah. It's barred from this side. I see. So Creek does not want Morgan to know anything about the store. Understand. Understand? Understand? I understand. She really loves making herself underestimated, yeah? What? Nothing. You're just kind of glaring at me. It's my job to glare at suspect bitches like you. Tanks is just superstitious. Though I wouldn't call it a superstition until it stops keeping you alive. I'm not! Did I pass a black cat on my way in or something? It's your clothes. Again? Didn't know your fine establishment had a dress code. It's not a code, it's just bad goddamn luck to wear red. Bad luck to see red, man. Same thing. Nah, you see the red hood, then you fear for your life. Cosplaying as her is weird, but it won't doom ya. Great, it'll only doom us. I don't think I've heard this particular ghost story, boys. Really? You were blending in so well. The Red Rider Hood? The Shinigami? Grim Reaper of the lower wards? Spot her on a misty night, end up dead by morning light. Come on, Creek, don't start that shit when you don't even believe it. Don't have to believe it to have heard the rhyme. You've never heard of the Red Rider Hood? The little girl in the fog in a big red raincoat? Misted in the crossfire of a shootout between pigs and robbers, wanders the ward seeking revenge? I guess that would explain why that strange little kid with the eye coat had something to say about the Red Hood. I think you can guess what mist means, slang-wise. No, never. Thought even uptowners knew this stuff. You to tell me you've never heard of the cyberpunk or the little lord next? Now, we do know what the cyberpunk is. We do know about cyberpunks. The mythologized countercultural icon or way of being. The so-called singular cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name, a wanderer with their own rule of law. Yeah, everybody out there is trying to be the cyberpunk now. Get ready with me, cyberpunk. The 99 Man explained, and are co-ops illegal? But Little Lord, I'm not familiar with. I don't know what that is. Guess I don't have a good ear for this kind of thing. Maybe you're just not as smart as you think you are. This is the grown man sweating because of a ghost story. How about I take extra care not to walk under any ladders for the rest of the night and we call it even? Walk under any... Where would you even find it? Oh, did you mean step ladder? Holy shit, it came up again. Now who's afraid? You look pale as spit. Because for some reason I just got the horrible feeling that I lost a bet. Hey, you didn't lose the bet if Sarah never finds out. If you don't tell Sarah that somebody said something about stepladders, then you don't lose the bet. Hi Sheriff, how you doing? It came up again. I now believe that it will come up in every single episode. All right, come here, pull up a chair. Let me ask you something before we get started. What was your first job? Waitress. Waitress. You remember this feeling? 9 p.m. Diners filter out. Doors close at 10. Y'all start turning off the grills. Okay, well, they just said y'all, so, like, yeah, the southern accent is correct. Taking out the trash, settling down. And then some mouth breather comes in at 9:40 with big blank eyes, expecting you to find him a table. Yeah. Yeah, asshole behavior. Not breaking any rules, can't arrest him, can't shoot the guy, even if you wanted to. So, related note, you're here to buy, a paying customer. Happy to have you here. Just read the room, okay? Sure. And no haggling. Now what are you here for? Well, can't be honest about that. Time to build a story. This Creek seems less high-strung than the others. He must have a few years and a couple promotions under his belt. He might be on the 3rd floor at the moment, but in spirit, he's still on the street, earning. Everyone above him is in more managerial positions. He's in between crowds, isolated. And they seemed entertained by my poke at the big guy. Putting that all together, I'm not actually here for myself. Truth is, I can't hear anything over the goddamn screen. I grab the remote sitting on the edge of the desk and turn off the screen. That's better. The hell you do that for? It was too loud. If you like it loud, screws with bugs and wires and cops. Are you a cop? Keeping it at that volume could damage your ears. You'd end up yelling all the time. Relax, Tanks. Cut her some slack. She smoked enough of your shitty roll to... I was gonna say fall over, but you seem... sober, me? You got chrome lungs or something? I've just always had a very high tolerance for that kind of thrill. You can do a bunch of drugs and not even enjoy it? Shit, you must have been popular in school. Not exactly. But clearly I'm not invincible. I'd never talk about myself if I wasn't the least a little stoned. My bad. We usually pride ourselves on not giving a shit who our customers are. Thanks for making me the exception. Now, like I was saying, I'm actually here for someone else. My boss, to tell you the truth. That sucks. Does your regional manager want a made-to-order heart attack at his retirement party or something? You're not that far off. His son's turning 18 and he wants a party. An organic party. How's that supposed to mean? Hell if I know. But a coworker let slip that I smoked a few times in college. So a boss goes and hands me his dark card, slaps me on the rear and sends me down here. Told me to get everything his son needs for the best graduation ever. That's rough. Pretty lady like yourself shouldn't be stuck running errands at this hour. Not in this part of the city. It's not safe. Speaking of which, Miller. Stand up, raise your hands. I oblige, but the lanky one keeps staring at me oddly, looking me up and down. It's not complimentary. He's searching for something. See, normally I would never be this poor a host to such a nice customer, but boss is right. Yeah. Might have been real micromanaging lately. It's kind of becoming a problem. Interesting. So, we're taking a little more care around new faces. Tucked inside her jacket, around the left pocket. His eyes aren't modded. Did I give it away with my body language? Something you want to share with the class? Forgot I had that, maybe? Yes, I have a knife on me. Should I have declared that on my papers? Would have been the polite thing to do, yeah. Sorry for the poor manners, but a pretty lady like me, this part of town, guess I was just being careful around new faces. Alright. You're letting her keep it? I got you here to protect us. I have to wonder, though. Why'd a high-power corporate mover shaker come in person? Why come to us? Why not go across the skywalk to... Oh, sorry, wrong voice. Why not go across the skywalk over to the nearest Sicario dispensary? Cagey tonight, aren't we, boys? The hell are they so suspicious for? And who are the Icaria? Name sounds vaguely familiar, but... Well, I can read between the lines. They're the competition. So if these blue bloods are being this cautious around a paying customer, I can shame them over it. Is that just the name of their gang, or... Yeah, Blue Blood Mafia, international criminal organization known for extorting corporations through shipping ports. The international criminal organization, most commonly known as the Blue Bloods, originated in the early 21st century as an offshoot of Eastern Hemisphere triads that subsumed various dockworkers' unions. Loosening international corporate regulations and decreasing job opportunities at the time made it difficult for traditional unions to gather and maintain bargaining power. Simultaneously, many triads struggled as increasing nationalism around the globe combined with improvements in border security made the profit margins for smuggling smaller and smaller even as demand for foreign goods went increasingly unmet. I see. Increasing nationalism around the globe, huh? Yeah. Historians and criminologists debate on the exact origin of the Blue Bloods, and even among ex-members, there remains debate about which side approached which, or when the Blue Bloods became a distinct identity. What is agreed upon is that by the mid-21st century, the Blue Bloods were a significant presence in every major trade port around the world, smuggling goods across borders and extorting multinational corporations by threatening to withhold or destroy merchandise as they entered the country. Domestically, the Blue Bloods seem to have been given serious consideration towards legitimizing their activities for a time, acquiring legal charters of business for many of their shipping and security operations during the 2050s. This same time period also saw a cooling of hostilities between the Blue Bloods and many of their rivals, with gang-related violence dropping precipitously. Civil disruptions and suspected changes in leadership during the 60s, however, reversed this trend. While the Blue Bloods remain a major player on the global criminal trafficking market, their status of criminal concern was officially downgraded to moderate by the state during the 2070s. Most criminologists agree that their national presence is now relatively weak and has remained so for long enough that the organization's broader global leadership is likely uninterested in expending the resources it would take to change the status quo. Okay. So... they're all about controlling shipping ports and everything, controlling the supply that comes in internationally. That makes sense. They're like the Mad Angels, except international. I mean, sure. Everyone knows the Ikari have taken the lion's share of the city. I just didn't realize they had a monopoly, too. Hey, get it straight. The Ikaria won't be on top anymore once we... Never mind. Can we not do business? No one said that. So, what'll it be? Well, I don't want any of these kids choking on their own foam. Even if it'd be funny to watch. I figured I'd just buy a bunch of downers and maybe a handful of uppers. Left half of them get high off the atmosphere. Downers, huh? We got the new titration of lime. Lasts for hours. They can stir it into their watered down beers. Wait, new titration? No one's gonna shit themselves, are they? No. Not until the morning, at least. Alright, well, I can live with that. What do you got on the other end? Got plenty as long as they don't mind hippos. Hypodermics? I feel like these baby shark types would get nervous around needles. You got anything they can inhale? Well, got a lot of nerve. Fast bump, high plateau, smooth ride down. Our bestseller. Yeah, the cover story is really funny. I really like it. Sounds great. Unfortunately, it's in high demand, so... This one did come up during the previous episode. Though I don't think we've had a full description on this. Yeah, I'm really legit. I'm buying it for teenagers. Hey, she's buying it for 18-year-olds. That's adults. Metahexphenolol. Metahexphenolol? Is that even remotely right? Is an illegal stimulant sold in black markets as a recreational drug under the street name Nirvana, sometimes shortened to Nerve. When taken as an inhalant, it is a euphoriant with mild hallucinogenic properties. In recent months, its growing popularity has led to many to suspect that the drug is being assessed for legalization by the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight. The process of considering a drug for legalization is kept strictly confidential in order to prevent rampant speculation in the pharmaceutical market. However, increases in the sales of the precursor chemicals for making metahexphenolol seem to indicate that producers are anticipating its legalization nonetheless. Interesting. The relative obscurity of said precursor chemicals has made the uptake particularly noticeable, and supply has not been able to keep up with this elevated demand. Interesting, okay. Possession, production of, use of, or trafficking in metahexphenolol is a crime. Even when a drug is legalized, previous violations of narcotics law are not granted amnesty. Of course they're not. I get that he's selling me drugs, but does he really have to sell me drugs? Hey, it's not my card anyway. Charge it. Gladly. Typing away his tablet like this, it almost looks white collar. Checks out, right? The cereal's legit, so... Yeah, man. You already said that. It's encrypted, Trey. It's not meant to be a one-tap purchase. Dark card. The gold standard of untraceable fund transfer among the criminal and financial elite. Your average citizen wouldn't recognize it as anything special. It looks like any other credit or debit card. Only reason I recognized it is because they got flashed all the time back at my apprenticeship. Mostly for drawing lines, but sometimes for purchasing. Hard to convert the funds back into cash, but if you want to buy or sell on the black market, you couldn't ask for better. Yeah, basically what I assumed it was. So what the hell is going on? I'm dangling some very enticing bait here. An amenable mark, spending money that's not her own, they should be salivating over me. Instead they're practically x-raying me. Why? Interesting decor. Oh, cool sword. Well, kind of a short sword, if anything, I guess. finally, someone notices. It's nice, right? It's called cherry wood. Redid the paint myself with the finish I had imported. It is a nice piece of furniture, Creek, but I was referring to your paperweight. Oh, yeah, that. You like it? I do like it. Sure. It has a certain rustic simplicity, but it's not exactly gleaming. Have you considered giving it a polish? That'd be a crime. Oh? Polishing off the battle scars from a hard-worn prize. Prize? It's not yours? Something I picked up on the job. A masculine voice, muffled, possibly gagged. It would have been pretty funny to say no, yeah, after pointing it out. And stifled, as if pained. Seems like I'm not their only guest tonight. Really wish you'd left the music on, lady. Sorry, you say something? I completely spaced out just now. Didn't hear a word you said. Okay. That's okay. I didn't say anything. Guess you aren't so stupid you can't even mind your own business. Speaking of my business, how are we looking? Card's still processing. Sorry about that. Guess it takes time to snake a wire through enough pinholes that even the almighty state can't track it. Takes power too, apparently. Battery's plummeting. Ugh, dark card. Almost more trouble than it's worth. Definitely didn't do its previous owner any good. Before I palmed it off his corpse, of course. That's what I was expecting when it was like revealed that it wasn't really hers. Your boss must be a careful guy, delegating you to come down here with this. Yeah, maybe. Not very smart, though. He has no idea what any of this shit costs. Ah. If I treat myself after I finish here, it's not like he'd even ever know the difference. Get on, you ripping off the bastard. A woman after my own heart. There it is. Now I just need 2 thumbs and a password for verification. We're golden. There a problem? Yeah, is there a problem? No, no problem. Sorry, it's just something I heard. And, what's that? That the Blue Bloods have gotten something special in recently. Can't trust everything you hear out there, or read, or see. No, of course not. But is it true? A no mask? A no mask? Like the man said, you gotta be careful what stories you listen to. Come on, what could it even cost? A couple thousand? I wouldn't know. I'm no art appraiser. But I do know that it's rare. Fun fact, no means talent. But I don't think that translation does it justice. Less than a dozen people on the planet who can make them. What's so special about it? I mean, them, if they exist, which they, don't. If you want a mask, you've already got one on your chin, lady. State puts up cameras, we put on masks. State adds layered scans, we wear helmets. High-tech climbs higher, low-tech punches lower. Back and forth up the escalators. But a no mask got tech that can't be answered. Scissors sharp enough to cut rock. Anti-facial recognition fractalized active defense. Any camera, scanner, or ad that looks at that mask, they'll see a face. Interesting. We know about ads. These are automated dependents. They are androids that exist in this universe, and they are completely separate and distinct from the extremely illegal artificial intelligences. Within a face, within a face, within a face, until fatal error. Forget hiding from cameras, searching for blind spots. With a no mask, you could just walk down the busiest street in the city. So is this... It's gotta be, like... What they're describing, they're using the term for something else, right? I know what no masks look like. It's not like a fractalized face. Translated literally as ability. I like that it's a different translation from what Creek said. It's a world-renowned form of Japanese dance theater with traditions and codified performances dating back to the 14th century, strictly regulated by the Iamoto system, in which a single heir inherits all authority, mastery, and secret techniques of their predecessor. No strict adherence to tradition and seniority have made it difficult for the practice to spread and flourish during the 21st century. Performers wear archetypal costumes and masks and must convey emotion through precise movement. Their masks are masterfully crafted, such that a single static mask can convey sorrow, fury, joy, or terror merely by angling the head differently. And brick every camera in half a kilometer. You know your stuff. Buyer beware. But if this mask could do half of what you think it could, anyone who got their hands on it wouldn't part with it easily. So how much? More than you can afford, that's for sure. I don't know about that. I've got pretty nice stock options. Maybe you do have the money. That's not the issue. I can't sell it. It's already been spoken for. End of discussion. Well, sure, you can't sell something that's been spoken for, but things get misplaced all the time. Delivery carriers showing up at the wrong address, missing packages ending up in the back of storage facilities, merchandise falling off the back of the proverbial truck. You weren't sent here on some errand. Shit. What is it? Take a long look, boys, because you may never get another chance. We're breathing the same air as a genuine consultant. Of course! Ooh, he thinks she's a consultant. She's some kind of mega spy? And if I was, I couldn't exactly come out and say, now could I? Oh shit! Is it really this easy? Yeah, that's real smart talk. Now give me one reason I shouldn't paint your brains under the wall. Because I still haven't paid for my purchase. Definitely got the nerves of a consultant. They teach you that in some fancy uptown corpo school? Or is it something you were born with? Something I was born with? Probably. But believe it or not, I'm glad we're having this conversation. Honesty always speeds up the negotiation. So in the spirit of cooperation, why don't you start being honest too? How's that? You don't want my money, traceable or otherwise. Only reason you'd entertain a customer while in the middle of whatever bottleneck you're keeping behind that door is because I have something rare that you desperately need. Don't assume desperation or need. How about want? You want the dark card account itself, not whatever shitcoin currency it holds. And why's that? To steal from your bosses. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. They're the ones stealing from us. Yes, I'm sure you have very legitimate grounds for a wage theft suit, but I don't care. Whether it's for running away, skimming off the top, or just as insurance, you want a wallet they don't have eyes on. And since your tall friend hasn't misted me yet, it seems like you're willing to barter for it. So... The card for the mask. Not even close. The card, plus 2/4 worth of my salary. That's nearly... Nah, sister. You don't have the cash for this purchase. And it ain't the kind of thing you can get a loan from the bank for. I don't like it, but... Not cash, then. Might as well try it. What about information instead? I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but it would have to be one hell of a piece of intel. I could give you heartbreak. Very interesting. I kind of knew heartbreak had to come up here somehow. What did she say? Funny. That is funny. Heartbreak, the most famous anarcho-terrorist in the country, at some Meg's beck and call. Upgraded to anarcho-terrorist now? Ugh. Lots of people were laughing very hard, having shorted the right stocks before each of his kills. Hold up, seriously? No? Why do people buy this conspiracy shit so easily? I don't get the joke. Why do we want heartbreak? To learn from him? Make an example of him? Hire him? The Blue Bloods have been fighting the Rust, the Icaria, the State, and everyone who wants a peace for decades. Yet heartbreak's gotten more notoriety than all of you combined in only a few months. There's really nothing you'd want to say to him, nothing you'd want to ask him, if he was sitting right in front of you. Wow, she just went for it, huh? How'd that be now? The following scene contains loud noises, flashes of light, depictions of violence and gore. Hell of a bluff, I'll give you that. Thought it was worth a try. Sorry, just procrastinating having to go back to my superiors empty-handed. Nah, it was good. Good effort. I mean, I'm still interested in the dark card, it's just... that mask is a death sentence, crafted specifically for one very special customer. I'm just the one given the honor of hanging on to it until... Sounds like you've got your own office politics to worry about. Getting pulled in every direction. I know the feeling. Well, that was a bunch of drama for nothing. She gonna buy or what, Creek? Oh, I'm still buying. Not for some kid's party, obviously. Plan is, we're gonna spike the competition at this meet and greet, then make the customer think they're drooling idiots. The mask is always a long shot. I was just personally curious. Curiosity can get you in trouble down here at the bottom of the world. Don't worry. I like to think I know a thing or two about discretion. I can see that. Let's wrap this up then. Your password and your thumbs, please. Sure. I'll just take off my gloves here. Oh yeah. I make a snap with my right hand as my left extends toward the desk. Viewer discretion advised. Real quick, before I forget. You have a bag for all this? The hell? Oh, I need to distract him for a second. This little smile she's got? Holy shit. Less than one heartbeat. I did tell him to mind the safety. The big one made a small noise as he looked down to see that his own gun had blown off a fist-sized chunk out of his torso. Holy shit! He jumped up fast. I was expecting to blow his head off. From behind a motion, a shape charging towards me. Spinning left, I draw my knife, exhale, lower my shoulders. There. A loudly broadcast haymaker swinging from his right. Bad instinct. They must have gotten used to the sparklers making people flinch. I step in, and his bicep smacks dully into my shoulder as I place my knife directly into his carotid. He's gripping that knife with all the strength he has left. Wait, is he really gonna try to pull it? Someone's been stabbed! What to do? When applying first aid to a puncture wound, removing the foreign object is not recommended, as this can greatly increase the rate of blood loss. Another bad instinct. Oxygen cut off to the brain. Already losing vision. Right. And dropped with all the grace of a garbage bag hitting the bottom of the dumpster. So that just leaves... Hasn't moved a muscle. Newest member, weakest in pack. Personally, I wouldn't have given the new guy guard duty, but hindsight's 2020. The gun's double-barreled, 2 shots, spent. And Miller still has my knife in a literal death grip. I'll have to improvise for this last one. The fucking sword. What the hell? Why not? Oh shit! Though, come to think of it, how do you use this thing? Aim for the bleachers, I guess. Oh fuck! Of the devil! His due! Episode 2. I love it when she said it's Morgan time and she morged all over the place! Yeah! God! Awesome sequence! Women rule! I love women so much! God! They have been...
Stay tuned!
Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting us up to evil women. They have been putting these they have been putting these characters all over the like trailers and marketing material and shit. I did not actually expect that Morgan would kill them instantly. That is such a good fake out. That fucking rules. Oh my god. That was fun. That was cool. That was great. Barely got 3 centimeters into his neck. Must have hit a vertebrae and stopped dead. Still got the job done after a few whacks, but... well, it was my first time with a sword. And I've never been very good at anything the first time. I've always needed lots of practice. Okay, the music should have deadened the sound of the gunfire, and that gun was heavily modified. If it somehow still has its tags, it can't possibly be functioning properly. So I got a window of opportunity. First things first, gloves back on. Shit! Wow, someone's lively. You... who the hell? Some kind of mod keeping him alive? A cruelty under his circumstances. I could hear that slug tear his intestines apart. The pain alone should have knocked him out cold. Yet his fingers are limp, his eyes sharp. Paralyzed. There are rules! I thought! Blood's pooling fast. You've got 4 minutes. 4 minutes for what? Everything. You're no mega assassin. You're too talkative. Who sent you, Fox? Gray Lady? Oh, that red sheep. You the rust-newest rabid dog? Caribou? It's cute how you all give each other nicknames. You're civilian? Where's the mask? Go to hell! You just looked right at the desk drawer. I thought you said you played poker. Need your keys. Civilian thief? Theft is victimless. It's robbery when violence is involved. So you're just out of your goddamn mind! I'm the last person you'll ever talk to, Creek. Your choice, but do you really want to be rude? You seem like you can take it. The key clicks into the small safe and I pull upon the door to reveal... paperwork. Page after page of spreadsheets and diagrams and text, all printed in red. Is this important? So considerate. Nah, just throw it anywhere. Okay. I was joking! 3 minutes now. Sarcasm will cost you time you don't have. There it is, the gleaming darkness at the back of the safe. So that's it. You, all this, all of us. For that? Just for that? I get asked that question a lot. Very cool. Would you feel better if I had killed you for a different reason? If I had a good reason for blowing a hole in your stomach, would it have hurt any less? You still got more than 2 minutes. Plenty of time. I could spin up whatever fairy tale you'd like to put you to bed. I bring the mask to my face, and for a brief moment the surface seems to writhe. Is it trying to adjust itself to me? Suppose it makes sense you wanting a mask so bad. If I was as hideous as you on the inside, I wouldn't want to go barefaced either. Hit a nerve? Must be the worst kind of feeling. Being seen. Seen by someone you can't even hurt anymore. Well, I see you, heartbreak. Yeah, big bad, faceless heartbreak. I'm just a dumbass punk. Even I can... Don't flatter yourself. It's not that you're particularly perceptive. I just don't have anything to hide when a corpse is talking. First honest thing you've said. So what gives, HBK? You're clearly not an idealist. All the terrorism, rebellion theories out the window. You go around killing cause your daddy smack you around. Your mommy not hug you enough. My father never laid a hand on me. My mother hugged me. A sufficient amount. So what the hell is your excuse? I don't make excuses. Then what the hell is wrong with you? Less than a minute now. I could spend that time making up a diagnosis if you'd like. Or would you prefer I just come over there and squeeze? How many? Another question straight out of the greatest hits. How can I put this? How many times have you eaten bread? God, the fucking Dio reference. They have to go JoJo again. Never gonna gluten thing, bitch! Whatever. Point is, I am not a collector. This is not my hobby. I do not keep count. There is no code. I do what I want as often as I want to. Do what thou wilt, hold the law, is that it? Don't know what you're referencing, but from where you're sitting, do I really look like the law-abiding type? I bring the mask down to my face and feel it briefly writhe. Forget it. At least I know you deserve what's coming. I've heard a lot of empty threats in people's last moments creak. They're never that memorable. I told you that mask was a death sentence. It was spoken for. They called in a huntsman from overseas. Home turf. Huntsman can become anyone. Go where? Go anywhere. Kill anything. Supposed to come over and slaughter the rust. That mask is part of his payment. He'll be looking for it. Possession is 9/10 of the law. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Finders keepers. Forget it. I don't need to scare you. Huntsman, hunter, too much meaning lost. Always thought better translation was pelt taker. He'll find you, flay you alive, wear your skin, and then go murder everyone you've ever loved. She laughs. What a face. Should've taken you up on dipping out early. Anything beat dying staring at a face like that. So, a huntsman coming to get me. Nah, the dead and the dying make for strong bluffers, and I've seen more than a few of them try their hand at improv. Time to move. I need to scut things up a bit more, make this look like more like an orca shootout than, well, a visit from me. All right, let's see, get it back, cover tracks. Anything else around here? Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law, love under will. Chant they do in the Ordo Templi Orientis. Interesting. I'm not familiar. Weapons are inherently disposable. I can kill with anything. So I'd never bother to retrieve one from a dead man's grip. But I might have need for a knife again shortly. So I'll be taking this back, Miller. I had to pry. Why is it that the dead are always grasping? Modern ritual magic occult group. Huh. Cover tracks. The sword was not worth the effort. Lesson learned, but now I have to remove it for the next part. His eyes. Can't tell the model from the outside, but I can make a strong, educated guess at the price range. If they back up any data, it can't be more often than once an hour. It'll be 10 o'clock soon. I'm gonna need something with some heft to it. Skull. See no evil. Well, the bat's definitely spent, but his eyes are no longer a problem. The sword is fine where it is. Not gonna tempt fate and risk nicking myself with it. Until the burning issue's addressed, and to take care of the chores. I had to remove my gloves to convince them I could use the dark card. That means I handle the murder weapons with my bare hands. Obviously I'll need to wipe my prints off this gun and my knife, but I put my gloves on before opening Creek's safe and cracking Trey's skull. So what does that leave? Remember everything more? Holy shit! Oh, fuck. Okay. Better try. The police don't miss fingerprint. If you're sure you've got everything, you're good to move on. Right? Oh shit, focus, no mistakes. I am saving on this one. Okay. Ooh, it's the sword. Return keys. Anything else? The remote. Did she have her gloves off when she did that? I mean, okay, so like, am I gonna get penalized in some way for checking stuff that she doesn't have her prints on? I'll check the remote. Do I want an answer? Probably not, actually. This is the remote I use to distract the big guy. I need to wipe my prints off of it, of course, but should I turn the music back off? No, it was playing when I first walked in. Best to preserve continuity. Besides, what was it he said? We like it loud, screws with bugs. He was right about that much. A little smoke screen never hurts. Okay. The sword should also have prints on it. This sword. I gripped the handle with both hands when I brought it down on his neck. Thinking back, I dragged the tip across the floor, didn't I? He sure did. Shit, probably got Miller's blood on it. That's sloppy. And stupid. Why the hell did I... No, forget it. There's nothing I can do about it anyway. Fingerprints can be wiped, but there's no cleaning agent on Earth that can hide blood from a modern forensics team. And I'm not looking to do an encore performance of my reaction to those goddamn fickle bobbies. Yeah. Anything else? Cigarette. She had her gloves on when she would have interacted with that. I'm gonna click on it anyways and see. That cigarette was in my mouth. Oh, right, yeah. DNA evidence from her mouth, of course. Prints can be removed with the swipe of a sleeve, but saliva's no choice. I'll take it with me and dispose of it somewhere far away. Yeah, you have to eat it now? Or smoke it down to nothing if I'm feeling masochistic. Tastes like microwave sand sprinkled with aluminum and artificial sweetener. Cigarettes do scattered particulates. If forensic finds them but can't match them to a source, well, so what? All they'll know is that there was a horrible spliff in here at one point. And it would be pretty funny to see this drawn up as a quadruple homicide drug robbery with a payload of exactly one shitty blunt. I think she had her gloves back on for the keys though, right? But I'll do it anyways. Right, the keys I took off him to open the safe. The Blue Bloods are gonna find out I took the mask eventually, but I see no reason to give them any hints. And on the off chance the police get here first, I'd rather they not investigate this as a robbery. All that's to say, you can have these back, Creek. The card. The dark card played its role as bait perfectly, even if it's the reason I'm having to go around wiping off prints. I'll never be able to pull funds off it, but I might be able to use it again if... it's stuck. Creek must have dropped it harder than I realized. Getting shot in the stomach doesn't help with handling delicate electronics. No way I'm gonna risk taking the whole reader with me. It could have any number of pings and strings leading back to the manufacturer or even the Blue Bloods themselves. I'll wipe the dark card off and then set the whole reader back on the desk. For all anyone knows, Creek's pod mugged it off some slummer and they were trying in vain to get beer money off of it. That's kind of worrying, because like, what if the card landed on a spot that she touched, right? Anything else? Doesn't seem like it. Oh, auto-find, control. Let me see. Nothing's showing up. So if the auto-find doesn't pull anything, then I'm good, right? Probably, right? Let me just check the other control, I guess. I think it's fine. Oh, funny. Sitting and smiling so politely watching this. Look. I gotta be meticulous, okay? I gotta be sure that everything's okay. I have to inhabit the character, yeah. It seems to me like it's good. I don't think there's anything else. I'll advance. I can't exactly spend all night on this. Am I good here? Oh, it went auto. What else is there? Is there really nothing else? It feels like there's nothing else. Yeah, okay. This feels like the scene has been set. Hey, I got credit. It's a strange sensation, erasing your own presence. Sense of supremely private accomplishment. Like placing the last piece into a milk-white jigsaw puzzle, and then throwing it in the trash. It's not unpleasant, but I can't linger here any longer to savor it. Time to draw this to a close. Thank God for the mask. Yeah! I can still tell it smells god-awful in here, but it's bearable. Rehydrated sweat and vomit, scents full of adrenaline and sickly heat. Unfiltered, I'd be at risk of getting sick. If it weren't for all the blood. Right. What to do with you? Blindfolded, gagged, hands bound above him with plastic ties and linen wrappings, beaten bloody, and drugged? The syringes. They wanted him to stay conscious. Not very popular, are you? Still, you're not dead. And with these kinds of injuries, you won't die soon. Not without a push. That might be the most charitable thing to do under these circumstances. You must have wished for death at least once during all this torture. Too bad. The bat that barred this door is now in splinters. Anyone walking in after me won't realize that this room was locked from the outside. If this captive had somehow gotten his hands on a blade, there'd be nothing stopping him from stepping out of here and butchering his captors. The Blue Bloods will want someone to blame for the deaths of 4 of their men. And unlike the police, they won't bother arresting an innocent man and putting him up on trial for the world to see. They'll wrap up things for me. Hold that for me. As for the gun? What's with the... All I did was tuck the gun into your waistband, pal. Oh. Okay, I can see how that would be distressing under the circumstances. Well, you can relax about that, it's not loaded. A few minutes from now, you're gonna wish it was. Out again already. Rest up while you can. When you wake up, you'll want to start running. My God. August 14th. It's been a month again, it seems. I can't believe that they fucking... they held shit fuck? What? Insane. Like I practiced. Here to say? Pardon? Keep working on it, kid. Bar Kintsugi. Oh, cute. I like it. Didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle of a training your new employee. How's it working out? It is she, right? Never worked this close with an ad before. She is unbearably forgiving, so I doubt you'll get sued. She's fine. Good at cleaning, precise with her mixing. There's a hell of a lot of trivia. Popular with the younger crowd, I think. This the place with the android bartender? They talk like I installed a new karaoke machine. I didn't know you had a younger crowd. Funny. What's that make you, Grandma? More of a learning curve to her than I was expecting. Did you cheap out on her bass installs? It's like I have to teach her everything. Trust me, there's nothing cheap about Sarah. The smug pose! Occupation paralegal and apprentice at Kintsugi. She likes split field diopter. I don't know what that is. Wing Chun and folding clothes. How nice for her. Dislikes mops, fire alarms, and variety packs. Useless talent. I can do a full split, but that is not useless. Favorite quote. As you think, so shall you become. Confession. I tried to use Adonai's makeup and broke a lipstick. Oh, I love Sarah. She broke a lipstick. She's so good. I can't believe it. But yes, she can take a minute when learning the ropes. Grin and bear it a little while longer. When she does find her footing, she'll have you worried about your job security in no time. Keep it up. I didn't have to do you the favor of hiring her, you know. Favor? Plenty of people out there who would kill to work at an up-and-coming bespoke establishment like Bar Kintsugi. I think I hear them pounding on the door now. Technically, legally, you didn't hire anyone. I generously agreed to loan you my android during the hours when I have no use for it. These kinds of arrangements aren't uncommon. Androids can, in theory, work 24 hours a day, indefinitely, but their users can't. Parents come home from work, people go to sleep, staff take holidays, offices close for the night. The end result of all that slack is that a lot of androids spend a good portion of their operating time waiting around. So the more enterprising owners loan them out during that downtime, ideally to businesses with complementary working hours. There are plenty of apps and HR software to help arrange it all. But Sarah's apprenticeship wasn't that on the books. After the fallout around David's death settled down, I came to realize exactly how shortchanged I was in our paralegal agreement. She's handy for research and rope work, of course, but she barely sleeps, rarely eats, finishes paperwork at lightning speed. I was spending more time finding shit to keep her busy than I was actually working. And of course, I value my alone time. It was on one of those long walks of mine that I recalled Reinhardt was having trouble getting this bar up and running. Takes a village to keep the world's most advanced android busy. Yeah, well, whatever. Sarah's the one who clocks in and clocks out, does the work, cleans the bathroom, she's the employee. If she was an employee, you'd have to cover her benefits. Not in my current income bracket. I checked 3 times. Wait, you're not taking her paycheck, are you? It's not a paycheck. Don't lawyer me on this shit. Sarah can't earn a paycheck. She's not a person. If she walks like a person and talks like a person and works like a person, the Supreme Court disagrees. Diamante is like fucking legit. What the hell? This guy's awesome. By 13-0. Yeah, well, Supreme Courts have been wrong about that kind of thing before, haven't they? Do I hear, touche? Sarah, tell boss here what you spend your salary on. Finally! Reinhardt boss Diamani. And our operator Kintsugi likes libraries, boating, fast learners. Dislikes marketing, solicitors, signing things. Collects ancient coins. Wow. Pet peeve. Web pages that take too long to load. Don't mention speed at which Kintsugi site loads. That's a really good one. I like it. I like it. God, I can't not fuck him. I'm sure if Diamani is, you know, your cup of tea, yeah, absolutely. I have started purchasing cases of wine. What? Wait, that's what those deliveries were? As the wine appreciates, its resale value will increase. Especially if I can predict which vintages will be in high demand. She's doing... She's doing fucking wine stock trading? What are you talking about, Sarah? What is wrong with you, girl? Since I don't have a bank account, I can't earn interest in the traditional sense, but if I stay up to date on the sommelier reviews... So you'll resell the wine at a profit, and you'll do... And what'll you do with that money? Stop it, you're making her depressed. I did also purchase a case of sheet music. What? What for? Practice. You're muttering. Forget it, none of my business. Aww. What's she playing? Is she playing the violin? Is that why Morgan's profile says she dislikes the violin? Is that the joke? Speaking of business, the place isn't exactly packed. Well, are you volunteering to help with that? There are lawyer bars, right? Right? Where all the lawyers go after trials? Kintsugi could be a lawyer bar. Yeah, those lawyer bars are usually close to the courthouse, though. Just don't. Everything's signed and paid. I can't think about what ifs on location anymore. This is the spot that was available, and I need a soda water with all the stress on my stomach. Sarah Tembar. What are you buying, stranger? What was that? Boss has been teaching me his bar-side manner. He says that his clientele expect a certain degree of maturity when they come here. And so you're using a deeper voice? Is it not working? Please let me know when you're ready to order. Awesome. I'll check out the sign. Orion must have searched for months to find affordable underground real estate that wasn't flooded, or already filled to the brim with server farms. Putting Sarah on cleaning duty was a good call. If any of the tilings here start to grime up, could start feeling like a subway station bathroom real fast. Cat? It's a lucky cat. Yeah. Did you say something, Adonai? No. I suddenly got the strong impression that there was something you wanted to say. Don't know what you're talking about. As you say. Neko unlocked. That's wonderful. It's a well-stocked bar. Got tea and coffee too, if that's what you're into. Nice ambiance, soft lighting, warm on a chill night and cool on a hot day. Now all that's left to do is to wait for the customers to stream in. Any day now. Wonderful. Neko Morg is here.
Renew.
True. anything else? Ah, yes. Did someone leave this behind after their lunch break? Could be trouble if they left anything work-related on here. I'll help them out by throwing it in the trash after I'm done reading. Sirius debuts in new fuel named in new lawsuit. Last month, Dr. Sirius made waves in the scientific community for the dozenth time in their storied career when they announced that they had patented the process for distilling a new helium-based fuel. One intended to replace hydrogen. I'm sorry, wait. How the fuck is a helium-based fuel going to replace shit? We are running out of that already. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? One intended to replace hydrogen and combustion engines ranging from personal vehicles to full-size freighters. Only a few days later, they made headlines again when that patent was leaked to the global net. Now, Proteca, an investment firm and a longtime financial backer of Dr. Sirius, has filed a lawsuit alleging that not only that Dr. Sirius failed in their responsibilities to protect their investment, but actually allowed the leak to occur. Interesting. We sat down with Dr. Sirius to ask them to respond to the suit's allegation and to question them about their recurring legal woes. For those who may not be familiar, what makes your process for distilling helium fuel so valuable? In this world, if you're not plugged into an outlet, you're running on a battery, or you're burning fuel. Batteries are useful, but they scale poorly. A battery-powered phone is light enough to be weightless in your pocket. A battery-powered plane couldn't generate enough lift to get off the ground. Now, aside from a number of closely guarded national reserves, there are no fossil fuels left. Of course. The wells were pumped dry years ago, so after we were forced to adapt in a rather abrupt period of growing pains, hydrogen became the global standard for fueling long-distance machinery. Therein lies the problem. The plane I took to get here runs on hydrogen. It produces nothing but water vapor. What's the problem? The problem is the laborers fueling your plane before it took off had their fingers crossed the entire time, afraid that if the absolute grounding field failed, one static spark could blow up the whole airport. What makes helium superior? The helium-2 fuel we've developed is not pure helium, of course. Of course, it couldn't be pure helium because there's probably not any fucking helium left. But near enough. Unlike hydrogen fuels, what we've created is non-combustible. You can fire a flamethrower over a tank of it and remain perfectly safe. Wow! How does a non-combustible fuel power combustion engines? Heat, too, is non-combustible, but in the presence of our specialized catalyst, I see. It can be ignited to generate force comparable to, or in some tests, superior to, the horsepower exhibited by hydrogen engines. So what's the catch? So far, it's expensive to distill. God, I wonder why. And the catalyst materials are even more expensive to produce. We have yet to even simulate a profitable commercial flight, for instance. This is the stupidest idea ever! That's a pretty serious catch. Steel wasn't profitable before the Bessemer process. Things panned out for the steel tycoons just fine. Yeah, okay, sure. Are you hoping for someone else to do that? Improve upon your process? I know where you're going with this, but the answer's yes, of course. I'd be overjoyed for someone to improve upon what we've built. That's essentially what Proteca has accused you of doing, isn't it? Leaking your data intentionally so that others around the world are free to start experimenting with it. Helium-2 isn't the rare one. Oh, of course. They made a second helium. They discovered a second version of helium. And helium-2 is fine. And we got plenty of that shit. I don't think it's legally wise of me to try and summarize Proteca's lawsuit against me in my laboratory. Listen, Energy is limitless. It cannot be expended. By that virtue, there cannot be a scarcity of it. You will never have a monopoly of it. And since it is infinite, the correct market price for it will, over a long enough time scale, trend to zero. Wait, what? Wait. Is helium-2 real? Is that a real thing? You're fucking with me, right? You're being liar mountain to me right now. It's an isotope of what? Huh? What? Huh? It's an element, but with different electrons. What? Okay, well, I guess I learned something new. I did not realize that there was helium-2. Wait, so what about the helium shortage then? Helium-3? What? Okay, well, never mind then. Never mind then. There's tons on the moon. I think I have heard that before. I don't think I'm being cynical when I say that there are people who don't like that very basic math. I'm gonna stop you there because you're getting into our next topic, your politics. Do you consider yourself a political person? No. Are you or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? No! Do you believe science should be apolitical? Yes. So why is it that you are so frequently invoked as an example of the liberal bias in the sciences? The streamer didn't know about science. I'm sorry, I don't know anything about science. I'm sorry. Okay, everybody, I fucked up. What? Indy, hello. She started rubbing her nose against my arm. Indy. I went to pet her and she immediately turned around and started staring at the couch. What is wrong with you? You are so fucking cat with it. Boys, if somebody didn't know the same thing. What a rube! Everyone point and laugh. Yeah, it's on me. Me and me alone. I was the only person who didn't know that there were different heliums and there was only a shortage of one specific kind of helium. Science is not political. Science is progress, moving forward, learning more about our universe, deepening our understanding of its mechanics, and that process will never be conservative. Science doesn't move backwards. Calling all conservatives backwards is not what I said, but you're free to interpret as you like. What's not open to debate is this: what makes something science has nothing to do with who works on it. It has nothing to do with class, power, or money, or even majority rule. Science is reproducible, no miracles required. Miracles are prohibited. If one person can do it, anyone can do it, and so science is inherently egalitarian. If someone feels that because of that science is a bias against them, then that speaks only to their own politics and not the failings of the scientific community to log into your Review Plus account with your passkey or net provider to finish reading this article and see so much more. I feel like we got a lot more of that article than we've got on previous articles. For a pop-sci figurehead, Sirius sure keeps busy. Helium fuel. Guess I don't have any evidence proving they aren't legitimately brilliant, but I can't take seriously anyone who guest stars on TV that much. Can't deny they seem to be making progress with new kinds of... Well, they're talking about fuel, but... Wait. Wait, this is the battle prepositions. I mean, okay. Huh. I mean, they're talking about... Neko Morga is staring at us. Get out of there. I mean, we're talking about fuel, but they are technically talking about like energy being limitless. And What was the prompt? Seems to be making progress with new kinds of... Indeed. Hello again. Am I overthinking this? Would this helium-2 be... like... would it be considered, like, renewable energy, though? I'm overthinking this, aren't I? It just feels like, I mean, if fuel's in the headline, it feels like just answering fuel maybe... Yeah! Indicates... Oh, that's Cat. Hang on, let me look at this again. Indy, what do you want? So, okay. The issue isn't whether or not the hydrogen that they're using is renewable, right? Like, the issue is that it could fucking explode. But then there's the energy's infinite stuff. Or limitless, whatever. I'm overthinking it. I'm just gonna say fuels. Okay, yeah. Fucking hell. I always fucking do this with this game. New fuels. Some of the only new fuels we've seen in decades. Could be decades longer before it's actually practical, but any new fuel has to be less volatile than hydrogen. Article about fuel was in fact about fuel. I mean, okay, but like, if it's supposed to be if I'm supposed to get credit for media literacy, why would the right answer be in the headline?
Please don't throw that data pad out. Its owner might come back.
Perish the thought. Though now that you planted the idea into my head.
A self-fulfilling prophecy!
I think I'm ready to order. We know what data pads are. These are basically just like public iPads that have replaced print media that just get left around. Morgan get iPad. All of Cyberpunk Dystopia Society get iPad. I think I'm ready to order.
Of course.
Nah, I'll take this, Sarah. Go wipe the tables for a bit.
No one has sat at them since I last cleaned them.
Then pretend to clean them like a normal employee.
Understood.
What's got you so tense? Take a wild guess. Did Sarah ask for a raise? Be serious, Red. What happened last night? Your information was accurate for the most part. A pod of mid-level blue bloods had it. It seems like they were told to sit on it. Were they willing to sell? Nope. Laughed at my price, called me a spoiled meg, and kicked my butt out the door. They weren't curious where you get your information from? Honestly? No. They rushed me out of there pretty fast once they heard my offer. Were they expecting more company? I got the impression they had work to get back to. Okay. Anything else I should know? No. Anything you want to ask me?
How did you two meet?
The tables!
On my second day, you told me not to over-polish them, in order to keep things luffy.
Lo-fi.
Is that inappropriate of a question? You've lived in the city for decades, boss, but Adonai didn't move here until after she started her apprenticeship at Masters and...
If you're gonna tell people my whole life story at every possible opportunity, I'll just shred my resume and start mailing you around instead. How we met, huh? Well, that story's not very good. I'll skip to the end and cut to the heart of our relationship, Sarah. I pay Reinhardt a finder's fee, and he tells me where I can get into high-stakes poker games. It's not a lie. Now you know my terrible secret. Disappointed?
It is not illegal to gamble.
I don't go on my phone and wager my paycheck stubs on point spreads. I gamble. And since I can't afford the entrance fees for one of those anonymous masked ball cult vibe blimp casinos the Rinch go to, I count on your boss here to find me tables to play at. Guilty.
So you travel to the lower wards to gamble illegally? Truth be told, I've had my suspicions. Seeing you go out at such odd hours without so much as your phone. You gonna turn me in? Oh? A patron. Irashai! Or is it more firm? Irashai!
Two firm-looking men in finely pressed black suits, with shades tinted so dark they must need modded eyes to see from behind them. Really, they look very yellow to me. Despite the subtle color palette, they stand out. It's hard not to in clothes that looks that expensive. Clothes with some kind of pin on them. Matching pins. Suit noir. Shades slick. More emphasis on the raw.
Oh, thank you.
I think I just heard the delivery drones bumping around outside, Sarah. Would you check out the back? Your vintages might have arrived. Go on.
Please excuse me then.
Afternoon, gentlemen. What can I do for you? Mr. Diamani. Pardon us for dropping in without first making an appointment. No trouble at all. Still getting the place cleaned up. I'm awfully embarrassed that I failed to realize the property lay within your borders. If you'd come with me to the back, I'd be happy to settle whatever debt. We look like petty landlords to you? If you owed us tribute, you'd know it by now. My mistake. Well, if you're here for information, I'll gladly wheel and deal. How about it? We're not here to shop either. We're here looking for Morgan. Oh? Well? That name ring any bells, Mr. Diamani? Right. Listen, boys, I'm not sure. Sorry. Had something blaring in my earbud. I'm A. Morgan, Esquire, specifically. How can I be of service? I mostly practice criminal defense, but I do offer a few other services. You two look corporate. I can recommend some good workplace attorneys. I've got a business card somewhere. We're not interested in that. Of course not. Well, I'm flattered that you come all the way here to find me. You must have already tried the home office. We can set something up for... You need to come with us now, ma'am. Hey, I thought you said there was nothing I needed to know. Business day's over for me, gentlemen. Can this matter wait until tomorrow? Does it look like it can? Did I fuck up? Great manners, this one. Time sensitive, then. My rate will have to reflect that. Send us the bill. We can afford it. Music to any lawyer's ears. So, who is we, then? You think you're funny? Compared to you? Morgan! These fine gentlemen are from House Icaria. Heads up! On occasion, information you went out of your way to collect in previous episodes will unlock new dialogue. Oh, how nice! It pays to stay informed. I'm familiar. You are? I've seen their name in the papers. So true. Plastering their name all over uptown opera houses and homes for the sick or whatever. Though I didn't recognize that name when those blue bloods were cursing it last night, so maybe that propaganda's working. Doesn't matter how generous they are at galas, they're still the richest and most powerful criminal organization in the city. Rich and powerful? Why bother with the criminal qualifier? Sorry, might I ask about the nature of this engagement? The situation is developing, Mr. Diamani. We appreciate your patience. That's not what you want to hear. So I gathered. Your presence has been requested at the family estate, ma'am. For business, or... The Icaria are always business. Shall we get you your coat? Such gentlemen! Knew those suits weren't just for show. I can see myself out just fine, though. Adonai? Oh, what's going on? Are you going somewhere? That's why they pay me the big bucks. These men are... very athletic. Perhaps I should come with you. If they want to arm wrestle, you'll be the first to know. Call me when you get there, yeah. I'm actually in danger. I won't even be conscious when I arrive, but I appreciate the thought. Boss? Who were those men, really? New clients for Morgan, really. Hopefully. Hopefully? Yeah, hopefully. Because if House Icaria puts her on retainer, she'll be able to buy you as much wine as you like. But what do you mean by house? Alright, pay attention. If I'm gonna lecture, might as well try to teach.
Oh, that's awesome, Crab. Welcome. Good to see you. I love Morgan of the Devil as well. This has been a very exciting episode so far.
Alright, pay attention. If I'm gonna lecture, might as well try to teach. Start with ice. You want a lot of it, but low surface area. So never use crush, okay? Starts to melt into the liquor, waters the whole thing down.
Yeah, the intro was awesome. Understood.
1.5 ounces of vodka. And what do we look for in a good vodka?
Smoothness.
Correct. It's the mark of quality, making the bitter go down easy. So, the nobility. You know what that is?
Historically, the ruling class, as enforced through economic or military might, maintained by familiar relations.
Juice of a full lime. Look for a little spring and consistent color across the skin. Nobility, old money, is another word for it. And the older it is, the slower it moves. Only so much wealth you could accrue in one lifetime, collecting from serfs and selling horses. But the Industrial Revolution comes along, shows the world what real wealth acquisition looks like, then you get new money.
Okay, have fun with the VOD crab. See you later.
Which always dwarfs old money. Inflation and split inheritances shave away a generational wealth that's liquid. Now, new money and old money, they don't like each other.
Doesn't new money eventually become old money?
If the old money can help it, no one ever becomes old money. Triple sec, 1 ounce. My family was new money. Tried to make the transition, join the right clubs, shake the right hands, make the right marriages, laugh at the bad jokes.
Bad jokes can be entertaining in their own right.
Not the kind of bad I'm talking about.
I don't understand.
That's alright. You shouldn't need to know.
But what do you mean your family was new money?
Times changed about 30 years ago. Recession, depression, civil unrest, political upheaval. Most people, they were so scared they could barely think about tomorrow, let alone next year. But a decent man's chaos is a cruel man's investment opportunity. So while everyone else was off panic selling off everything they could buy.
Excuse me, sorry.
So while everyone else was panic selling off everything they could to buy food and water, a certain type of personality was buying, for pennies on the dollar, as it were. Give me a peel from that line, shallow as possible. Any white you see is just bitter. 1 ounce of gin. They were rough years, but they passed.
There was like, what was it? I think in the previous episode they mentioned something like the Red Decade or something. That must be what he's talking about.
And at the end of it all, some are left standing with a lot more than they came in with.
New money?
A new kind of new money. The new nobility. Neobility, if you're writing a think piece. Unabashed oligarchs and devourer barons.
We've read about the neobility before. How to marry into wealth. Define nouveau.
When the governments of the world tried to reprivatize the industries they had taken over with emergency powers, they were there to snatch them. They started at the bottom. Steel, fuel, grain, machine parts, medicine.
Interesting. Huh.
Here enters House Icaria. Or that's how they exited. They went into the Red Decade.
Oh, okay, yeah.
As the Icaria cartel, drug smugglers and extortionists, thieves and murderers. They came out as one of the richest, most respectable names in the country. Not that they actually stopped doing any of that thieving and murdering, mind you. Put the top on tight, then shake.
So they are a crime family, like the mob?
This is the 21st century, kid. It's muddier than that. House Icaria is not literally one family, not even one race or creed. They're simply the strongest criminal organization in the city, on paper.
But not in practice?
Practice is what they're lacking. Haven't had to get their hands dirty, haven't had to maintain a presence in the lower wards in years. They make their profits from investments, blackmail, and more than a little insider trading. So they're criminal, yes, but their muscle is atrophied. Time for a taste test. That's not right at all. The hell did I forget?
Boss? There must have been other criminal organizations 30 years ago. Others poised to take advantage of the changing times.
Yeah.
So what did the Icaria do to set themselves apart from the rest back then?
Stupid. Most important ingredient. Drop of grenadine. The filters? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking with me? Okay, alright, okay, I get it. The Lady Maria.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Fucking hell. You can't fucking do that. This is nothing. We'd use a frosted glass if this is for a customer. Looks like a ruby in the right lighting. If you do end up helping Red work with the Icaria, don't let the warmth of their golden furnishings confuse you. All that glitters is cold.
I was thinking about grain, because I was reminded that, Morgan's victim in episode 0 worked for a crops company, right? And so that just got me thinking for a little bit, but I don't really know if that's anything anywhere, you know? I've been thinking a lot about grain lately, yeah. It was a quiet and uneventful drive in the back of the limousine. The privacy, at least, was nice. But with Abbott and Costello riding in the front, I had no way of getting information out of them, not even passively. So instead, I spent the whole ride trying to play out all the different ways this could go. I haven't liked any of them so far. I suppose I should have felt relief or gratitude when we pulled up outside of an imposing skyscraper instead of an alley. I suppose it's a good sign that no one's put a bag over my head or stuck a needle in my neck. But I don't feel like celebrating. For all I know, they really don't have a clue about what I did in the lower wards last night. But for some reason, they placed their attention on me, and there's little I hate more than unwanted advances. I'm also not a fan of being made to wait. Why am I just sitting out here? In here?
We were too late. Only by a few minutes. He filled the time slot. Already? Then we've got no chance if... Maybe if his leisure meeting went well.
Are we on hold, gentlemen? In the world's most expensive waiting room? So this is like VR outdoors, I guess? Fun.
Quiet.
I take it he's glaring at me behind his lenses, but I'm more interested in the sweat glistening on his forehead. Somehow, of the three of us, I'm the most relaxed. This is becoming embarrassing. Can I at least take in the view while we're here?
You can take photos if you like, so long as you're quiet.
Really? I guess Kojima did predict this, didn't he?
No, your phone won't work in here.
Go figure. Another datapad. Is it trying too hard to look unconcerned if I sit down and start reading the news? Maybe. But my boredom outweighs my apprehension at the moment. Not my fault they've failed to be sufficiently intimidating. PSS proposition city ahead of next month's convention. Hang on. I need some water.
Okay, that's good. Next month, the city will play host to one of the most competitive political conventions in recent memory, with Senator Mathings, that guy again, expected to face significant opposition from party outliers before securing his nomination. But while the broader nation eagerly anticipates the oncoming political circus, city officials are already under fire for a supposed lack of sufficient convention security. Interesting. The city has already approved a record-high monthly budget for the police department, of course, including fully unrestricted overtime for officers of all ranks. But a coalition of private security services, including White Adder, Fang, and Demico, has released a press statement urging City Council to consider contracting their services ahead of the convention. Heartbreak was bad enough. Now we're hearing that cops are dying in the lower wards. When are city officials going to say enough is enough? Said Demico head of press relations Arthur Gall. We have the utmost respect for all first responders. None of us are blaming the hardworking police for these failures. Hilarious to call the police that. How could they succeed when political insiders insist that they try to apprehend criminals with one hand tied behind their back? Our contracted forces have world-class training in crowd pacification, preemptive de-escalation, and enhanced interrogation tactics. And any of the subhuman scum who empathize with anarchists won't dare to leave their mother's basements once we can get our boots on the ground. That's a guarantee. City Council declined to comment when we reached out to them to ask whether they would be issuing a request for proposals on such services. The total city population is expected to swell next month as the national political spotlight draws lobbyists, delegates, political action committees, and voters in ahead of the 2-week-long process. Most of the community members we spoke to expressed optimism about the increase in economic activity and tourism the convention is expected to bring, but some, who refused to give us their permission to publish their identifying info, rudely and loudly voiced their criticism. 2 weeks for a convention when the nominee was decided 2 years ago. It's a joke, and we're the punchline. Footing the bill to pay cops to stand around outside parties full of thousands of do-nothing staffers and campaign managers. This article is presented to you advertising free, thanks to the contributions of our generous donors, including Daniel Mass of the Daniel Mass Foundation, Rebecca E. Jones of the Rebecca E. Jones Foundation, Jessica and Ronald McGuile of the McGuile Foundation for the Arts and Sciences, the Rockford Fund for Public Broadcasting, and readers like you. Please sign in to read the rest. So Emma's family are philanthropists, or maybe Emma herself is. Interesting. You also noticed that one, huh? I'm glad you have reading comprehension. I do have reading comprehension, it's true. I suppose it's less offensive than a bare advertisement or paywall, but why list your donors mid-article? All of this is make my eyes glaze over. Whatever, I got the important part. The city's hosting the convention next month, putting pressure on the council to vote on. Ooh, wait a sec. Hang on, let me reread what the prompt was. What happens if you get a bad grade in reading? Oh, I just get less credit to work with. It's easy to comprehend reading when you see a hot woman's name. So true. Putting pressure on the council to vote on. That quote in the article said that it was already decided, essentially, right? But they wouldn't be voting on the mercenaries, right? High roller mode should lock you out of your phone during these keys. It should. You're right. I'm cheating. Do credits help with the game, or are they just for the very important phone charms? Yeah, once we're actually in court, credit is our health meter. And at the end of the game, after I finish the episode, they will be transferred into phone charm currency. Am I crazy? Am I crazy that I think this quote is from Reyes? Am I reading too deeply into things if I think this quote is definitely Reyes? By the way, like 100%. The nominee was decided 2 years ago. So yeah, it sounds like it is. They're pressuring the. Well, no, it's supporting a candidate. Wait. Sorry. One sec. I'm overthinking again. Now that you mention it, just like the entire like. The way that it's written is very Reyes-esque. Pressure on the council to vote on... Because the city's not putting pressure on them about the mercenaries. The mercenary organizations are the one... Hang on. They're urging the city council to consider their services, right? The city council is declining to comment on whether or not they're going to request services. Voters ahead of the 2-week-long process. The city is putting pressure on the council to vote on. Yeah, it's a candidate. It's a contested convention. Mathings is the incumbent and frontrunner, but if he doesn't get a show of support from the locals, it'll have as much impact as a fly on a windshield. The city council is much more concerned to those private security mercs. Salesmen trying to convince them that the city needs even more armed men playing on their phones to be truly safe. Everyone knows Mathings will be the candidate that was decided years ago. The contested convention will just be him finding a balance between how much public opposition he's willing to stomach against how many favors he feels like giving out. This country's already a circus without any bread. I think the least they could do is make the performances entertaining. What was that about in the article about cops dying in the lower wards anyway? Pretty heavy-handed to just make up that kind of thing, even when plural clutching and pitching yourself at the same time. Okay, I fucked up. In the middle of my overthinking, I misunderstood the question, I guess. But it's like... Okay, whatever. My reading comprehension is bad, I guess. Go fish. But, okay. I'm sorry, let me look at the prompt again. I'm being such a whiner about this. I hate this about myself. But council to vote on. Like, okay, so I knew that it was essentially already decided. It was obvious, but it didn't sound like the council was actually, like, voting on this? Like, the city seems to be, well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm insane. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. They're being pressured to vote on it? But why would they be? Why would that be a vote? Wouldn't the? I guess the council would have to vote on it. Yeah. I'm misunderstanding something. It's fine. If I weren't hyper aware of the flickering sky hanging over my head, this could make for a lovely watering hole. Someone has to hire the mercenaries. I guess it's just like when they say the city is pressuring the council, like. Mercenaries live in the city. I think I was reading city as meaning a governmental body and not the people in the city. Is the problem that happened there. I was not. Yeah. Okay. It's the people. I get it. Okay. Okay, that's the problem I had there. That makes way more sense, thinking of it that way. Okay, that's just me being stupid. Those probably aren't even real fish down there. Literal children are capable of keeping goldfish alive, so of course the 0.1%ers can't manage it. Maybe they'd spin it. When their pallid bodies float to the top because some idiot raised the water temperature 2 degrees, they'd certainly be easier to scoop out. If you're an impatient, undignified idiot, you could argue that it's an efficient way to fish. Funny. The illusion isn't unimpressive, I guess. Windows into the heavens, sparkling like raindrops across a puddle. It might even be appealing if it wasn't trying to be something it's not. You look up and see hexagons above you in the lower wards too. Rich or poor, people just can't imagine themselves under an open sky anymore. Not even in their wildest dreams. Well, I've looked around at everything that caught my eye, and now I'm all out of ideas. Everything except... Maybe they don't know we're here. I'm gonna try knocking. Hey! Before I get the chance, creaking oak draws my attention to an alternate entrance on the other side of the water. This guy. Stop staring and get a move on. If that's the kind of man walking out of this place, who's waiting for me inside? Caria Tower. Pomp and circumstance, ceremony and ritual. For some reason I thought that the Mafia, of all people, would be a little more efficient in their execution. A little more honest about what they are. Evidently not. Artifice with every glance, costumes and makeup abound. Is this disappointment? That even here, in the supposed bowels of the underworld, there's no escaping the etiquette of it all? She's the one? Doesn't look like much. Suddenly their posture stiffens even further, at her feet. Their necks subtly turn to a pair of doors in the back, each of them attuned to some signal I'm not perceiving. Be still. The young master returns. You're late. Hold on. Wait. Young master, sir, we... Everyone slow down. We came as soon as we found her, sir. Traffic was... This is just some sassy lost child. Silence. Yes, sir. What time are you told to return by? I know, I got the reference on that one too. 4 o'clock, sir. And what time is it now? Permission to check my phone? You're late. You were tasked with finding one woman and bringing her here in a timely manner. Sir, wait. You'll speak when I tell you to, and not one word further, or I'll have your teeth removed. By way of curbside. Gulp. Is this a prank? Am I being recorded? He who wishes to fight must first count the cost. So says Sun Tzu. Please let this be a prank. And I don't think you can fathom the cost your tardiness has incurred. If the lead up to my execution is some kid reading from Art of War, I might just... What is the #1 rule in this family? Timeliness, sir! When money gets wasted, it can be replaced. But time only goes one way. It's always running out. The loss is permanent. Every second wasted is a scar on this house's face. Timeliness is next to godliness. So say I. Oh God. So if you two ever waste my time, the house's time again, expect to be dragged through hell. I'm already there. Now both of you get out. Yes, sir! Thank you, sir! Useless. You. Red woman, you're being addressed. Forget pride. I just want this over with as fast as possible. You're the lawyer, correct? You may answer. As fast as possible. I am a lawyer. Morgan, criminal defense. Mr... How should I address you? As all outsiders do, by my name. Makoto, of House Ikaria. Alright, let's see. Wait, such impudence! Occupation, heir apparent, unemployed, student. Likes biography, shogi, amber. Dislikes tardiness, tarnish, group assignments. Favorite figures Saladin, Sun Tzu, Hannibal. Favorite phrase Vae Victis, literally woe to the conquered. Relaxes by building and painting models. Wonderful. You, Morgan, criminal defense, have the great honor of being summoned before me. 4'9"? That's tiny. Holy shit. Don't bother bowing. Once you start, you'll end up prostrated all day, and we have important work to do. Right. Out of an abundance of respect for your time, Makoto, I should let you know that I still have no idea what I'm doing here. Oh, I'll have the meal on a bed of nails later or some such thing. Mrs. Defends. Mrs.? Really? The house has need of your legal services. Oh. Would you give me a moment to clear my throat? I need to switch gears. Un instant. Right then. So you want to hire me? One of our own is being slandered by multiple homicide charges. You will defend him. You want to hire me, and I'm flattered, Makoto, but did you pull my name out of a hat? Pick a random page in the phone book? I have many books on my phone. Libraries full of esoteric knowledge spread across countless tomes. This kid doesn't know what a fucking phone book is. You will have to be more specific. Sorry, I misspoke. What I mean is, this is House Icariot. You must keep a small army of lawyers on retainer. Surely any one of them would be happy to help you.
True, we have lawyers. Competent ones, expensive ones, and some who are both. But the best of them are all preoccupied.
That's it? They're all just preoccupied?
Preoccupied means busy.
Thanks. But I'm still not sure how my name specifically was...
Do you have a customer survey you want filled out, Mrs. Dufen's? You were recommended. What does it matter how it came about?
Normally it wouldn't matter, but when the client I'm recommended to is one of the richest, most well-connected families in the country, it gives me pause. I don't have any friends in high places. Not anymore. That makes it hard to see this as a favor. Not when my employer doesn't even know my goddamn name. Of course, my apologies.
No doubt you have other questions. Very well, I'll permit you to ask them.
Such a gentleman. Alright. If I wasn't brought here because of what happened last night, then this is just another job. I mean, I am suspicious that you were brought here because of what happened last night, actually, Morgan. Meaning all of this starting back at the bar. This has all just been their idea of a power move. Thank you for insisting that I get to visit your estate in person. It's beautiful here.
An oasis of old-world sensibility amidst a desert of steel and neon eyesores, is what the house elders say.
I've never seen anything like it. It matches your family's reputation for class.
My family's reputation is power, not class.
I'd take it a step further and guess you're renowned for violence rather than power. But that's a moot point. Violence can be classy. And from how this house is talked about on the headlines I read on the drive over, the nature of your family's reputation seems to vary greatly depending on who you ask. Some think you've got half the gangs in the city under your control. Others think you've left all that behind and are no worse than any other corporate family.
Are you expecting me to ask you what you think?
What I think is that I'll need some basic information if I'm to adequately defend your interests.
We're financiers.
You don't say.
Lending, investing, taking over, buying out. The Icaria Financial Group was founded nearly 2 centuries ago. Loaning funds is high risk, high reward, but as you can see, our results speak for themselves.
Showing results for Icaria Financial Group. The Icaria Financial Group is a private investment company and one of the nation's most exclusive asset managers as of 2086. We believe that investing should be accessible to anyone. That's best accomplished by tailoring their investment portfolio to suit their specific needs. Interested in working with us? Let's get started on your profiles below so you can determine your options. Remember, even if you unfortunately aren't a good fit for IFG itself, we'll always be happy to set you up with one or more of our partners that are better suited to your class. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further in the premium account. Icaria Financial Group. Fancy way of saying they got their start as mobster loan sharks. It's not impossible to get this rich with loan sharking alone. But such unsavory work wouldn't get them into the ballrooms and boardrooms tiers of society. They gotta rip people off with mortgages to do that. Is lending the house's only income stream?
No. Through Aurea, our holding company, the house controls any number of what a civilian like you might call legitimate enterprises.
Huh?
And yes, we did found the Renogen Pharmaceutical Corporation, but what's past is prologue.
Oh yeah, there was a hospital they were renaming. That was also Renogen, right? No, it was like something health or something. I don't remember, whatever. Renogen. They're a drug company, one of the biggest. You're saying you've no relation to Renogen presently?
The company went public years ago, and Aurea divested our shares not long after. We were given 1 seat on the board as a formality. That's the extent of it.
Given? A family like this only takes. Why is he suddenly so humble? He doesn't know the meaning of the word. If he's downplaying their pull with Renogen. Renogen Pharmaceuticals LLC. Global leader in pharmaceutical research, development, and distribution. A company that puts your health before any other concern. Our groundbreaking research into combating modern medical challenges has helped millions live happy, healthy lives. And we're proud to keep fighting that fight as we pursue our corporate goals. Put our medicine in the cabinet of every home. Improve patients' lives in their communities. Minimize our environmental footprint through sustainable ventures. Operate with dignity and pride in our ethics. Deliver consistent, steady growth to our investors. Shortly after our founding, our researchers developed Metformin, the first orally ingested treatment for type 2 abnormal diabetes, freeing millions of adolescents suffering from the effects of being subjected to painful injections. Since then, we've gone on to improve our formulation, and that constant dedication to perfecting our medicines has made us a national leader in pharmaceutical biosimilars. We're obsessed with perfection and driven by purpose. We'll never stop searching for the next step in the evolution of what it means to be healthy. Okay. And the house must have a reason to want to distance themselves from the company. You're being very modest, Makoto, and more than a little vague. It's only polite. It's unnecessary talking to your lawyer. You aren't my lawyer, Mrs. Defends, but you will be working for me. So you'll have to become accustomed to putting your needs second. He's deflecting, and if he's trying to be subtle about it, he's not doing it well. I doubt it's possible a company with as big a boot heel as Renogen has no relation to anything that happens in this city, but I'll drop it for now. I'm in no rush to wade into boardroom politics again anytime soon. One sec. I'd like to know a bit more about you, actually. How long have you... I am the only son of Raphael Icaria, and the only grandson of Daisuke Icaria, CEO of the Icaria Financial Group, patriarch of this family, and chairman of the house. I gather that those titles are all one and the same. As one destined to succeed the headship, commanding the family's servants is my responsibility and my birthright. So if one of them needs a lawyer, it falls to you? When our loyal men, women, or their families need help, it is my solemn duty to ensure that they are taken care of. And your age? What a boorish question! I knew that peasants raised outside our stratas had little understanding of the finer things, but I assumed one with a law degree would be educated enough to know what is and what isn't appropriate to discuss. Just because I am younger than some does not mean I am less capable of managing the people who work for me. Does it, men?
Sir, no, sir!
You definitely command their respect.
That is no coincidence. One of the most frequently noted characteristics of great men who have remained great is loyalty to their subordinates. So says George S. Patton.
That's so interesting.
This is an important point. Perhaps another quote is called for.
I don't think that's necessary.
I'll grant you another. If soldiers are punished before they have grown attached to you, they will not prove submissive. And unless submissive, they will be practically useless. So says Sun Tzu.
Back to back?
Yes, a second quotation was called for in this instance, if only to emphasize that no one stays useless to House Icaria for very long. One way or another.
Okay. I'll admit I was a little taken aback to step off an elevator and then into your enclosure out there.
The gardens? Yes, our groundskeeper worked hard on them.
Does the illusion of the sky come from a live recording or somewhere else? Or is it generated programmatically? That'd take quite the equation.
It is impressive, yes. As for how it works, I don't have the technical minutiae in front of me at the moment.
That's okay.
Of course it is. A lion does not concern himself with the exterior decorations of the sheep.
It's your exterior and your decorations.
What does it matter anyway?
If
if you want the specifics so badly, I'll have one of the servants put you in contact with the contracting firm. Put you in contact with the contracting firm. I'm fucking tripping over myself tonight. That's alright. Something tells me the consultation alone would break my bank account. In school, this guy has a few friends he walks all over and everyone else secretly hates him. Yeah, definitely. If he's not, like, homeschooled or something. I do appreciate the warm welcome, Makoto of House Ikaria, really. But legal consultations are usually more private than this. Are we certain we need the peanut gallery? Let it not be said that House Ikaria is not accommodating of its guests. We're more than capable of compensating for this nut allergy you allude to. That's so sweet of you. But do all these guards really need to be present for this conversation? If you are referring to the additional security, it can't be helped, circumstances being what they are. Circumstances? And if you're referring to my retainers in general, then I suggest you step back into the garden and take a deep breath. Clearly the city's fumes do not agree with your constitution. You must be lightheaded if you think you're worthy to hold a one-on-one audience with the next head of this illustrious house. He's a prodigy to be this insufferable at such a young age. Thank you for indulging my curiosity so graciously, Makoto. Conquer the stingy through generosity. So says Buddha. Correct. Perhaps your education is not quite as deficient as I had feared. But I should make clear that in this case I was using the quote to subtly imply that you are stingy with your own graciousness. Got it. Yeah. Shall we move on? I believe you mentioned a homicide. Multiple homicides. Tell me more. My head of security was arrested by the police last night in the lower wards. They found him brutally beaten, drugged, and tortured. And instead of bringing him straight to a hospital, they arrested him for murder. He's been framed, and you must prove his innocence. Awesome. Yeah, true. It's the right emote. Yeah, that's what I assumed this was going to be. Another one where Morgan has to defend someone from her own crimes, huh? Is there something wrong with your voice? Is this that peanut allergy you mentioned? No, I just lost my train of thought for a second there. I'm not used to my luck changing this fast. One of the richest families in the city wants to pay me to prove a man's innocent of a crime I framed him for? Right then. Might I ask why he was found in the lower wards? I get the impression that Ikaria territory is generally positioned more vertically. This whole city is our territory. But it's true that our presence is felt more strongly in some areas than others. They captured him early yesterday. He was ambushed by cowards and dragged down to that stain of a neighborhood to be tortured senselessly. Well, he was tortured, I can attest to that much. But I don't believe in senseless violence. There's always a purpose, and it's usually staring you in the face. People just don't like making eye contact. Do you have any idea why he was taken or by whom? It was the Blue Bloods. They made no effort to hide it. And a worthy opponent, I might call that commendable, but knowing them, they're just too stupid to value deniability. I'm sure. And I'm sure there's no love lost between your groups, but kidnapping, torturing... It's beyond the pale, I agree. And the police are even worse. I expected no help for those incompetent fools, but these charges they're making, they're utterly ridiculous. Of course they are, but don't worry. To think they want to pin 5 murders on him. Now hang on. Now hang on. Five?
Did you say 5?
Yes, 5, it's absurd.
I can only take credit for 4 bodies.
Acting so high and mighty, so affronted, so eager to blame us for the death of one of their officers.
A dead cop? They were talking about dead cops in that article.
Is this what those mercs were advertising themselves with?
What do you mean, one of their officers? Was there a UC, or?
No, they've made a ridiculous claim that he killed some uniform while resisting arrest. As if a member of our house would fear prison.
I should have never dared to think I got lucky here. These circumstances sound very complex, Makoto, and the police take the death of one of their own very seriously. What makes you so certain of this man's innocence?
Because this man's name is Sosuke Ikaria. The Hound.
The Hound.
I've known him all my life.
All 3 or 4 years of it.
There is no individual more honorable, more devoted, more trustworthy, and not once have I ever known him to be...
violent?
impulsive. He didn't do this. I know he didn't do this. But proving that is your job.
About that. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, Makoto.
But you will. If for no other reason than because we shall pay you more than you customarily receive for a contract. Considerably more.
Not everything's a question of money.
Yes, your meaning is taken. It needn't be silver and gold. You'll have no complaints with your compensation. The favor of House Ikaria can go a long way in this city. As can our wrath.
I don't appreciate being threatened. I don't find it funny, even coming from a kid. However, if the state thinks whoever killed those 4 blue bloods also killed a cop, I can't afford to sit this out. They'll go every centimeter of that building, one wrong move, one hair out of place. If I lose here, I lose, period. But if I win, throwing an Ikaria-sized wallet in the pot beforehand is all upside. I understand, Makoto of House Ikaria. I'll take Sosuke's case.
Huh? You say that as if it were ever in doubt.
A true prodigy. But he might be right. Maybe it never was. I chose to put that gun into this Sosuke's hands, when I could have just plunged that knife into his temple. Maybe the line drawn from that moment to the razor edge I'm walking right now is perfectly straight. The line drawn from one point to another is always perfectly straight. A better metaphor would be a bullet's trajectory. For all the talk of wind resistance and breathing patterns and the Coriolis effect and chaos theory, you can't exactly act surprised when your shot lands right where the crosshairs were pointing. Morgan is my last name, by the way, before you start writing any checks.
You! You should have enunciated! Uh-huh.
Bit of a load here. Okay, it's fine. In transit. Hey there, boss. Of course I'm fine. What did you think was gonna happen? Yeah, all good news. I've got quite the paycheck coming my way. Maybe bad news for you if you get a large crowd tonight. Yeah, tell Sarah to meet me at the police station, an address I'm about to send. Mm-hmm. I've got work for her to do. There will be quite the paycheck indeed waiting for me, assuming I can win. But can I afford to accept it? Ugh. Oh! Just texting her directly, huh? Hey. Were any of those jokes around the office about your clients being connected to organized crime true? What? Is this some kind of honeypot? Trying to get a grasp on something. Now I know you're baiting me. World's easiest that's what she said layup. I'll still bask in that shit though, I don't give a fuck. Why do you make everything so hard? Come on. Like, come on, Freckles. Low-hanging fruit. I have no idea what you're talking about. Obviously. Why are you asking me about mafia shit, though? I'm working a case for the Icaria, whom I assume you've heard of. Definitely. Under circumstances that are probably vulgar. Absolutely. Which you'd be happy to brag about to me. Anytime. But I'm not well positioned to turn down the job outright. So I'd like to know whether they'll be resistant about parting ways afterwards. Why? Do you not like getting paid lots of money? I don't like being chained. Fair enough. So you're like, just asking for my advice? The aura loss is incredible. The aura loss. Oh man. Not going to attempt to parse that. I doubt you ever could. My generation's sense of humor is practically impregnable. It was a very basic non sequitur, Auntie. It just wasn't funny. Not even. A non sequitur would be, what's the charge? That's just getting back on topic. The charge is homicide. 5 counts. Meh. You're probably fine. All the stuff you hear about mobsters being clingy with their lawyers. It's because they don't want anyone who's been through their underwear drawers running around, telling tales. Whatever poor fucker they pinned multiple homicides on is obviously not anyone important. I don't think he was framed. Not by his own people. Pinned as in stuck with, like a chore. Powerful people, mob or no. If they get lawyers, it's for tax evasion and conspiracy charges. Dirty work's left to the pawns. And the whole point of a pawn is you don't have to think twice about trading them off. Alright. Guess I know the rumors are true then. Yep, you uncovered my cool fucking secret. Listen, actors, singers, celebs. They all like expensive things and being the center of attention. Mobsters have money to burn and want the cologne of legitimacy. Gamma Chris, hello, welcome, how are you doing? Everyone wants what they can't have. Okay, chill, F. Scott Fitzgerald. Great looking Gatsby ass. I still pine for thee, motherfucker. What? All I'm saying is there's mutually beneficial arrangements to be made. Mutually beneficial? Between the rich and famous. And the rich and infamous. So you bet your ass it was in those rooms. Negotiating appearance fees. And taking my 30%. 30%? You really are shameless. That's what she said. Of course you did. All right. Thanks as always for the sage counsel. Hey, if you're really feeling grateful, do me a solid and call your aunts. They say they never hear from you. And I know you can't be that busy. Is she actually her aunt? Wait, I thought she was just being derisive about her age. If you're bored enough to talk to me. They're the ones who are busy. Victoria Masters. Wait, depends on the time of day. And I'm assuming the orange notes are from Sarah. So the question marks are really good. Lawyer to the rich and famous, semi-retired, likes waterfalls, manicures, macadamia nuts, dislikes getting ghosted by my adorable goddaughter, drink cosmopolitan double, collects favors, friends in high places, of course, luck SSR on the full first pull. So she also plays gotcha. Just out of curiosity. No, okay. Obviously, I wasn't sure what would happen after I left that crime scene. And I wasn't sure what I'd find walking in here to speak to my client. But I definitely wouldn't have bet that the next time I saw this man alive, he'd actually look worse. Okay. Did you not hear me? I said I'm your lawyer. Oh, I heard you. I'm just not interested in wasting my breath responding. I'm sorry, is there a misunderstanding here? Not at all. I understand exactly what you are. You and all your your companion is staring at me very intently. Sarah, blink. You're embarrassing me in front of the Yakuza. That's a very dated word. You'd really prefer I call you an orca? I'd prefer you give up and leave. What are you talking? I'm sure they told you I'd been softened up. That they'd broken me, and I'd be ready to sign whatever you put in front of me. Sorry to disappoint you, but the Hound of Icaria doesn't heal. Cool. So, Skye, I'm gonna repeat myself plainly. And slowly, because you clearly have multiple head injuries. I am not a lawyer. I am your lawyer. Ah, right then. Very good. Thank you for coming. I apologize if I misspoke just now. I'd misspeak too if I'd lost as much blood as you. Morgan Esquire. I'll be representing you here from here on out. I guess she would've. I guess she has been informed that he was, you know, beaten and tortured and stuff. But commenting on the amount of blood he lost does feel like a risky thing to say, given just how well she knows that. Sosuke of House Icaria. Sarah, paralegal and bartender. You're very young to have 2 jobs, or 10 bar. Well, it is only part-time. Ah, right. So, tell us, Sosuke of House Icaria, what is your routine? You look very fit. My what? Are you asking about Do you not have me on file? Sorry, which firm are you from? DDD? MPM? MP... Wait, no, I said that right. What's wrong with me? I'm in private practice. You mean you're not a mob lawyer? No, but please don't hold it against me. Everyone has to start the path to corruption somewhere. There are serious risks involved in representing a man with my background against charges like these. It's very sweet of you to... They say I killed a cop, miss. I realize I may look a sorry state at the moment, but I've not fallen so low that I'd sully the house's name by dragging a civilian into... Makoto thought differently. The young master, you've seen him. How is he? Where is he? Is he unharmed? He was sitting pretty atop a literal throne surrounded by armed guards last time I checked. Thank you for that. No one's told me anything, and if the young master has spoken on this matter, I won't go against his judgment. But I do hope you understand what you're getting into. I'm already in it, Sosuke. How well I understand what I'm in is something I think you'd be able to help with. Very well. What do you want to know? So far, all I know about you is your first and last name. It's a very important last name. But I take your meaning. And in truth, the first thing you should know is that I am not worthy of it. Why? You're disqualified due to pre-existing conditions? I was born Sosuke Hayakawa, fourth son of a distant branch family. The only reason I bear the name of Hikaria is because I was adopted into the main house as an infant, in exchange for the lifelong service to the main family. Sounds like a great deal. Thinking about Sosuke as a butch girl and blacking out. Yeah. Lifelong? How did you serve the Ikaria as an infant? There are various tax benefits if you have exactly 2 children. Don't be absurd. I am what you would call a bodyguard. From the time I was able to walk, I was trained to be of service to the house by protecting their heir with my life. From the time you were able to walk, there are a lot of demand for toddler bodyguards? All that's ever been asked of me is that I stand in the right place at the right time. You mean like in family photographs? Like in front of a blade. Even a child can manage that. The house has given me everything I've ever had, and taught me everything I've ever known. What meager service I can offer in return means nothing compared to the debt I owe them. You view your relationship with your family as a transaction. It is not something so cold, girl. It is a matter of loyalty. Right. So, if you were standing before a judge and they asked your name and occupation, you would say, "My name is Sosuke Ikaria, and I'm an eternal servant for a living." I would say, "My name is Sosuke Ikaria, and I work as a head of personnel security for the Ikaria Financial Group." Let's get that profile. Head of personnel security. As stated, likes whetstones, paperbacks, and matcha. Dislikes the opera, wasabi, and insects. Favorite author, Alexandre Dumas. Cafe Americano. Default status, non-work related messages will be blocked, of course. And what does that entail, exactly? I am the young master's bodyguard, and I lead all his security teams. Nice to properly meet you. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. And I'm Sarah, paralegal and bartender part-time. Yes, I believe you already mentioned that. It seemed like we were all doing it twice. Well, thank you for your paralegal services, Sarah. And here I had the impression you had no sense of humor. What do you mean? It seems in this particular instance, Adonai, it was you who misidentified his proper manners as being sarcastic. Glad we've all broken the ice. Makoto told me that this all started because you were taken captive yesterday. What happened? It was 2 p.m. The young master had just finished a meeting with a VIP in Crane Tower, floor 108. 108, of course. 2 p.m. He wasn't in school. I'll ask that you refrain from mocking the young master in my presence. He is a child. Anyone can see that. But you've no idea the pressures that have been placed on him. Whatever my client wants. As I was saying, it was just after 2 p.m. Me and the rest of my team escorted him to the elevators along our planned exit route. But our lift stopped suddenly in between floors 61 and 62. That was when I made a mistake. I had a bad feeling. I thought it best to get Makoto to the ground floor ASAP. So I forced the elevator open, crawled out, and pulled him out after me. But just as he got out, the elevator started up again, separating us from the rest of the guard.
It was a trap.
A 50-50 one. Saying wasn't safe either. If they could stop the elevator, it's not a stretch to think they could drop it too. He just lost the coin flip when he decided to exit. Yes, Sarah. It was a trap. Floors 60 through 70 were undergoing heavy retrofitting. The other elevators weren't responding. Comms were jammed. I'd reviewed the entire building's blueprints beforehand. Not very useful information, obviously, for a floor undergoing renovations. But I knew there was a construction elevator we could get to, on the other side of the tower. I had to act fast. There was no time to doubt myself, and I did something very unforgivable.
You left the kid?
I picked him up over my shoulder.
Oh, well, that sounds like fun.
House, forgive me. Everything the young master does for the sake of his name's dignity, and
Kids are tougher than you'd think. I think he'll get over it. So you escorted him to the service elevator. I take it that's when things... Yes, I'm sorry, but I only remember a few vague details about what happened next. But I'll tell you what little I can. After I activated the lift, 2 assailants emerged from under a tarp doorway at my 7 o'clock. One tall, one thin. Tall was around 190 centimeters, and his weight, I'd say 100 kilograms with the mods. Just out of curiosity. 191, 101. Wow, he was really close. Thin was maybe 175 centimeters, but slouched. Modded as well, but what I saw looked stripped down, so he couldn't have been heavier than 70 kilos. Also very close. They had needle guns, slow to fire and slow to take effect. A memorable choice. It's a few scant details. His memory's so vague about it. He's sorry. Barely useful at all. Yeah? Taller one shot first. Jerked his arm when he pulled the trigger. A bad habit usually favored by street slinger punks, who are used to compensating for the kickback of jailbroken zippers. He might as well have been aiming at the ceiling. Thin lines up his shot properly. Laser sight dialed in on the young master's left trapezoid. I shift into a horse rider stance and deflect the needle with my weapon. The lift doors open behind me, just as another shooter steps forward at my 3 o'clock. Or so I thought. But all they had was a laser pointer. Literally a cheap trick. But it worked. I hear a click from 8 o'clock, turn my neck, and feel a weight punch into my deltoid. A dullish kind of pain for an instant. I realize I'm already going numb. And that's when I squeeze.
Squeeze?
He's talking about his mods. That's how I've always described it. Others say flex or pull or hold. I squeeze. Akita Type 2 external thoracic booster. Some burst strength and pain killing capabilities, but in short, it's a reflex enhancer. Make 1 second feel like 15 in hindsight. And it makes you feel like you ran a marathon during those 15 seconds once the kickback gets to you. But I digress. I moved. Got Makoto into the elevator and wrenched the doors shut myself, taking 3 more needles to the back in the process. I remember saliva pooling on my lip, and then
Cold concrete scratching my cheek.
Alright, Sosuke. So you were guarding Makoto. These men laid a trap, targeted him with tranks, failed, then they take you instead?
Yes, to my great shame.
You were outnumbered and ambushed, but you still managed to protect Makoto. What's there to be ashamed of?
That I didn't see it coming.
You're saying this has happened before?
Dozens of attempts in the past year. Some headed off in the early stages, some sidestep entirely, and some stop with force. I knew their tactics, and I knew our vulnerabilities. Yet I still failed.
Sosuke, that is...
Not incorrect! Adonai, am I wrong? Shouldn't a bodyguard get at least one shot off before being taken down?
Shot? What do you mean shot?
You were not carrying a firearm?
No, no one on the team had guns.
How's that?
None of us on the security team had firearms with us.
But you're a gangster.
I'm a head of personnel security for the Ikaria Financial Group. Walking onto an allied group's property armed to the teeth insults their hospitality and makes the house look insecure, or worse, impotent.
And I'm not a security expert, but I do think there's some gray area between armed to the teeth and empty-handed. I mean, didn't you just say you deflected their attack?
I was not defenseless just because I wasn't carrying a gun.
Oh?
I had my sword.
So lame. So cool! You walk around town with what, a samurai sword?
You just assume it's a katana?
Is it?
Yes. It is a signifier of my position within the house and shows that I am acting as a representative of it.
Is it ceremonial then?
No, it is quite sharp.
I can attest to that.
Though it's probably in terrible condition by now, seeing how the city's police manhandle everything else they touch.
Speaking of which, perhaps we should move on to the night's main events. They tried for Makoto, got you instead, and took you to the lower wards. Why?
I've been wondering that myself. Aren't you essentially worthless?
As a hostage, she means.
I know that. Thinking back, I was surprised myself to wake up at all, let alone in captivity. But it seems they had questions they wanted to ask me.
What do you remember?
Whatever they used on me, I can remember some things, but how much of it was real, what order it happened in, it's all...
Just say whatever comes to mind. It can be anything. Sights, smells, voices. There are no wrong answers.
I was bound, my wrists bound above my head. Tied to something that smelled like iron and rattled like old iron. Tiles beneath my feet, some kind of bathroom or decontamination area.
Good guess.
They asked me questions. I said things. Loose lips, like being drunk for the first time again. But I'm confident that other than vulgarities, it was all incoherent. Because there were shocks, the taste of blood. I must have bit my tongue during the spasms. And there were beatings, of course.
I wouldn't have guessed.
Adonai, do you need corrective lenses?
Sarcasm is just how I grieve a lost opportunity, Sarah.
Lost opportunity?
Yeah, that's a damn shame. From what I can see of it, a pretty face like yours would go a long way with the jury if it wasn't pulverized.
Ridiculous!
Is he blushing? I agree about his face, Adonai, but I don't believe it is his only strong
Let us move on.
Really? Well, in that case, how did your captivity end? Do you recall escaping?
I was blindfolded the entire time, but my ears weren't boxed so bad. There was a door that squeaked and whined, so I always knew when someone was coming or going. One voice asked questions, mostly. It was light. Another voice grunted when he hit me. Heavy. Other voices came and went, and then eventually, there was talk. Through the door I heard they were all talking to someone else.
A new voice. Was it high-pitched or low? Loud or soft?
It doesn't matter. What's important is that it belonged to someone new. Someone besides you and the dead who was there that last night.
Did you make out any part of their conversation?
No, not a word. But there was a loud noise, gunshots, followed by shouting and ugly sounds.
And then?
A hollow pain in my skull as I lost consciousness again. When I next came to, I had something in my hand. In my hands. Something sharp. I didn't even think to ask what it was or where it came from. I just started working at the bindings. Rushed and clumsy, poked myself in the process. But I cut them loose, then took the gag out. The blindfold was so tight I cut it rather than try and... The damn thing must have been acting as a bandage because when I took it off, between the light and the pain, I thought that my head had split open.
What? Hello, Glue Queen. Hi, my friend Fire Mountain. I'm glad you're hanging out with this cool Morgan. But alas, I will avert my eyes to not spoil this game. That's wonderful, Glue Queen. So that means you're gonna play it, right? That means you're gonna play this, right? Thanks for being subbed for 59 months.
But something was poking me. Something tucked into my waistband. The gun. A gun. Imagine my surprise. Checked the safety, the chamber, reflexively, but only saw two spent slugs. I was too tired to be confused, so I just walked out that squeaky door and into red. Just red. And then I was blinking at an IV, handcuffed to a stretcher in an ambulance, some cop reading me my rights, saying that I killed 5 people. No, wait. Some judge or official said that later. When I woke up in the ambulance, all they said was that I was a cop killer, omitting some strong language.
I don't understand. You were held captive, interrogated, tortured, but then you woke up armed and were able to escape?
The cops didn't ask me any questions, and I wouldn't have answered if they had. It's been nearly a full day, and I'm just now saying it aloud for the first time. It truly sounds absurd.
This is your world, Sosuke, not mine. Do you have any theories on what happened?
Only 2 possibilities come to mind. In the first scenario, one or more of my captors wanted to kill me, but needed an excuse to do so. So they let me escape. They give me a knife and an unloaded gun, then wait for me to stumble out so they can miss me and be done with it. But the plan doesn't work. Somehow I limp out of that room and shoot, cut, stab, kill them all. That would be quite the feat given the condition you say you were in. Yes, a tale for the ages.
But it's not possible. Why isn't it possible? Even if you had the motive and they were stupid enough to give him the opportunity, he was still lacking bullets. In the brief I read, 2 of the pod were shot to death. I'm sure you're highly qualified, Sosuke, but I doubt you can fire a gun without bullets.
No, I cannot. As I said, the gun I woke up with had already fired both its shots.
So if we tell the police that the gun wasn't loaded, would that clear Sosuke's name for 2 of the murders?
There's no proof the gun was already empty by the time he got his hands on it. She's right. That gun was some kind of a jailbroken mag rail. The only residue it'd leave behind is static. So long as my prints are on it, that's all the evidence they need to claim I fired it.
How about that second possibility then?
The second possibility is that someone walked into that building, killed my captors, then tried to frame me for it.
That
sounds like lunacy.
We've already eliminated the other possibility. Insane trumps impossible. Like it or not, this bad Samaritan theory is our best shot.
What is it? I'm just surprised you believe me. You haven't even asked if I did it. I never ask. It helps that I can usually tell. A wise policy for the world you're setting foot into. Not as if it makes any difference here. Even I don't know if I'm guilty.
You were drugged and beaten. You're still injured even now. And we just reasoned that you couldn't have killed your captors without help. What makes you think you might still be guilty?
Because I've killed before. A pale spark flickers at the back of my mind. My index finger rises slightly, my lips part. Was I expecting this, stepping into the criminal underworld? Looking forward to it? The rare opportunity to speak frankly with someone else who's... You mean... Yes. I was in the military.
Well, that doesn't count, obviously. Not to Morgan, anyways. Okay.
I've taken lives many times.
That doesn't make you a murderer. Soldiers are given orders.
I've killed people. Whether or not a superior asked me to doesn't change that fact.
But soldiers...
Are you a soldier, Sarah?
No?
So drop it.
She is good at following orders. It can take years to acquire that skill.
I imagine it comes easy for androids.
Yes, I suppose it's...
Wait, that's an android? Did you miss the glowing barcode?
And ignore my self-introduction?
Look, I'm tired. I thought those were highlights or something.
Did my hair catch your eye?
You have discerning taste. You see, each strand is actually... I'm so glad that she tried to do her awesome brag about her fucking charger hair. It's awesome. Was there something you wanted to say, Sosuke?
I've taken lives before, and so I know how I feel afterwards. Thin.
And how do you feel right now?
Right now, I feel...
What is it? Do you remember something?
Yes. After I stepped out that door, I said I saw red. But I do remember one other sensation. I remember the feeling of gripping my sword. That brief you read, it listed all the charges, all the causes of death. The fifth man, the cop they say I killed. How did he die?
Well, I don't actually have that brief. How did he die? Oh, god damn it. Alright, Reyes. Stabbed through the back with a sword, skewered like a piece of goddamn meat. And you've got the balls to ask us to carry him to a hospital? I don't think that's quite how I phrased the request.
I have been paying close attention. Would you like me to play back what you said?
Not right now, Sparky. Reyes, she's just doing her job. It's not like she's asking...
Oh, save the lecture, gray hair! I love that they give us London's profile first. Homicide detective first class, likes duct tape, mascara, and oak. Dislikes parking lots, ties, and honeydew. The best at finding new restaurants. Commendations, none displayed at his workstation. Wardrobe, more expensive than it looks. He does kind of have the Leon S. Kennedy fit, you know? And I know that coat's expensive. Gray? Come on, my hair isn't. It's graying, maybe. God, London is always so eager to call himself the oldest man in the world. And the second somebody else does, he's like, now hang on, I'm not that old.
In case I haven't made it clear, I've never liked you, Morgan.
Oh, you're breaking my heart. I hadn't noticed. But I never took you for a mob lawyer. Whatever my client's associations might be. He's a cop killer! Innocent until proven guilty isn't a phrase I coined myself, detective. Occupation, homicide detector 3rd class, likes, sneakers, volcanoes, the Paralympics, dislikes, scalpers, hoarders, and niece? A niece? Is this a person? Or is this something else that I'm not clicking on right now? It's a spice. Oh, of course. Favorite TV? Civil engineering documentaries. Yeah, I believe that with her, honestly. It tastes like licorice. Oh, okay. Shampoo. Dunno, conditioner's more important. Undefeated at volleyball. Wow. Even though she's so short? It's actually somewhat important. Don't worry about that. The proving won't take us long at all. Do you always take pride in rushing your investigations? We've all seen the same intake file by now, yes? Give me that. Sosuke Ikaria, who was apprehended at the scene of the crime and placed in a medical transport. Injuries noted at the time, blood from various sources across the anterior front of the body. Numerous bones in left hand broken as if from impacting a hard surface. Slight laceration found on left hand. Internal bleeding throughout the torso and skull. Bruising and rope burns on both wrists as it bound. Numerous bruises on the anterior front side of the body. There's blood across the tops of feet and pant legs. Largest wound found on the crown of the skull, back of the head near the top. At time of booking, numerous additional injuries were noted, including bruise to left eye, busted lip, broken nose, boxed left ear, blunt trauma to anterior front right side of head. When or where these additional injuries were sustained is not noted. Okay. My client was in bad shape when he was arrested, but his wounds were treated in a medical transport. Yet somehow, between arriving at the station and his booking, all his wounds were reopened, and some of them had multiplied. Tell me if you can, great detective. How will we ever solve the mystery of the reappearing fractured skull? Your client was being moved between floors. He struggled trying to escape. And then he fell down the stairs? Really? Was there a lawnmower waiting at the bottom? Look, we're all adults here. Sarah with the question mark at that. So let's just say it. Your co-workers kicked the shit out of him.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
I want you to uphold the law. For some reason, I thought you cared about that.
A police badge isn't a time machine. By the time we took custody, he was already...
She's right, Tiger. What's done is done. You know, you got a snowball's chance in hell of proving your client was assaulted while in police custody. And you'll never get charges brought against the officers who did it. So try asking for something doable.
Don't go giving away all my best tricks. The door in the face tactic is already fragile. I want him to see a doctor.
You gotta be shitting me. That's a blooded KW in there with military-grade mods. He's not leaving this building.
We could have a doctor brought here.
Given the chance to take a hostage?
He's not the 99 man, Reyes. He can't break his cuffs.
Don't say 99 man. You don't know what it means. You're too old.
I have been wondering about this. A hypothetical transhumanist condition of biotechnical superiority. The 99 man, or a 99 man, refers to a theoretical state of being in which a human has replaced as much of their body with cybernetic equivalents as possible, thereby becoming someone who is 99% machine and yet technically still a human. I see. The term first appeared in the speculative fiction short story Carved Out of Marble by M.P. Smith, but rose to prominence after the 2072 Paralympics when middleweight track and field gold medalist Aid Saffron quoted the story as inspiration after breaking the world record at the time for the 800 meters. Yeah, I was kind of wondering if the Paralympics are now like a modern thing instead. Since then, the phrase has been popularized as both a meme and a thought experiment, opening up discussions about transhumanism in sports and the business world, education, and beyond. Some social media influencers, athletes, or tech evangelists have taken the 99-man chat as a challenge, modding themselves as much as possible with the explicit goal of approaching what they see as the current limit for transhumanism. Wow. Officially, the individual Officially, the individual who has had the greatest percentage of their body mass replaced with artificial analogs is an anonymous male adult living in the Eastern Hemisphere who is suffering from a rare and terminal form of bone cancer before signing up for an experimental surgery offered through How Industry's Theseus initiative. How officially describes the patient as currently living a normal and productive life, though Theseus has never produced any consumer market products and has not published any additional research papers in the last 2 years, leading some to question whether the results are at all replicable. How about a medic who can't be taken hostage? A medical ad? Sure, great. Let's see if we can't negotiate his premium lower while we're at it.
Is that a refusal, Detective Reyes?
Oh, I didn't say no, did I? Great. He also needs a protective detail. Lady, I swear to... Counselor, protective details are comprised of off-duty cops. I don't think that'll have the outcome you're looking for. No. But if my client is left unattended for one more night, he's likely to be declared unfit to stand trial when he shows up to court with his head caved in. An outcome I genuinely believe you're not looking for either. We could keep him here. What, in the interrogation room? Counseling quarter. Table can't be moved, but if you slide the chairs out of the way, floor's not actually that hard. How do you know that? Given what other lodgings he's had in the last 24 hours, I don't think your client will mind.
So, if Detective Reyes and Detective London take shifts keeping watch...
Now you're keeping watch? It is the homicide department's counseling quarter. You think I give a shit what happens to that son of a bitch? You think I wouldn't walk in there myself and... You wouldn't.
What?
It's not in your nature.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
You either have it or you don't.
Trust me, if I had the chance to take a swing at that son of a bitch...
Yeah, you already called him that. A piece of shit, bastard, a killer. But unlike every other cop I walk past to get in here, you've yet to call Sosuke an animal.
So what? What the hell does that matter?
It's the only thing that matters. I've got the outsider's perspective, so I know. Your average human can do anything to anyone, so long as they're not a person. Sarah.
Whatever. Think what you want, creep.
Well, so long as that's your only request, we should be able to... I need to get into the crime scene as soon as possible.
You've gotta be... What, like tonight?
She's not rushing more than anyone else, Sunshine. Everyone up the line has been raring to go on this, and that Sosuke's actually got a lawyer.
Well, maybe that son of a bitch hadn't clammed up all day, we wouldn't...
said it again. Whatever. Pick then, counselor. You can bully us into guard duty or escort duty, but we can't do both. I need both. You'll have to split up. But I can help with that. Or rather, Sarah can. I can? Of course you can. You can go treat Sosuke. Adonai, I am not trained in... Oh, I love this bit. She's pretending she doesn't remember she's being registered as my medical ad. Yes, I would never forget that unforgettable experience. But I've never done first aid before. Well, watch a tutorial first. Use lots of sanitizer. And just hand her some bandages and she'll get Sosuke looking good as new in no time. Then you can plop her in front of the door and even 20 crooked cops working together couldn't get her to budge. That much is certainly accurate. I have a strong core, so if I focus and lower my center of gravity... Thanks for the sales pitch, but it doesn't mean shit. The crime scene is in the lower wards. If you think after what happened last night that any cop with a pulse would go down there without their partner... It's okay, Sunshine. I'll take her down there. Is everyone else in here huffing Nirvana? London, it's in blue blood territory. Blue blood territory outskirts, really? They lost a whole pod. They'll be swarming the place. You can't go down there without backup. Backup, huh? You know Mac from Contraband? Skinny guy? Kind of a perv? Yeah, he's skinny. Look, he's got crime scene analysis sweeps going over that place with a fine comb right about now. Drones, probes, the work. They'll have eyes on us before we get within 5 minutes of the place. Whatever. Just keep in contact for once. I hope you're being generously compensated, Eve. Selling your soul to the mob. It'd be a shame if you didn't at least get a good price. Hey, you coming, blinkers? Gotta find where they store all the medkits in this dusty old piece of... Go on. I'll be right behind you, detective. Sorry about that. She's still new to all this, really. Not old like me. She does seem to be on edge, more so than usual. It's your first time losing a fellow officer. I think she's taking it pretty hard. Maybe even personally? Did they know each other? Ah, right. You gather up all your things. I'll go bring us up a ride. Great. Thanks for all the help, detective. You're a lifesaver. Though this is one occasion where I wouldn't have any trouble finding the place. It's interesting that we have been taking little asides with Sarah in this episode so far. Not exclusively in Morgan's point of view. It really didn't take you that long to patch him up, huh? And now we just, wait here all night. That clock runs pretty slow. If you're not doing anything else, detective, might you be interested in answering some questions? Okay, so this is when she answered the profile questions. Once more into the depths. When I went down to the lower wards last night, I knew what I wanted to find, but I wasn't sure where to look. Now I know where to look, but I have multiple priorities to consider. It'd be nice if I can prove Sosuke's innocence. It won't be easy, given that they think he killed a cop. But it'd keep me on the Ikaria's good side. That'd be nice. But what is essential is that I figure out what the hell happened after I left. And whether anyone found any trace that I was ever there. Everything else is secondary. Sorry, guess I should have asked before I decided we'd be sharing a cab. I don't mind. But I am surprised. Did budget cuts take away your shiny patrol car?
Patrol cars are shared, counselor. Any cop can step into any other cop's car, sync their credentials, and drive.
Convenient. Jamie can personalize.
Yeah, no more dice in the mirror.
Is that why we're in a cab then? Personal taste?
Police cars are full of bugs. Thought you might appreciate the privacy.
Auto cabs are full of bugs too.
True, but there are ways around them.
Are there? I didn't know that.
Yeah, plenty. Can be easy as flashing a police badge.
Oh! Something you wanted to discuss in private, Detective?
I was asked to get in contact with you and pass along a message.
A secret admirer?
Certain interested parties and all that. You know how it is.
I'm not sure I do. Does this have something to do with my client's business affiliations?
There would be a lot more blustering if I were to repeat it verbatim, so I'll paraphrase. Focus on getting the best outcome for your client.
More of a reminder of what my job description is than a warning.
And don't broaden the scope of your investigation any more than strictly necessary.
Interesting. Well, I always appreciate kind words of advice. But Detective London, that almost makes it sound like you're on the take.
That's the city tiger. If you don't take a little, they'll bury you. Alive if need be.
Oh, they will? How conspiratorial.
It's not a joke, Morgan.
Do they threaten your wife with Tommy guns if you don't comply?
It's gotten more sophisticated than that. Well, maybe sophisticated isn't the right word. Complicated might be more accurate. Or you could just call it a quagmire. Or even a shitstorm. If you can't get along to go along, even other cops won't trust you. You'll end up shot in the back, friendly fire. Tragic newspaper clipping.
You're exaggerating. You're telling me the entire police force is corrupt.
Corruption would be one thing. You could, in theory, root it out. But above and below the canopy, it's all intertwined. Every tree stabilizing every other tree. What do they call that? Not parasitism.
Commensalism.
There you go. The state pays criminal informants to rat on their peers and lets them keep their positions in exchange. Workers buy judges and politicians to keep their men out of prison. Status quo, balancing act, a cycle. Stable as any gyroscope.
Forgive me if I find that hard to believe. Crime is at an all-time low.
That's not a contradiction. People hate crime. What gets people killed is chaos. And the opposite of organized crime is...
So everyone's playing nice with each other? Even Detective Reyes?
She's...
What about the man they think my client killed? Did he play nice?
He was a special case. You got the brief. You recognize his last name?
It's a big city. I don't put too much stock into last names.
You'll need to break that habit if you continue to work in the underworld.
Sosuke said something similar.
Tariq Chopin, only son of Miguel and Dominic Chopin.
Let's see. Patrol officer. 24/7 news. Calligraphy. Late dinners. Dislikes gray hair, untucked shirts, mint. This is a cop-ass cop, it's true. Education. Bachelor of Science in Applied Philosophy. Maybe not that cop-ass of a cop. Actually. Awarded Senatorial Commendation of Bravery posthumous, of course. Survived by fathers Miguel and Dominic Chopin, city councilmen. Right, yeah. Chopin and Chopin were the council in the ballot propositions, yeah. Funding of the Atlas Pillar rejuvenation projects. Diversity win! This cop has 2 gay dads, yeah. This cop has 2 rich dads. It's a diversity something, yeah. The power couple? Why would the son of 2 of our city's most prominent council members be working as a police officer? You want the full story? Always. So, who is a Chopin really? An idealist. Wrong line of work then. You're only half right. When he entered the academy, everyone assumed it was a political move. First step in his career to becoming a senator or whatever. Maybe it was, but anyone who met the guy could tell you he would have made a lousy politician. You're saying he was honest? Wouldn't tell a lie if his life depended on it. Guy couldn't do small talk, much less make friends. Talking about cleaning up the city, cleaning up the police, cleaning up everything. If he was so unpopular, why was he kept on? No one on the force wanted to risk insulting his parents by firing him. Just got passed around from department to department, detail to detail. He did a lot of community outreach. Community outreach? What, like bake sales? Like giving talks at schools about saying no to drugs until you turn 21. Woof. Must have really loved his job to put up with that. Or he just wanted to prove a point that bad. Don't you try to save lower wards patrols for the more seasoned, better armed officers? We do, yeah. How'd you know that? By going to the lower wards and looking at the cops you send there, of course. I read about it in Watch magazine last month. Oh. If Chopin was the son of such powerful men, why'd he end up in the lower wards last night? That... I don't know. You don't know? By all accounts, he and his partner should have been at least 2 patrols removed from that area. Must have been following up on some other lead. His partner, who's that? The hero who finally arrested the Hound of Icaria, that's who. I'll have to send him a congratulatory fruit basket. Huey Rogers. Pretty bare bones record, but maybe that'll just add to his legend. Huey Rogers? Weird name. What legend? Taking your client alive. Whacked him on the head with his sidearm, knocked him out cold. Guess it is a small miracle that Sosuke wasn't just shot dead if they thought he killed a cop. Maybe, but it wasn't pure luck. The only thing that did stick out to me in Rogers' record was his shooting score. 41. Out of 100. You need 40 to pass. I think someone took pity on him when tallying up his score. So he only whacked Sosuke on the head because he was then too bad of a shot to avenge his partner? At least Rogers knows his weaknesses. Okay. I have 2 thoughts right now. What's up? What you thinking? Well, based on what we just heard and the warning that London gave us, I'm wondering if this Rogers guy is on the take with Icaria and was being used to cover all this up. Something going on there. Like, it feels like, based on London's warning he gave Morgan to not look deeper, this is either a case of, like, the police, the police agreeing to kill one of their own, or there's somebody else related to Icaria who did this, right? That seems like the only solution currently that isn't Sosuke killed this cop. Given this guy also seems to be so inconvenient, and that, like, it would have been very difficult to remove him. It kind of feels like he was being set up to get killed in action, right? So I guess that's my thought so far. I keep hearing that name, the Hound of Icaria. I cringe every time. No one actually calls him that, right?
Sorry, but I've definitely heard that name circulating around organized crime before.
Must be one hell of a bodyguard to have earned a nickname for it.
He's a bodyguard? And yeah, must be pretty good. Of course, hound dogs are known for other things besides guarding. Sorry, that was, crude.
Aw, don't be sorry. I don't even get enough of the joke to be offended. Okay, that all makes for some interesting food for thought. But Detective London, if you are working for the Blue Bloods...
I never said I work for the Blue Bloods. It's more of a gig worker type thing, Tiger. I'm friends with everybody.
If you are working for the mob in general, then... how do I know you're even taking me to the right place and not to...
Whoa! I may pass a message along here and there, but I'm not... Damn! Hell, no one else is either. Whatever you're imagining, it's not that exciting, I promise.
Not that exciting. Sounds about right. Is it like this in every city? Handshakes and gentlemen's agreements behind closed doors?
You disillusioned?
This state has a great deal of power, Detective London. It makes countless rules. Now, I'm a big girl. I know that rule. I know that those rules don't apply to people equally. And I understand the value of criminal informants and the possible conflicts of interest that arise in trying to keep them around. What I don't get is why the state has all this strength, and it won't use it to just wipe the underworld off the map.
That's pretty cold logic.
I'd expect my state to be far colder.
Hey, you ever heard this one? A politician, a CEO, and a mob boss are sitting at a round table with a gun in the middle. Who are you betting on?
The politician. Politicians are limp wristed when it comes to their jobs, but they act faster than anyone when it comes to protecting their neck. Yeah, I was also thinking they're all the same person. They'd grab for the gun fast and wouldn't stop pulling the trigger till it clicked.
Not a bad pick. We'll make a patriot of you yet, Tiger. But it's a trick question, of course. Rock, paper, scissors has no trump card. The politician can bring the heavy arm of the law down onto the mob boss if he doesn't shoot the CEO for him. The mob boss can have the CEO's family killed if he doesn't blow away the politician first. And the CEO can turbocharge the campaign of whoever the politician's opponent is if he refuses to miss the mob boss.
Yeah, seems like you could make the argument to go in the other direction too.
You could. So the point the riddle's meant to teach is this. Whoever convinces someone else to pull the trigger comes out on top.
Funny. So in the parable you've set up, the gun on the table, that's the police? A blameless tool with no will of its own? It's such a nice smile. It's such a nice smile when she just smiles like this.
Yeah. Though it was older men than I who set it up.
Didn't realize this country's police were so powerless. However do you manage?
We used to have a partner that helped us out, a tiebreaker. Because all three of those powerful men would be screwed if a journalist told the world they were meeting together.
I've got good news for you, Detective. Journalists still exist. I can introduce you to one. You can even take a photograph.
Oh, I know they're not extinct. People will always write. It's just that no one wants to pay them to.
Yeah, obviously.
Sorry, didn't mean to talk so much. Maybe it's nerves coming back down here.
What happened the last time you visited?
Something up? Didn't put you to sleep, did I?
No. Actually, your 3-seat table reminded me of an older thought experiment. If God is omnipotent, why does he allow the existence of the devil?
Even I know that one. To preserve free will or whatever, right?
Yeah, that's the answer most people give. But now I'm wondering if it isn't a rock, paper, scissors deadlock like the one you just described. God lets the devil be so he'll terrify man, and man will always need God's warm protection.
And God needs man's faith, which can't be compelled. Of course, most people would also say God's long dead in the 21st century, but we're still around. So that leaves the devil in an awfully strong position, doesn't it?
You always picture 3 men in that room, don't you?
Huh? Yeah, I guess I do. Sorry.
Do 55 feminist rosaries for your penance. Very cute. Very funny. I don't know if I want to stop just yet. But I do want to get up for a second, okay? So I'm going to be right back. And assumedly, it'll be done loading by then. Whoosh. Thank you, Gemini.
Okay.
55 feminism rosaries. Detective London. We're definitely not alone down here. But when you reassured your partner that we'd have company, I didn't think you were including blue bloods. You know, I knew I'd forgotten to mention. What? Well, then she's a liar, babe. Because I never said that. No, I never said that. Oh, come on, babe. That's what she's like. She lies for fun. Does she have a fucking fidget tubby charm? Is that another fucking fidget tubby? Because it's what I call you, babe. It's a pet name. You like it. No, don't hang up. Don't hang up, baby. Don't hang up. Of course I do. We gotta get to work, Han. I'll have to call you back, babe. Something just came up. London, what is this? London, who is this? Counselor Morgan, this is Adelaide Hahn. She's a blue blood. Hey, I'm a perfectly legitimate... It's true. Hey, I'm a perfectly legitimate career woman. You're speaking to a Cyanus security site manager. If you need anything, miss, please don't hesitate to reach out. Her fucking numbers on it! Hell yeah! She's a gay fuckboy! Yay! We love the lesbian fuckboys! And yeah, let's fucking go, Morgan! Adelaide Hahn's business card listing her as a site manager at Cyanus Security, a known front for the Blue Blood criminal organization. That's so fucking stupid. They named it a different blue thing. Shut up. Includes her personal contact number on top of her work details. For some reason. For some reason. Morgan? I've said this elsewhere. I don't think Morgan has ever been in a relationship before. I don't think Morgan has, like... I don't know if she's ever been on a date. All of her, like, cool points are in, like, chuny murder bullshit, and, like, I really don't know if she has ever been on a single date in her life. She doesn't register flirting that isn't caught up in absurd, violent mind games, yeah. A romantic relationship would require her to be remotely open to another person. Yeah. She's not even a chuny murderer. She hated katana killing. Omnicore, you can't say that the shit that she does isn't chuny. all this shit she does and says is really fucking chuny. She literally shot 6 people in a row in the heart with a single set of bullets. Just for, like, funsies. Yeah, she instinctively dragged the katana along the floor. She is chuny. Just because she thinks that the katana is too much work doesn't mean that she's not chuny. If you need anything, miss, please don't hesitate to reach out. A real business card? It even has a watermark. Fuck off! I'm not familiar with Cyanus. We're a private security and investigating firm. We provide bouncers, armed escorts, we catch cheating parent partners, find runaway debtors, run paternity tests, that kind of stuff. Cyanus Private Security LLC. Cyanus Security is a trusted partner in your business ventures, offering a suite of private security services, including but not limited to bodyguards, convoys, bouncers, private investigators, paternity tests, family history research, and shipping insurance. Answer a few questions about your needs in our portal below and we'll get you set up with the peace of mind you've been searching for. Your browser may prompt you with a security pop-up when interacting with some features on our site. You can safely disregard these messages as they're related to a legal matter that has already been settled out of court. We apologize for the disruption in your site experience. Ready to get started? I don't know if it's not distracting. I am stopping at every single one and going, ah ha ha, I got that. I knew what you were talking about. But it's fine. I'm having fun with it. Sorry, but have we met somewhere? No, it can't be. I'd never forget a beauty like you. She's the Hound's lawyer, hon. Seriously? She works with those copper-headed scumbags? So we're mortal enemies? That sucks. Another life then, huh? But I'll still play nice if you will. Adelaide Hahn, she's so awesome. Occupation site manager, Cyanus Security, likes new furniture, silk clothes, dimples, dislikes clingy types, jealous types, needles, plays pickup games, avoids laundry day, least favorite chore, throwing out dead flowers. Oh. So she gets a lot then. This is why she can never be with Morgan. She hears we're mortal enemies and thinks, damn, I guess we can't be together. So true. Right. So you're private security and you're currently securing the crime scene. Yeah? What's with the tone? What you're hearing is genuine bewilderment. London, why are the police letting blue bloods contaminate the crime scene where a cop died? Come on, we don't have cooties. If this wasn't the location where a cop died, we'd have already turned full control over to them. What? The police contract out the security around crime scenes to private companies all the time. And around here, the private company best suited for the job happens to be Cyanus. Letting them conduct their own side investigations is a small concession to keep the peace. A small concession? They're probably in there destroying evidence as we speak. We have the arcs to preserve the crime scene. They could burn the building down and we still had a pristine copy. London Bridges is trying to save face. The police couldn't keep this crime scene off limits without our help and he knows it. Gremlins would be smashing their shiny cameras and popping their expensive tires around the clock if we weren't here. What did I get? The arcs? I know what the arcs is. It's the augmented reality crime scene. Lower wards kids take out drones by tossing shoes at them for fun. Is that why you see shoes hanging off of wires? No, I don't know why that happens. It's just a thing teens have always done for fun. Mystery solved? Fine, maybe the cops and the blue bloods are all consummate professionals who never even bicker. But what kind of impartiality can I expect coming here to defend an Icaria? Well, you might get some ugly looks from those with less chivalry, but no one's gonna get in your way.
We know how defense attorneys operate. We know damn well how you usually win. No one's gonna do anything that'll let you worm the Hound out of his life sentence on a technicality. You sure you wouldn't prefer that? To have him back out on the street so you can take another shot at him? Oh, so flattery. That's how you flirt? What does that mean? She doesn't know what flirt means. What? What's her problem? I know that's not what that actually meant. You think we'd ever manage to gun down the Hound and the... excuse me. You think we'd ever manage to gun down the Hound of the Icaria on the street? Shank him in a holding cell? Blue Bloods took him alive just fine the other day, didn't they? Yeah, and look what happened to them afterwards. So, you won't tamper with the crime scene just because you want to make sure the state lobotomizes Sosuke for pentuple homicide. Yeah. I mean, we also literally get paid good money to do these kinds of jobs, so we have a reputation to maintain. Rate us 5 stars when you're done looking around, Kay? I'll be sure to leave a glowing review. So, this is the main entrance. Front door looks about as heavy as I remember, but it's unlocked. What's that? How was the store found? Chopin and Rogers were the first officers on the scene, responding to gunfire. Someone heard that? Good thing I cleaned up fast. It wasn't all that fast, Morgan. Check the area, then enter through the front door. The door was definitely locked when I arrived, but I didn't lock it behind me when I left. I didn't have any keys. Admiring our handiwork, this is a Cyanus installation. Who else would Blue Bloods trust to secure Blue Blood buildings? How's it lock? You never used a key before? I want to know how the lock functions. Does it lock behind you automatically? That's a good question. You looking to buy? 'Cause I could set you up. It is a good question, Han. Why don't you answer it? Yeah, this model locks behind you by default. You need a key to get in if someone doesn't unlock you excuse me. You need a key to get in if someone doesn't unlock it for you from inside. I am reading a lot out loud tonight. Blue Blood buildings is how you get Morgan to play tongue twister with you, yeah? A physical key? Physical keys can't be hacked. Or overridden by a police badge. Some people consider those useful features. Is that why the door's ajar? Looks like the lock's been destroyed. Was it found like this? Yeah, for as long as the arch has been up. I see. So somebody else did come in here after Morgan, then. Shut the fuck up! God damn it! Oh my god, okay, let me read it. The front door entrance to the crime scene utilizes a physical lock and key mechanism designed to automatically lock behind you when leaving the building. The lock is currently damaged and non-functional. Trey definitely had to unlock it to let me inside. I didn't think to see if it had unlocked behind me after I left. Great. Great red text. Thank you, Morgan. Okay, so... She didn't think to see if it had locked behind her after she left, but if the door closed, then it locked, right? Yes, that was directed at... Yes, it was directed at a statement about locked rooms being in red text specifically. It definitely wasn't locked when me and Reyes arrived, which is around 10:20 p.m.
Hang on, you and Reyes, what, were you the second officers on scene?
That's right. We weren't far when the 10999.
Wait, was that too many nines?
Whatever. Went out at 10:15.
Officer down. Yeah. It's an emergency response code utilized in municipal systems around the nation, most frequently to signify that one or more first responders' lives are in danger. Most police departments' standard issue suite of biomonitors allow for this code to be sent out across emergency networks automatically when cardiac activity is disrupted or blood pressure changes rapidly. Due to the non-negligible chance that moderate exercise could be misinterpreted by biomonitors, leading to false alarms, some departments make it a policy to avoid enabling the automatic alert function. Interesting. So that means, theoretically, that this emergency code could have been delayed. It was not exactly when he died, necessarily. Long way from precinct 254, isn't it?
We were in the area.
Awkward. You want the tour then? Actually, I'd like to check out the alley first.
You know the crime scene's on the 3rd floor, right?
Yeah, but it has a window that opens to the alley, doesn't it? I just prefer to start from the bottom and work my way up sometimes. Morgan? You're like slipping up. You should not know that there's a window in the crime scene. What the fuck are you doing, girl? Sure, we can start there. Just be careful where you step and feel like there's boots at all. I imagine she does like the boots. Oh, Lobo. It was much darker last night than it is now, and I only took a quick peek. But even so, this...
looks like it's been moved, huh?
Yeah. Marks on the ground. Yeah, I guess so. I guess. I'm just saying that, like... I'm just saying she really shouldn't let on that she knows so much. Hi, turtles, by the way. Sorry to not say hi already. Yeah, she could have seen the windows from outside. It's fine. Surely we will get the Big Lobo episode at some point. Yeah, probably. I 100% believe that Lobo is, like, going somewhere. Yes, was trash picked up last night, perhaps?
Checking the model number on the side. Looks like dumpsters of this make haven't been picked up by the city in a decade.
I didn't realize there was DRM on trash cans.
Hey, it's a heavy model, tough to lift, even if its wheels weren't broken. Designed for containing industrial waste? How it ended up here in a residential district is...
Isn't that hard to puzzle out, is it? It was cheaper for the Megs to dump their shit on us than it was to haul to a landfill. Is that why I can see markings in the ground there? From lakes? Oh, you really are a tourist, aren't you? I've been in the lower wards before. But only at night, right? The rain's dirty down here. Stains the ground wherever it falls. Acid rain? Like from the history books?
Not quite that bad. Just smog combined with precipitation combined with the charms of the city to make.
Dirty rain, like I said. Lower ward spring water. There's a shot named after it. Tequila and pickle juice. Ugh. So, is the dumpster empty?
Let's see.
Hey, grab a glove if you're gonna...
Yeah, it's mostly empty, except for a bunch of scrap metal at the bottom. Explains why I can't get it to budge.
Careful, if you get your toe trapped under there, don't look at me to help you just because I'm modded. Are you saying you couldn't budge it either? I could if a girl was cheering me on. She's so awesome. Okay, London, thanks. Don't know what I was expecting to find, really. Now just watch it so you don't... was loud. Let the lid slam. Industrial dumpster found in the alley just next to the crime scene. Incredibly heavy, yet still shows sign of having been moved recently. The lid makes a very unpleasant sound, as uncovered by Detective London thorough investigating. Interesting. Interesting. Gonna have to go up a bit for this, I think. Where? They said they came because they heard gunfire, right? Yeah, wait, no, that's not it. No, I'm not gonna have the info and the evidence. I don't know. A suspicious sound. Sorry. Suspicious sound that could be mistaken for other suspicious sounds. One problem with blue bloods and cops running security. I don't know who to blame for leaving their shit here. I'll give the moral high ground to whichever part of society learns to pick up after themselves first. Bombing ruled out in university fire. Panic abounded last week on campus when the computer labs at Nortechnica University were set ablaze in the early hours of the morning. Students and faculty skirted the campus in anxious, hunched postures as federal agents descended on the lab's vicinity, searching for signs that could point to a culprit. But as of today, the fire has officially been ruled an accident and successfully traced back to a cooling system failure in the basement's main server hub. A freak accident that has provided simultaneous relief and confusion to the community. When the fire was first reported on, many were quick to point out its similarities to other fires and bombings recently reported as sweeping eastward across the nation. Dubbed by some members of the press as the work of the Witch of the West, each incident appears to have targeted data infrastructure, hitting state, corporate, and academic nerve centers and leaving behind significant financial grief in the aftermath. Hundreds of thousands of files related to student debt, all of it non-recoverable. I see. Interesting. Really too bad that all got wiped out, huh? Said one anonymous campus security specialist after their university student registry records went up in literal smokes. Sounds base, sounds awesome. I think they shouldn't look for any leads on that. Yeah. We're reaching out to alumni as quickly as we can to try and piece their records back together, but frankly, a lot of them have been less than eager to speak with us. I wonder why, and we may have no choice but to re-examine payment plans for our current students' tuition. It's a shame that this crime must go unsolved forever. Federal investigative officials have no formal comments at this time, but some local law enforcement officers have described seeing federal agents frustrated with the so-called witch. Criticism of the response has begun to surface from the political realm, with Senator Colt now formally calling for the Director of Investigations to testify as to the progress or lack thereof in the search for this serial arsonist. And other notable, hey, we don't seem to have your ID in our database, frowny face. If you fill out a simple form for us, we can get you the rest of this article, along with a ton of other cool offers and limited time sales served up exclusively to a compliment ID 09 like you. Smiley face. I feel like I've heard stories about bombings out west in the last few months. But I didn't know they'd all been attributed to one person, that they're now calling them the Witch of the West. There's no mention of victims, only data centers being targeted. But clearly this witch is hitting someone where it hurts. If they've now got feds involved. What really stands out here is that the federal investigators are getting involved. Most national security agencies were absorbed into the military police complex decades ago. That bureau survived, but it's a mere fraction of the size it used to be, and very different in its function. Their modern reputation is that of attack dogs, deployed by the Senate to make examples of political targets. Can't say I like the idea of them being out there hunting for serial offenders. I wonder if that's going anywhere.
Hi, Indy. How you doing? My sweet, sweet kitty.
This fire escape would lead right up to the crime scene, assuming it doesn't come crashing down once you step onto it. It's missing the ladder that had connected to street level. Or violating fire code with this tetanus trap on. Building inspection's not my department. Besides, who'd want to climb into a burning building? Firefighters? You're funny, Bridges. Even a copper firefighter wouldn't risk getting singed to save a lower ward's property from burning down. I know what that means. Copper specifically refers to robots that are operated under the authority of the state. Not just the police. An ad could probably make the jump up there. Ads are heavy. If an android leaped onto that, the whole mess would probably come down on top of them. Probably true. Fire escape connected to the room where the crime took place. Rusty and poorly maintained, it's missing. Indy, that was Claus. What's up? What's up, girl? She needs the attention. Baby. Kitty. She was trying to climb up me a little, I think. Or just grabbing at the arm of the chair. My leg was against it. Indy. Come here. You get scratchies. You get pats. Okay. Always fun to open cat alert and see 4 minutes 59 seconds before I can use it. You know what's fucked up about redeems? I think the cooldowns are slightly different by like who is actually interacting with it. It's there's something going on there because I've definitely seen redeems show as like not being available, like or rather like being available in like 1 minute or something, or like 10 seconds or something, like while somebody uses it. It happens. I think there's a variability to it depending on viewer. I don't know what determines that though. And probably nobody ever will. It's missing the ladder you would normally let you climb up from the street, so one could only freely move back and forth between the 3rd floor room where the bodies were found and the 2nd floor room beneath it. Okay. Indy, if you want my attention so bad, let me pick you up, okay? No, she doesn't want to be picked up. Yeah, I think it's just latency, it's fine. Yeah, modders are heavy too. hey. Looks like the only way to get into the building is through the front door then. Alright, I'm done back here. So I think I've seen everything That's right. I was standing here last night when... Yeah, that child. This kid saw you. It was dark and foggy. The kid was too far off to make out my face. Weren't they?
What is it, Tiger?
Nothing. Thought I saw someone out of the corner of my eye, that's all.
Yeah? Around here, maybe it was an unlisted.
What do you... Those are real?
Keep to themselves, obviously, but yeah, they're real. I've met some. They inform, sometimes on what they've seen. Never come in to testify, of course. You'd think they'd stand out dressing like that, but if their camouflage didn't work, they wouldn't be unlisted, right?
What do you mean they keep to themselves? Don't they work with any of the gangs down here?
Sorry, have I gotten your hopes up or something? Trust me, you got a better chance of winning the lottery than running into one.
Right, forget I asked. Term for individuals who are not actively registered in any state database. Yeah, that was my assumption as well. So, was that kid one? Maybe. Unlisted is an informal designation given to individuals, often missing persons or unhoused, who are not being tracked in any government database. For much of the 21st century, individuals of this description were most often undocumented immigrants, of course. Following shifts in immigration patterns and the implementation of the Military Service Citizenship Program, aka the Minutemen Bill, undocumented immigration has sharply declined. While many non-citizens do live and work within the country, they are tracked through immigration monitoring and services or as part of their military service agreement until they either leave the country or are fully naturalized at the end of their service. I see. Yeah, pretty awesome. Today, unlisted mostly refers to small groups of seasonal workers who travel the country in migrating caravans to find work undercutting corporate contracts on various agricultural or fungal installations. Some anthropological studies have described groups of unlisted living in urban, generally poorer areas as what are effectively homeless communities. Unlike most homeless people, the overwhelming majority of whom are unhoused for less than 2 weeks. Yeah? These enlisted actively refuse state housing assistance or assistance of any kind. Concerns about malnourishment, illiteracy, extreme poverty, and rampant mental illness within unlisted populations has, at times, spurred outreach programs that attempt to contact them, but by their very nature as unlisted, actual data on their quality of life or cultural practices is virtually non-existent, making most politicians hesitant to commit resources towards these causes. I see. Yeah, citation needed. You ready to go inside?
I think so, so long as...
No, I'm not with anyone else, it's just me here. Because she's shrill, princess. And delusional, you know that. I'm sure she'll catch up. A lesbian fuckboy. Just what we needed. So you were saying this used to be an apartment building?
Somewhere between that and a long-stay motel, yeah. Blue Bloods didn't deviate that far from that model when they took over. They call rooms like these vaults, places to stash away a lover, witness, debtor when there's too much heat.
You've gone through all of these vaults, I take it.
Santa's helped us with that last night, yeah. Bringing around master keys, clearing out every possible hiding place.
They really are. It's so true. Didn't find a red-handed killer hiding anywhere, did you?
Sorry, no.
So, this is the Blue Bloods' forte then, securing people, places, and things.
You could think of it that way.
Guess I always assumed gangs made their money through drugs.
Well, the Blue Bloods do deal here and there. But narcotics has been a rich man's game ever since the CDCA rolled in.
Yeah. We looked at this before, the Contraband Decriminalization Acts. One of those things that I thought was a little surprising, just because of the way that, like, drug laws are used these days, but it's possible. It can happen.
If you had the funds to ride the gray wave the way House Icaria does, you can make a killing. They got the market cornered from black to gray to white to pure green profit. The Blue Bloods hate that they have to make do with all the scraps the Megs in the house don't bother producing en masse.
Professional jealousy. How ugly. Why can't these underworld overlords just bury the hatchet, get together and screw over the consumer like reasonable people do? What? Nobody would legalize a drug to, for instance, distract from a political problem. It would never happen.
They've tried, if you believe the rumors. About a year ago now, there was some kind of meeting in Olive Branch from the Golds to the Blues. Apparently the Blue Bloods had a product that the Icaria wanted to distribute.
The Icaria sell legal drugs now, though. What kind of product could the Blue Bloods have... Excuse me. What kind of product could the Blue Bloods have that the Icaria couldn't manufacture?
Not sure. Maybe that's why it went south so fast. Blood was spilled in less than an hour. The Icaria aren't the type to keep negotiating after being spat on like that.
And so the Blue Bloods remain firmly planted in their lower wards niche.
They might not like having to take the low end, but they are filling a gap in the market. And that's every proper capitalist calling, right? Besides, the workers certainly appreciate their protection down there.
Workers hire Blue Bloods for protection, but that's... all that stuff is legal so long as they're licensed, isn't it?
Legal? Yes. Respectable? Most would still say no. So, household name security Megs considered too high risk to be seen in the company of workers.
Abbreviated form is sex worker. Worker, comma, information only. What a touch there.
Worker is a shortened form of the term sex worker, generally used to refer to individuals who are legally licensed as such, as opposed to those who are engaging in sex work outside of legal guidelines. Sex workers operating in high-end establishments, generally and specifically zoned municipal districts with high median property prices, cloud districts, and catering to only specific clientele, may be more commonly referred to as courtesans. Please sign in to verify your age in order to display the full search results for your query. It doesn't help that their average board member is usually pushing 60 years old.
You aren't that far from pushing 60 yourself, are you?
Matter of opinion. Besides, I'm a very modern, forward-thinking man.
Did you finish those 50 rosaries already? Right. And the Icaria, they don't, compete in that? Wait. Compete in that, the market? Compete in that market?
No. People at the Icaria's heights might patronize a courtesan or two in the cloud districts, but they'd never lower themselves to work alongside one. Hypocrites.
That much I understand perfectly. Hypocrisy is the appeal for them. The rules don't apply to me. You couldn't ask for a more pure expression of power. Yeah. Okay, game. I know you're loading. But I I need you to be normal about it, okay? Something scary is happening. Okay, it's fine.
Damn. Worse than I remember. Like a demon tore through the place. Seriously. What the hell happened here?
And that's what we all get paid to find out, right?
Yeah.
I've definitely got a head start on the rest of you, though. Shall we bring up the arcs?
Sure, I'll patch you in.
Allow me. If you're muted on the phone, Miss Han, please don't let me keep you here. Nonsense! I got all the time in the world for you. Everyone's treating me like royalty today. What this? What this? Hello? Was Sosuke just standing there? Huh.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Where shall we start?
How about with tall, dark, and mysterious in the middle here?
That's your client. He was found standing over Chopin's body by the arresting officer.
Roger's right. Then he knocked Sosuke out?
Correct.
So, why is it this artistic rendition of Sosuke and not a capture from Rogers' body cam? Probably because that guy actually is the killer? I don't know. Just a thought, I don't know.
Well, it seems like at the time...
Their body cam was off? Seriously?
Hey, I'd chew him out myself if he was here with us. It's department policy to have all sensors green when responding to an emergency.
Okay. Alright, yeah. This guy sounds pretty normal, pretty above board. Yeah, definitely. Uh-huh. Did all this not qualify as an emergency then?
Chopin and Rogers were responding to shots fired. It's not uncommon in this part of town. For two inexperienced officers first on the scene, it might not have come to mind. At least Chopin could use that excuse. Rest in peace. But apparently Rogers requests replacement body cams nearly every week.
Okay, if he's that big of a klutz, take away his gun once the city's done throwing him a parade.
I'll, put in a request.
Right then, who's next? Who the hell? Windows open to the fire escape in the alley below. There's a thin misting of blood across them. Got a good guess as to who it belongs to.
This is where we found Creek, leader of the pod. Ballistics tells us the shooter was standing in front of the desk.
Near where my client was found.
Your words, not mine. Nasty slug burst in his chest. Blood back into the windows behind him.
The open windows. Yeah, why are the windows open?
Hell of a spread.
Yes, it is. Did someone open these, or?
No, they were open when we secured the scene.
Any fingerprints?
Plenty of the handles there from Creek and his pod.
That's where the handles are?
Something wrong?
Definitely. But how the hell could I explain why I know that? Windows at the center of the crime position behind Creek's desk. Opens to the alley on the fire escape. Blood spatter across the windows has, through forensic analysis, been traced back to when a Magus shell split inside Creek's rib cage, spraying blood and viscera behind him.
Fingerprints on the handles match Creek and the rest of his pod. So why are the windows open? No, sorry, I guess I'm wondering about the keys around his neck and the arcs. Oh, well, one was a master key. Could unlock any other door in the building. The other key we eventually paired to a small safe in his desk. Empty, though.
Suppose it's all irrelevant since he apparently died with the keys on his person.
Yeah, it caught my eye too, but to be honest, not every detective's instinct pans out.
So, who was this guy?
Curious?
Only professionally. I don't care what he was before I killed him.
Criminal record dating far back as it goes, sealed when he turned 18.
What makes you so sure he has a juvenile record then?
The more experience these guys get, the more time in between their arrests. Pattern I'm seeing, he was pretty damn experienced by the time he was of age.
You trying to compliment him?
I wasn't trying to insult him, Han.
Anything you'd like to add? Nah, nothing I want to say in front of you two. If you want to say a few words, the detective and I could step. Only words I have are for his killer. I'll deliver them in person, or not at all. Fair enough. Do you have any idea why someone might want to hurt this Creek fellow? That's not funny. That dog you're defending?
It's a fair question, Han. Give it fair consideration.
Besides the Icaria, the rest are our city's finest. No, Creek was charismatic and driven. Plus, he made us a lot of money. No true blue would want him gone.
Interesting.
The bloodthirsty Icaria soldier he was interrogating, however, probably wasn't a huge fan. What about family? This is getting old fast.
Younger brother's listed as his next of kin.
Leave his brother out of this. Hell, leave me out of this. Rooting through a person like you're picking at zits.
Well, seems he's out of town anyway. Taking summer lessons at How Mariner U.
That's a good school.
An expensive school. Younger brother has no listed occupation. Also no priors and no juvenile record. TAD at his age? Poor kid. Bills for that cost an arm and a leg. Creek must have been sending him.
Detective, did you just leak the confidential medical data of a non-suspect to a third party?
Hey, you don't have to report. How about I buy you an ice cream or something?
Bribery too? You're digging yourself pretty deep.
Is it still bribery if I'm the government official?
Yeah, I think so.
Read? Question mark?
Papers scattered all over his desk. Suppose I'm partially to blame. I didn't exactly memorize his setup before I started searching for the mask. What's this?
What'd you find there? A note?
Amicaria.
Looks like Creek's handwriting from the other files I've seen.
Amicaria. Why did... Did she... Wait. She got... Is this Morgan getting the spelling of the name wrong? What do I do with this? Fascinating. Handwriting is by and large a match for the other documents penned and initialed by Creek found at the crime scene. Okay. Oh! Creek also got the spelling wrong. I gotta be honest. Maybe I'm spacing out at this point.
Looks like M. Icaria, actually.
He's dead, London. I was gonna let the spelling mistake slide.
Right, sorry, but M? It's gotta be Makoto, right?
You know Makoto?
I know he's the Ikaria's heir apparent. From what I hear, he's an appropriately frightening young scion.
He's,
He's really quite something. But why would his name be on Creek's desk? He was Creek's real target the other day, associated with some kind of consolation prize. Bagging the Hound was a consolation prize? These punks had their sights set high. Yeah. Like no one taught them not to stare at the sun. Creek's fine wood desk. He seemed particular about it. Maybe in no small part because it had a priceless no mask hidden inside it, but... I assume you've been through this datapad here? Front to back, we didn't find anything we didn't already know. Seems like Creek was smart enough to use it for payments and nothing else. Simple datapad with an attachment for processing non-standard identification info, commonly sold to allow payment processing of unusual or rare forms. Besides some partials, fingerprints were found matching those of Creek and Officer Chopin. Interesting. Technicians have confirmed that the datapad is locked to Creek's fingerprints, making it difficult for anyone else to use it. A dark card is stuck quite firmly into the attached card reader. Couldn't avoid touching it. Had to at least pretend the dark card would work. I see. How do you manage that? Even gangsters need spreadsheets. Hence the paperwork you see scattered about. They really did everything by hand? PPP is what they call it over an organized crime. Paper and pencil protocol. Helps the orcas keep their books off the books. Or at least in a format that's easier to destroy should push come to shove. Did you run checks on this credit card that's jammed in here? Ah, not surprised you don't recognize it. That there's a dirt card. Wow, tell me more. Wow, tell me more. It's an untraceable wallet in the palm of your hand. I would hope any wallet could fit in the palm of your hand, detective. But you really can't find the owner? Can't trace any of its transactions? Most we can tell is the datapad registered calls to dark card networks around 9:40 p.m., but it timed out. 9:40. Do we have... I know that they mentioned the time that they all showed up before. It was 10 something. But I don't remember specifically. What does that mean? The transfer didn't go through. Either someone got cold feet or they forgot their password. What? Wait, huh? Why did I just get the gun? Huh? Well, okay. The gun will eventually become relevant, I guess. It's a short barrel maglev firearm recovered from the scene of the crime. Registered to Anchor Tan, aka Tanks. Found on Sosuke Ikaria's person when he was arrested by Officer Rogers. Fingerprint analysis shows that Sosuke Ikaria gripped it in his left hand. No one else's fingerprints are present. Modified to an illegal extent, the slugs fired detonate after penetrating their target, increasing lethality, and the gun leaves no digital traces, tags from when or where it was fired. Exploding bullets, huh? Horribly gaudy, but got the job done. After I saw it, I'd left it in Sosuke's waistband. Happens to the best of us. The dark card. Physical card key that begins the authentication process for accessing funds located in a cryptographically secure account. Without the fingerprint of the owner and their 24-digit passcode, the card alone is functionally useless. Forensics shows that all fingerprints have been wiped off it at some point. Recovered at the crime scene, stuck in the card reader of a datapad. And the reason I had to take my gloves off in the first place was because of this useless piece of plastic. By the way, why has this cloth been flagged? Not sure. Forensics didn't find any blood on it. Who flagged it? Lady Rockford herself. Of course she did. Of course she noticed that there was a cloth that could have been used to wipe prints. Could be that she fat thumbed it.
Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing. It's not nothing. The big one. He made a strange face when I shot him, and a loud slam when he hit the floor.
This one, a real long rap sheet. With a short ending, buckshot to the torso, died instantly. Flex Warren's mods put his time of death at 9:44 p.m.
Killed by his own weapon.
Comes up a bit short of poetic justice, but it doesn't look like he was in any kind of a struggle for it beforehand. How'd someone manage to get it off his hands?
It wasn't any great feat, I assure you.
Tex identified it as a double-barreled Magus, and, hey, how'd you know the gun was his?
Morgan. He's still wearing the holster in the arcs. Was I mistaken?
No. About a week ago, tanks here were stopped and frisked by a patrol unit. And they found this here gun on him.
They found this gun on him, and they just handed it back to him?
He bought and paid for it above board.
So the gun isn't jailbroken? You have tag data from the murders?
No, we don't. Strange. According to the text, the gun is jailbroken.
What happened between last week and last night that he'd get the tag stripped off?
Something that made him think this piece would see action soon.
Interesting. I think I should save that for last, obviously, right?
I advise you to brace yourself before opening the autopsy footage for this one, Counselor.
Yes, this is sufficiently obfuscated. A lot to take in. The skull was crushed?
Yes, but the cause of death was blood loss from laceration across the neck. He hit the floor and bled out in seconds. Everything else you're seeing there is post-mortem. Overkill.
Not the word I'd use for this kind of shit. Oh, calm down. I didn't do it for the fun of it. In this specific instance. And this victim had modded eyes. Seems to me like someone just didn't want to take any chances. Morgan, you were going so close to the fire here. Why point it out? Morgan, what is your problem? Bullshit. No one in the lower wards would get optic mods with recording functionality. You wouldn't be welcome anywhere. You're gonna claim the Hound of Icaria didn't know something that fundamental? Nah, he bashed his brains for the fun of it. I'm sure to a law-abiding citizen like yourself, we're all scum of the earth who deserve... I'm pretty scummy myself, Han. Defense attorney, remember? Who the hell deserves shit like this? Deserves? What does that have to do with anything? I take it this bat is what did the deed.
Matches the splinters found inside his wounds, if you had any doubts.
There's nothing here about Sosuke's fingerprints.
You think we could get anything but partials off of that? It's practically splinters.
Makes sense. I was the one who actually swung it down, and I was wearing gloves by then.
Whoever did this, they were damn enthusiastic. You know how hard they'd had to swing to crush a skull? To break the bat itself?
I can't imagine. I'm sure you can't, Morgan. Let's see. Cheap wooden bat used to bludgeon Trey's skull post-mortem. Splintered beyond repair during the bludgeoning. Fingerprint analysis has proven inconclusive, returning only partials. I was barring Sosuke from exiting the other room before I used it to destroy Trey's eyes, but no one else knows that, and I have no way of informing them. What a pain. There's some faint blood that's been smeared here. Did it belong to the victim?
And Sosuke. I wonder if maybe the bodies hadn't gotten moved around for some reason, but... Your client's legs and feet were soaked in others' blood when he was arrested. And he would have to sneak up on Chopin in order to stab him in the back.
You think he
Slid his feet across the ground to avoid making noise? Did you say otherwise? I'll let you keep guessing on that one. Blood loss from the neck. Even I can tell that much. Stabbed with a bladed weapon right near the carotid artery. Very efficient. Not the kind of kill someone could make without prior experience. My client's a humble bodyguard. Come on now. I know you got a job to do, but you'll shame him if you don't let him take credit for this one. Miller was no joke in a fight. To take him out with one clean stab to the neck using his precious signature katana? The hound must be itching to brag about it. I'll defer to the medical examiner on this matter, thank you very much. What do you mean? Sato said the same thing. Katana to the neck, in not so many words. Is Miller's blood even on the katana? Even if it is, why would a medical examiner assume the katana was used here when my knife is a much better fit for... My knife. Where is it? Where? I gave Sosuke the knife before I left. It should have been found on him when he was arrested. It should be somewhere in the arcs. You looking for something, Tiger? If they haven't found the knife and I ask about it anyway, that'd mean admitting that I know it's missing. If I tell them Sosuke mentioned a knife that only the killer would know about, I'd be ruining my case before we even enter the courtroom. Or worse, pointing the police in the direction of the knife's real origin. No, Was anything found in my client's person when he was arrested? Besides a gun, a sword, and a bunch of blood that did and didn't belong to him? No, not even any lint in his pockets. Why do you ask? No reason. Sometimes you gotta shake the tree to see what falls out. Or so they say. Oh, you're blindly guessing. I've been there. Something must have happened to that knife. It couldn't have just disappeared. Not from a crime scene locked down like this. I'll need to find it, but I can't just go looking for it. Is this what it feels like to play with a handicap? Interesting. Becoming more and more clear that there was some kind of third party. Through this door is where they were keeping Sosuke and where I let him off the leash. I'll leave that for after I finish in here. Oh, okay. Anybody else? Anything else? I don't think so. I think I got everybody. Who the hell? Who the hell are you, really? Why are you lying there dead right in the middle of my crime scene? That was Tariq Chopin, as you might guess, a patrol officer and the son of two loving fathers, who have strongly emphasized to the chief of police their desire to see justice done. Reyes wasn't exaggerating about how he died. Run through from behind with a sword. So he would have been standing in front of the desk, and he was impaled. Then he collapsed to the floor face first, and the sword got stuck in the ground. Bad luck for the attacker, I suppose. Yeah, Dr. Sato's noted in her report that the stab wound was, in fact, in her words, jostled. Interesting. Pardon? Like the attacker tried to pull it out, but it was stuck, so they had to jiggle it around? Hey, it's probably what saved Rogers' life. Keep your client distracted and disarmed long enough to give Rogers time to rush in. Yeah, obviously we gotta talk to this guy, but thinking again right now about how this could possibly work out.
It could be, maybe, that Rogers got a hold of the knife and used that to kill Chopin, and then the katana was planted later. And that would explain the disappearance of the knife. And also the jostling. But I don't know how he would have gotten a hold of the knife. Maybe just, you know, he was, no, because wouldn't Sosuke have been just standing there essentially? How does a simulation crime scene work? Is it a snapshot when the cops arrived? I believe it's a snapshot of when, I think it's when, more cops arrived, not when, Chopin and Rogers arrived, because their body cams were off. So, when like Ray is in London and the other people that would have been involved in securing the scene arrived, that's when this would have been taken. Allegedly. Not where I left you, that's for sure. And according to Sosuke, the one thing he does recall after I pass the baton to him is gripping his sword. The arresting officer found the scene. Yeah. You're not giving me much to work with. Fingerprints on the grip match your client's right hand, by the way. Here I was getting my hopes up. And it definitely wasn't suicide, because no one else's prints are on the damn thing. Not sure how you could do suicide by, stabbing yourself in the back with a katana that then gets stuck in the floor. You can stab yourself in the front with a katana. I don't think you can stab yourself in the back with a katana. Bladed weapon found at the scene of the crime impaled into the torso of victim Tariq Chopin. The steel is chipped at several points, especially the tip. Fingerprints on the handle match the right hand of Sosuke Ikaria. No other prints found. Blood residue at various points of the blade matches the DNA of victims Chopin, Miller, and Trey. Interesting. Interesting. She did drag the katana through the blood, so I guess that must be how Miller's blood got on it. You could run backwards at a katana set up in a sturdy holder of some sort. That is not how you end up face down on the ground in the middle of a room with the katana stuck in the floor. Another murder weapon I had to wipe prints off before taking my leave. Was indulgent trying to take Trey's head off. Wasn't my only indulgence either. I must have gotten Miller's blood on the blade's tip and I dragged it across the floor. Yeah. There's some kind of katana device, yeah. I ruled out suicide once I saw he was stabbed in the back, thank you. There are papers scattered underneath his body. Did I knock them off the desk at some point? Yeah. Morgan, you happily threw them on the floor. She doesn't remember what she was doing. Maybe when the tall one hit the ground? Or maybe when I was swinging that bat down on... Hang on. What kind of paper is this? I can't read a word. Really? You should get that looked at. My vision's 20/20. What am I looking at, Miss Site Manager? Those docs are internal business, ma'am. Nothing to worry your pretty little head over. How do you know they're internal business if we can't read them? You've really never seen red ink before? Oh yeah, she mentioned that it was all done in red. Never heard of it. It's a corporate information security protocol. Files with special flags trigger specific print commands if you try to make physical copies. Makes it use some kind of special ink. Try to take a photo of it and it comes out a bright blur. Paper's special too. Too much heat, humidity, becomes illegible. A corpse bleeding out on top of you is a lot of heat and humidity. That's true. Thank you for the follow. So these documents contain confidential data that the Blue Bloods wouldn't want getting out. What do they say in the movies? I can't confirm nor deny that. And if I subpoenaed the data? Do your worst. You got lawyers too. And unlike your client, they've got all the time in the world to stall. Besides, you and I both know exactly what the hound's motive was. And it isn't written in those pages. It's written all over his busted up face. Sure. But you won't mind if I copy down whatever I can anyway, right? I wouldn't have any legal reason to stop you if that's what you're getting at. Red Ink Tech. Red Ink is an information system security protocol whose name has become synonymous with anti-dissemination technology in general. While different organizations will make use of different technologies to achieve their data security goals, the original system's core principles are still widely taught and practiced in business administration courses around the globe. First developed in the mid-21st century amidst widespread concerns about hackers' newfound capabilities after the third netcode leak, Red Ink practices emphasize the vulnerability of digital systems and espouse the relative reliability of physical documents, printed or even handwritten information that cannot be changed or stolen except through in-person action. Not the third net's code! More broadly, Red systems are designed to minimize the time that critical information spends changing hands. Critics of the teachings thus claim it is antithetical to cooperation between peers and leads to siloing of information. Red ink is also commonly used to refer to any kind of printed text material that incorporates anti-piracy measures. Common examples include anti-photocopier sheen gloss, paper that degrades outside of extremely narrow moisture conditions, I bumped my headset. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's really embarrassing. I bumped the headset. I hope you can all forgive me. Thank you, Balbino. Wasn't too loud. Okay, that's nice.
Unforgivable!
Oh, well, I guess Tangy Gemini will never watch the stream again. Worst crime we've seen all night. It's true. Cipher encrypted text based on extinct indigenous languages. Okay. And sleeper marks, printer machine codes left on the corners of documents that are invisible to the naked eye but are unique to individual printers. You see. And also as evidence, documents found at the scene of the crime, mostly blotted out by the blood coming from Chopin's corpse, apparently contain confidential information of high value, but only the occasional page number, graphic, or name can be spotted. Snippets include page 21, dollars, assumedly, maybe, required for expansion of eminent domain with proper page 345 payments to supportive construct. Ooh. Is this related to the yeah. Re-election Councilman Long to push for colloquially referred to as lower wards B vote upcoming. Stress the importance OPSEC of the highest level. Interesting. There's politics happening. And assumedly, something related to this ballot proposition, I think. Huh. Interesting. Alright, have I missed something? What am I missing? Ah! The screen. The screen. I turned it on to distract Tanks long enough to grab his gun, and I remember choosing not to turn it back off. Interesting setup. Powerful setup. It was blurring when we arrived. Okay, so it was still on. The sound system, I mean. One of the CS techs is a real audiophile. Said it broke her heart how loud they must have blared the speakers all the time. Wears it out, she said. Whoa, big room. Huge room. A sound system found at the scene of the crime. According to the ARCs, the system was still playing music loudly by the time the crime scene techs started scanning the environment. Really was giving me a headache when I turned it off. Didn't enjoy having to turn it back on before I left just to leave no trace. I wouldn't count on Orcus to value the longevity of their tech purchases. A well-timed example of loud noises. Thanks, loud driver, yeah. Okay, looks like that's everything in here. Well, I don't envy either of you your workloads. It's a mess in here. It's a lot of blood, that's for sure. I'm impressed you haven't gotten nauseous, miss. I'd be right at home here if you weren't poking your noses around. Shoot, I just remembered. I'll never hear the end of it if I don't check in with my partner after saying I would. You're too good to keep going if I step out to make a call. A call? Is your partner your mom? And is your mom blind? Send a text. Thanks for your understanding. Maybe he was the one with the weak stomach. You be sure to let me know if you're feeling faint. I can keep going. We're nearly finished anyway. I'd stick to the arcs if I were you. Nothing behind that door is better seen in person. You've been such a gracious host up until this point, Miss Han. Why the cold feet now? It's ugly in there. Uglier than this? Different kind of ugly, then. It's all in the eye of the beholder. I warned you. Don't worry, I can stomach it just fine. So long as I can understand it. Why did Creek's pod torture my client? I don't know that they did. Sosuke told me they electrocuted him, Han. They probably just grounded him. Low-grade currents applied every few minutes stops most mods from rebooting. So no SOS pins, no adrenaline burst pulled out of his ass. And the pliers, hammers, and syringes, what purpose did they serve? They could have just killed Sosuke when they failed to nab Makoto. Instead, they dragged him down here. Why? To try and get info on Makoto's itinerary? Get enough intel to make another run at him? If there are any answers for me in here, I'll need a grout scraper to find him. Yeah, why did they keep him alive? Has all this blood been tested, Miss Han? Enough of it has. Besides Sosuke, who else would it belong to? It's a bit lazy, but it's not as if there's more here than the last time I visited. Sosuke really did lose a lot of blood. By the time he stumbled out of here, a stiff breeze should have been enough to knock him over. Is he really such a badass that he still managed to take out a police officer before he'd even noticed?
It's not as if I feel nothing looking at someone else's handiwork, the product of their violence. It's like an artificial sweetener. No complaints for that first instant. Then the aftertaste comes. Empty calories. I'll just be hungrier again later, faster. Best to stay disciplined. It's water, cold enough that condensation's on the outside of the bucket. Is that water for sponge baths? Just a simple way to keep a guest from dozing off. Temperature shock makes caffeine look like a sleep aid. This coming after you claim you don't know if Sosuke was tortured? Know what the other bucket's for then? I know you said you got a weak sense of smell, but do you really need a hint here? Ah. But then this last bucket here is... What is that? Trash? Cloth and rope. Bindings. Or bandages. See? They were nursing him back to health. I'll run your theory past Sosuke next chance I get. This must be what's left of what they were keeping Sosuke tied up with. I would have had to use something, yeah. The store doesn't even lock. Not after I removed the bat barring from the outside. So he was brought here, tied up, questioned. Then he breaks out, bursts into the next room, cuts up 2 of his captors and blows the other 2 away. That's what you think happened? That's what it looks like. Then what? Chopin runs in and turns his back on a violent criminal? Don't strain yourself trying to make it sound improbable. Cops are dumb. If the Hound crouched in a corner, he'd have his chance soon enough. Hell, he probably just played dead. Walking into that scene out there, you think some patrol officer would go around checking pulses? Why would my client go to all that trouble to get the jump on an officer? Why not just run away? Hell, why not ask him for medical treatment? Cause he was standing in the middle of the 4 men he just killed? I know that Sosuke had no logical reason to attack Chopin, but so what? Even Sosuke himself says he would have been acting on instinct. Would instinct tell him that Chopin was in between him and his escape? Hypodermic needles. Probably not packing anything healthy. Sosuke better hope they were at least sanitized. I'm not sure Sarah can treat an infection with gauze and rubbing alcohol alone. But those needles there... The design of these needles seems a little odd. Well, someone will tell you sooner or later, so... They're projectiles. Load them into a gun and fire away. Sosuke was captured by men holding needle guns. Gotcha. Projectile hypodermic needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was being held. Contents within match the non-lethal anesthetics found in Sosuke's bloodstream at the time of his arrest, though other needles were found in containing stimulants and drugs commonly marketed as true serums. Makes sense. Hardy cloth bindings. Safe for dry blood. Clearly cut with something sharp. Yeah. Does Sienna Security have any peacekeeping tools they'd like to disclose as having recently gone missing? You're cursing up the wrong pipe. Creek could find tools all on his own. We're not that kind of operation. An operation where the right hand doesn't know what the left is doing? More like the right hand's just been washed, so if you have to handle some garbage... Sienna's is that legitimate? Why aren't all the Blue Bloods working legal jobs then? Not enough positions available. You gotta earn like hell to be considered for a job on this side of the fence. Creek and his pod weren't bringing him that kind of money. They liked Creek's pod where it was. Who's they? Upper management. Mask is a death sentence, crafted specifically for one very special customer. I'm just the one given the honor of hanging it onto it until... And did upper management like Creek? I'm just a humble site manager, miss. I wouldn't know. Sure. So do all these needles contain anesthetics?
No, there's also stimulants in barbitazine. Right, they mentioned this before. One sec. I need some more water. Ugh. I should probably stop after the crime scene investigating is done. I've really been waiting for this, you know? I really wanted to play episode 2. Yeah. Originally developed as a hypnotic sleep aid drug for active duty military personnel, barbitazine is currently prescribed, though rarely, as an anti-anxiety and anti-seizure medication. I see. Often depicted in popular culture and some drug manufacturers' promotional materials as a truth serum, barbitazine has never been shown to function as such in a controlled setting. And compared against a sampling of liquors ranging from 40 to 80 proof, barbitazine resulted in truthful confessions only 0.2% more often. And no subjects admitted to providing information that they were not already comfortable with divulging. Users also frequently search for how to tell if someone is cheating, where to buy lie detector, see who has me muted on social media. Yeah, ideally the next stream of this is going to be on Friday, Morgan's birthday. Like the truth serum? You can get sued for selling it as such. Makes you talk, doesn't make what you say the truth. So they wanted Sosuke talking, but what did they ask him? If your client can't remember or isn't willing to recall, there's really no one else alive who would know, yeah? I'm getting a headache, but it's not from anything sensory. I should know more about this crime scene than anyone. Why can't I piece it together? If I can't piece it together, the cops will never trace any of this back to me, right? So why do I feel so ill at ease? Okay, thank you for your patience, ladies. Did I miss anything? Nah. Oh. Wouldn't you have felt better if you had? I'm gonna head out now, actually. I've got a long day tomorrow. You're going back by yourself then? You sure? I could get you a ride out of the neighborhood. I'm sure Miss Han here has already made sure that we'll both get out of here without any trouble. That is her company's area of expertise, isn't it? Of course. Well, at least let me walk you out. Sure. Why not? Safe travels. What's London getting at? Bit of a load again. It's been a sec. Yes. It didn't overwrite. I don't know what's happening. Whatever. Yeah, it's probably because it's loading. I just thought, you know, as long as I'm waiting here, I might as well do that. Okay, gotcha. So, I'll save anyways. Oh, it did save. Nice. So, detective, there's something you didn't want to talk about in front of the professionals at Cyan Security? Thanks for picking up on that. Reyes will be upset that you never checked in. Yeah, right after this I will. This room. Are we directly underneath the crime scene? Yep. Same fire escape right there. Same type of window, too.
Has this room been scanned into the arcs? Yeah, but no one found anything noteworthy. Except Cyanus being sloppy.
So, what were you actually doing when you left Han and I back there?
Something Han said earlier about how no true blue would wish harm on Creek. Her phrasing stood out to me.
Because it implies the existence of false blue bloods?
Because it reminded me of one of the first things I learned in this city. There are no monoliths. Megs, Orcas, City Hall, there are always factions. And among the blue bloods, the party lines are especially visible. So I made a call, not to Reyes, and confirmed some things.
And
I figure I owe you a little hint or two, considering the tone of the last message I delivered.
That message warned me not to broaden the scope of my investigation. Getting hints from you might be self-defeating.
Not these hints, trust me.
So what faction did our pal Creek belong to?
The Youngbloods, opposite end of the compass from the old guard, the conservative blue blood leadership. All of them older than 70, some of them pushing higher than 90.
Jeez.
Han said Creek was too useful for anyone to want dead, but my sources don't agree.
Pushing 90? That means some of them could have been millennials. That's horrifying.
Creek talked, said things aloud that others only whispered. Ambitious, charismatic, up and coming.
And young. In the grim future, even gangsters aren't allowed to retire, it's true.
Could easily see him being very unpopular with all the wrong people in the old guard.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted that dark card specifically so that he could break away from them, right? That's interesting info, detective, but it doesn't exactly flip this case on its head. I already know who killed Creek. The police have already decided it's Sosuke. Learning that he had some occupational hazards will hardly convince the jury otherwise. My client's the one standing accused, and everyone already knows why Blue Bloods and Icarias would want to kill each other.
Do you?
They're rival gangs, they hate each other.
Do you know why? It's the same reason the Blue Bloods' leadership is ancient, while their muscles made up of orphans and delinquents. 30 years ago, the Icaria betrayed their peace with the Blue Bloods, started killing them. And they didn't stop for days.
What?
By the end of it, every single member of the leading Blue Blood families under the age of 40 was dead.
Well, I can see how their kids would grow up to hate the Icaria, yeah.
You're not getting it, Tiger. Their kids didn't grow up at all.
If that's the case, how are the Blue Bloods still around?
For one thing, the Icaria had bigger fish to fry. This was right before the Red Decade. They spent every second of the next 10 years positioning themselves so they could come out of the other end as nobility. Second, what remained of the Blue Bloods found a new niche to fill. Taken in delinquents furious at a country driven off a cliff by adults before they could even get the chance to vote. Blue Bloods swelled their ranks to new heights by looking out for the little guys during those years, in exchange for favors down the line.
That makes sense.
Lastly and importantly, they survived because they still had hope.
Are you serious?
I am. It's a powerful weapon.
Hope for what?
Hope that the Icaria had missed one, that they'd fled the country. Hope that a promised heir would grow strong and return one day, a triumphant little lord, overflowing riches and overwhelming power.
Sounds like a fairy tale.
Those endure for a reason. Well, now you know. A warning to watch where you step isn't exactly worth much if you're fumbling around in the dark.
Fairy tales and warnings.
What's up?
I want to know about the Red Hood. Hey, you ever pay attention to any of this graffiti down here? Scrollings about Lobo and the cyberpunk and...
HBK, increasingly.
I haven't seen that myself. Was gonna say Red Hood.
Why are you asking? Feel a chill down your spine? Except for HBK, that's old news. Ghost stories and campfire tales.
There are a lot of campsites around here. Is Lobo old news? Is Lobo a campfire tale? We literally had, like, articles about him doing stuff in the previous episode.
Lots of places to start fires. A Red Hood. I haven't heard that in who knows how long. It's one of the oldest. Rust story.
It's based on a real event?
Nothing worth recounting.
I'll take your word for it. Hey, did you or your pals in OC ever hear about some kind of blue blood hunter?
Like a bounty hunter?
Or huntsman, maybe.
Where'd you hear that?
Sosuke thinks he might have overheard talk of something like that while he was in captivity. Does it mean anything?
Nope.
I don't like the hesitation there, detective.
Just an urban legend.
I would have said the same thing about enlisted before this afternoon, and yet...
Fair enough. If you see a huntsman and live to tell the tale, I'll buy you as many lotto tickets as you want. What's gotten into you that you're feeling all superstitious? Guilty conscience?
You mean about working with the mafia? A psychologist would call that projecting.
Ouch.
Too far?
Nah. Didn't feel a thing.
Don't know why I asked, really. Guess I just had an odd feeling all day.
Like deja vu? You been here before?
No, I hate that feeling. It's whatever the opposite of that would be.
The unnerving certainty that you're in uncharted waters. Scary stuff.
Should probably stop, I guess. I should probably stop, I guess. This is... This is Morgan's home. No. No, I had to stop myself from from wanting to see more. What if I said that after this segment would be a great stopping point? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Karya, Blue Blood, Megs, Orcas, dirty cops and criminal informants. Lines drawn back and forth across a battlefield like a spider suspension bridge. Dizzying in its complexity, frail along any given strand. One wrong move and you're completely ensnared. Priorities. Me and Karya don't care about who tore through Creek's gang,
but they would prefer Sosuke doesn't spend life in prison for killing a cop. The Blue Bloods want to tear Sosuke's throat out, but if Han's taken at her word, they're settling for 5 counts of murder. Can I take Han at her word? Is she young blood like Creek, or is she with the old guard? Could I have asked London that? If I had, could I have trusted his answer? I mean, given all what she was saying, she probably was allied with them, right? Because it turns out Kasim London is much, much harder to read than I anticipated. I can't even trust my client to act in his own self-interest. The man's a bodyguard by trade and a zealot for his house. Trial starts tomorrow. Do I still need more information? Is there time to find it? No. What I need right now is a nightcap. If I can't fall asleep, then I'll know I'm in trouble. Until then, guess sleep will have to wait. It's unlocked. Oh?
Pardon me for dropping in at such a late hour, Counselor Morgan.
Standing there in my doorway, she cut through the light like a blade of spilt ink. Interesting. But twice as sharp and not nearly as familiar. It is outside of normal consultation hours, miss. She purses her lips, like lily petals shying away from the moonlight. It's a smirk by any other name. Please, call me Mireille. Any last name, Mireille? The question floats in the air like a curling cigarette smoke. I could tell she was used to the smell. I'll leave that up to your imagination. How far is this gonna pan? A nice smile. Self-assured and unapologetic. The unspoken family name loud as a signature. Written in blood. You're from House Icaria. Might I step inside? She blinks. Her head turns a millimeter. A forked tongue testing the temperature of the air. She wasn't asking for permission. Just you? What about your friends in the hallway? She raises an eyebrow but keeps staring at the floor. She's surprised at my perception of the unseen threat, but not quite impressed. I don't think they need to join us, do you? She was the kind of woman to make you remember. Smoking could kill. Oh, look at her. The shades. She's a little Eno with it. Mireille Icaria? Question mark? Occupation. Representative. Like sipping alcohol, rubbing alcohol, arachnids. Dislikes sunrises, black tea, photographers. Favorite smell, dojo floors. The best at making use of people. The worst at hiding my distaste. Interesting. You're already being quite accommodating, both to me and my family's interests. What's up with her fucking digital smoke collar? Like, it's like a fur collar, but it's clearly also like smoke themed. I came here tonight to be of service to you. I understand that you're somewhat new to this underworld of ours. I'm grateful for the offer, Mireille. But inexperienced as I am, I've gathered that House Ikaria didn't come into its fortune by being generous. Would you like to know how House Ikaria did come into its fortune? I know you operate a lending corporation with a significantly diversified portfolio. Yes, the good old IFG, the public face of the Ikaria criminal empire, clean-shaven it's become. And I know you founded a pharmaceutical company and profited immensely when it went public. And before that? I know your family became nobility during the years of civil unrest. No doubt by being well positioned when the time came to reprivatize our nation's industries. Yes. And before that? I know you slaughtered the Blue Bloods 30 years ago. Very good, Counselor Morgan. You've acclimated to our waters remarkably fast. What I don't know is why Makoto Ikaria has been the target of multiple kidnapping attempts over the past year. You can't fathom a guess as to why the Blue Bloods might want to ransom the family's heir? That's the only guess I can make. It strikes me as shallow. Nothing more dangerous than waters you don't know the depth of. As you said, 30 years ago, the Ikaria cartel, an unrecognizable band of brutes and drug smugglers compared to today, massacred the respectable Blue Bloods and left their geriatric leadership to die on the vine. But we thrust the knife much deeper than that. We went after their heirs, and their entire future. Are you familiar with the genetic factor authentication? Using DNA as a password? Blood specifically. Easier than memorizing a string 3 billion characters long. But GFA's fallen out of favor, hasn't it? Genetic factor authentication is a password security system wherein a live blood sample is provided in combination with a username and passkey in order to complete verification. GFA can only be conducted in person, with the sample acquired by a trained on-site professional because of the physical realities of the verification process itself. GFA is considered cryptographically secure. It cannot be bypassed or hacked in any traditional sense. Couldn't you have... It has to be a live blood sample, huh? You couldn't just, like, put it in a vial or something. While some security systems and cryptographic algorithms incorporate biological elements in one or more ways, GFA, as it was originally developed, has gone largely unadopted throughout the business world. Few corporations are interested in tying information or resources to specific bloodlines as opposed to specific groups, and the verification process itself is inconvenient for most while totally unusable for anyone working remotely. Yeah. GFA is still offered, however, at some of the most prestigious and secure banks in the world. Yeah, makes sense to use it in banking. And families with particularly long lineages have been known to favor GFA for what are effectively symbolic reasons. Because GFA remains accessible to any past or future offspring of the initial registries, it is sometimes offered as a wedding or baby shower gift for couples intending to set up trusts. Users also frequently search for how to change lost password fast. Okay. The Blue Bloods made ample use of it back then. A bad bet. They already had all their offshore accounts, business titles, property deeds. The Blue Bloods thought they had already won, but they were establishing a dynasty. So they made their political marriages. They bound their alliances and fortunes in literal blood. GFA was both a financial and symbolic laundering of the Blue Bloods' past. Their children, now married, clean-cut, and perfectly respectable. By the way, does she have, like, beauty mark piercings under her eye? That's, like, scary. The idea of, like, getting a piercing there, that kind of freaks me out. It looks cool, though. Would prosper alongside wealth no longer tainted by ill-gotten gains.
That GFA registry became the Icarius checklist. We went through and crossed out anyone that could have accessed those funds. Now all of it sits untouchable overseas in encrypted digital warehouses in some of the oldest, most austere banks in the world, collecting interest that will never be claimed. Does that answer your question as to why they target Makoto? No, and you know it doesn't. I think I have a good idea. Because if they thought they could lock you out of your coffers by killing Makoto, they wouldn't be trying to take him alive. You're paying attention. I like that. We don't use GFA, and Makoto is the heir to House Ikaria, to the Ikaria Financial Group. He'd never be tied to our legitimate banking information. Why not? What if he wants to buy a lollipop? A lollipop would be provided for him. The family's black market proceeds and its white market holdings must never mix. You divided your house right down the middle? Pardon the expression, but how can you stand atop the backs of many? And you all take this division that seriously? Deadly seriously. That is our family's rule, dating back centuries. Either you serve the house, or you serve in its interests. Never both. So you're assigned to either the criminal organization, which registered as the IFG, or to managing the family's legitimate business holdings like Renogen. But that means you are nearly as much of an outsider to the Ikaria Financial Group as you are. Nearly is doing a lot of work there. Who do you answer to then? Who controls the Ikaria's legitimate empire? Until Makoto marries? His mother. And I take it Makoto isn't solely responsible for the house's affairs at his age. Makoto wields great authority as the heir, but yes, the house is led by his father Raphael, and more directly by his grandfather. Our patriarch Daisuke Ikaria. This guy who we saw, yeah. I see. But that puts me back where I started. The Blue Bloods want to hold Makoto hostage to gain leverage on the likes of Daisuke. How can I put this? Had things gone even slightly different 30 years ago, the Blue Bloods would be the ones shaking the hands of the politicians, marrying ambassadors, and sitting in boardrooms. Some of them believe it can still be so, if the right match were made. They want to marry into House Ikaria? But Makoto and all the real Blue Bloods are older than... They'd find an age-appropriate adoption. You're missing the point. They need Makoto alive and well to negotiate that kind of reversal of fortune. Interesting. Okay, that wasn't what I was thinking. So they've been trying to capture him for the past year. But every Blue Blood I met today seemed to care a lot more about getting revenge for their dead men than kidnapping a preteen. How many of them do you think Sosuke's cut down in the last year he spent repelling their attempts? Is that a source of internal conflict? If the old guard are throwing young bloods into an Ikaria shredder en masse, trying to capture Makoto just to elevate themselves, I suppose that all might total up into enough motivation for them to torture Sosuke, yeah? I had heard Sosuke was wounded. No one informed me that he had been tortured. You know him, I take it. As you've gathered, Sosuke deals in matters unrelated to my side of the family. But he is still family. Speaking of my side, I have a duty as a representative of my wing of the house to stress that we do not want this trial to be prolonged. So the bean counters don't care for the extra attention. That makes sense. Do you care about the outcome? A win is always preferable, but not a necessity. Makoto Ikaria hired me to prove Sosuke's innocence, if he's the one signing the checks. Did he say why he hired you? He hired you for 2 reasons. Reason 1,
His options are limited. More limited than he suggested, no doubt, to keep a strong front. The entire house is currently being audited by the state. I see. Our usual legion of lawyers and accountants are already billing hours as fast as they can, so he wouldn't have his pick of the litter. So if one half of the family can't talk business at the dinner table with the other half, but you share a pool of lawyers? Lawyers can be trusted to be discreet, can they not? Yeah, we can read between the lines. Isn't that the discreet that means, like, the math thing? So then you'll understand reason two. Whatever lawyer he did find through the Akari's usual connections would, like me, do whatever's best for the house as a whole. And not what's best for Sosuke. I'll make an amendment. 3 reasons. Makoto knew that if he didn't assign him any lawyer, Sosuke would just stay silent as the state dragged him off to be chained, rather than inconvenience the house any further. Well, yeah. I've known Sosuke for less than a day, and even I can tell he'd never seen a cross he wouldn't jump at the opportunity to bear. That explains why Makoto would hire someone without connections to the Ikaria. You slow rolling another addendum that'll clear up why on earth my name came across his desk? Littered with crayons and times tables, as I'm sure it was. I hope I've been able to elucidate matters for you, Counselor Morgan. Masterfully subtle way to say we're done talking. Now I might ask you a small favor in return. I mean, you know, I've actually kind of been assuming that he found Morgan's name probably because of the coverage of, like, the previous case, right? Or maybe there's no information about that at all. But I doubt it. There was attention on it. Pass this message to Sosuke. If you see a way out, take it. Do you understand what you're asking him to do? Even if Sosuke took a plea bargain, even if I somehow got the other charges reduced to manslaughter, self-defense, the state thinks he killed a cop. The message is for Sosuke, not you. Your interpretation of it is irrelevant. End of conversation. As she reaches the exit, she turns back to look at me, lingering in the doorway like the warm buzz of a strong, dark cocktail. She gets so noir whenever this lady is specifically in her doorway. But your assessment is correct. If this were just 4 dead blue bloods, our dim little underworld could balance out the ledger unassisted. If that cop hadn't shown up last night. Do you know something about the late Officer Chopin? City in mourning after death of City Councilman's beloved adoptive son in the line of duty. All I know is that his funeral dirge will make those 4 boys' deaths sound like a disinterested sigh. By the way, I must admit you have a lovely apartment, Counselor. Changing subjects as subtly as a bullet train hopping its tracks. It's spacious for a defense attorney. Yeah, place wouldn't sell after the tram route got diverted. Oh, so it's... She got this cool apartment because the train keeps fucking going by it and shaking the place. It makes sense. I negotiated down the rent and installed all the soundproofing myself. Can't open the windows without being true to the sounds of the city then. There's always a cost. That's one mystery solved then, isn't it? Enjoy the rest of your quiet evening, Counselor. The door glides to a close behind her, easy as a question left unasked. I'm left here hanging onto a single held breath of stillness, listening as the deafened thud of her honor guard's implied violence stomps down the hallway behind her. I was still leaned back in my chair, staring holes into my ceiling long after the scent of her expensive tobacco had faded into null. Savoring it while it lasted was beyond me at the moment, my attentions elsewhere. This case is knotted and twisted like a gnarled oak. Just when I think I've found my rhythm, the blade runs dull. Carving is an exercise in patience and vision. You need to start with a clear picture of what you want. I want some answers. But for now, I'll sleep. Tomorrow in court, I'll just have to keep whittling away at the wood until I fashion something halfway usable. And well, if that doesn't work, I'll use a chainsaw. Awesome. The? I was gonna save and stop there, but what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Zeno, is this the stopping point you were talking about, or is it after whatever this cool kid thing is? Because I feel like I should stop. It's late. It's very short. I'll look at it. I want to know what this is. Hey, cool kid. Yeah, you. Trying to look all stoic staring out the window. Little late to try and look detached after that thing you pulled the other day. So that wasn't a joke? Making that announcement in front of the class? You trying to start a detective club or something? What mysteries? Disappearing cleaning supplies? Books not getting returned to the library? Sounds lame. Well, not like that's your fault. Everything's lame. Because like finding members, everyone around here already knows what they're gonna do after school. Tomorrow, and next year. They're all staring down the barrel of a lucrative career and telling other companies how to provide web services, or whatever the hell this school's supposed to train us for. A lawyer? If you say so, cool kid. The Megs will probably have robots doing that by the time you graduate, but sure. Law school's supposed to be hard to get into. You'll need a record that doesn't suck. Getting the club you started shut down because you couldn't get anyone to join probably won't help. Wow, so confident. You really are a cool kid. Interesting. Okay. I'm stopping. It's court. Cripes. This kid's already dead. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe so indeed, yes. Sounds likely somebody, being mean to Morgan, you know. Well, it's incredibly engaging. I played way too long. I made it to court, which I feel like I probably went too long, everybody. I'm sorry. I've been looking forward to this. Okay, so let's find somewhere to send you all. You were an enabler. It's fucking 1:30. What am I doing?
Whoa, look at the time.
Yeah. I'm gonna send you to Washa. They are playing Journey to Silius. I'm kind of vaguely aware of this. Isn't this like...
wasn't this like a license game that got like redone because they didn't get the license or something? I don't know. Anyways, I'm sending you there. And I will see you all next time. Probably, believe it or not, Thursday. And Morgan will return on Friday for her birthday. Anyways. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for hanging out. I'll see y'all later. Bye, everybody. Bye.
Bye!